35 years ago, a young war orphan card student killed a very peculiar mutant hound, and upon dissecting its carcass, he found that its nasal bone was his fated ingredient. The boy felt immeasurable joy upon this discovery, as the only way a card apprentice can ever gain recognition is by having a strong and unique origin card. Origin cards are unique to every card apprentice, but some fall under the same genre and type. Without a delay, the boy applied for a loan in various banks, but the banks would not give him any loan for his origin card creation because they could not see any prospects in a fated ingredient, which is a bone of a low-level mutant hound. Therefore, they reject the young boy's loan application without hesitation. But the boy did not give up and decided to create his origin card one way or the other. Due to the frequent monster wave attack on the city guards and soldiers had diminished in numbers, and the city hall posted recreation of city guards/soldiers. The boy saw an opportunity in this and decided to apply and stated about his fated ingredient in his application. Because of his fated ingredient, the city hall readily recruited the boy, not because they saw prospects in the boy or his fated ingredient, but after clearing the last monster wave attack on the city, they had lost many elite soldiers and guards, but had gained lots and lots of resources and ingredients. They did not mind gambling a part of these resources to try their luck and create some unique and capable card apprentices. Anyways, there were a lot of freeloading card creationist mooshers under the banner of the city hall. The city's idea was to exchange some of the resources and labor to create a few elite soldiers and guards. This idea worked like a charm and created what the strongest squadron the Sky Blossom City will ever see, the Tiger Squadron, and their heroic Captain Ben Francis. The boy was none other than Old Man Ben, the current lost captain. Thanks to the bold idea of the City Hall, Ben was able to get his first origin created by one of the City Hall's finest and brightest card creationists using the most exclusive and premium ingredients, the emotion olfactory lobe. And this origin card helped a snot-nosed brat climb to the card Grandmaster realm and become the city's strongest pillar. Card name: Emotion Olfactory Lobe. Card type: Origin card. Card rank: Unique grade. Card rate: //. Card durability: //. Card effect: the host brain's olfactory lobe undergoes a mutation and the smell receptor cells in there are now able to smell the emotion. Emotion hound. Passive: the host can smell the emotion of existence with the equal or lower realm. Restriction: the existence of a higher realm than the host will only give out the oppressive smell. Emotion paralysis. Passive: the host's emotions have been paralyzed the movement. He equipped the origin card as a safe setting to protect the host's brain and mental health from collapsing due to emotional overload. Emotional sentience. Passive: all cards equipped by the host possess a level of sentience that makes them a living, breathing force of nature. Additional effect: all equipped card stats doubled unconditionally, cooldown period reduced by half, and card durability enhanced by +10. Emotion Olfactory Lobe, no doubt, is a powerful card. In exchange for his emotions, Ben was able to perceive others' emotions and give emotional sentences to his cards. Emotional paralysis did not mean that Ben was emotionless, but his emotions had frozen to a particular emotion, the emotions he had when he equipped his origin card. Thankfully, Ben's innocence had not been completely corrupted, yet even though the war between the monsters and humans had consumed those dearest to him, the first thing that came to his mind when his origin card creation was a success was not to get stronger or get revenge or exterminate monsters, but to protect humankind. No matter how much hardship the time threw at him, Ben's emotions were unmoved and froze. All he wanted was to protect the humans in the city unafraid, even if it cost his life. Due to this resolve, Ben was able to lead the Tiger Squadron and fellow allies to capture all the dungeons next to Sky Blossom City and bring an end to the monster wave. Ben was young and heroic. His bright light was bound to attract the capable opposite sex. Many bellas and dames showed interest in Ben, but their beauty and charm were never able to move the paralyzed emotions of Ben, not until Martha Adams. The emotions she emitted reminded him of his mother. Although Ben's emotions were frozen, his mind worked more efficiently unhindered by meaningless emotions. But even the strongest and the greatest of minds had their weakness, doubt, and addiction. The hero of humankind was not beyond these weaknesses. First, he fell for addiction and then self-doubt. Martha Adams was the start of his fall to addiction. He still wanted to protect humankind, but he also wanted to stop and enjoy the warm embrace of Martha Adams, which reminded him of the simpler times when in his mother's warm and cozy hug all his fears and worries would vanish. Everything was fine until 3 years ago when on a mission Martha Adams died, but Ben felt nothing. This was not a new reaction for him. Until today he thought of it as his strength, but now this reactionless response towards the only person who could reciprocate the selfless love of his mother for him made him doubt his entire life till now. This self-doubt and addiction withdrawals grew stronger than his frozen emotions, leading to him resign from his position as captain of the Tiger Squadron and spend the rest of his life as a gravekeeper, sweeping the cemetery where Martha Adams was buried. Date: March 25, 2321. Time: 7:28. Location: Sky Blossom City, St. Raymond's Cemetery. Wishing me the best, old Ben returned to his sweeping graves. Uncle Wyatt insisted he had breakfast with us. But old Ben refused politely, again and again. He was angry maybe because he knew Uncle Wyatt meant well. Thankfully, Eliza and Elliot stepped in and stopped Uncle Wyatt. I decided to keep my distance from old Ben, knowing his true identity in order to avoid exposing any flaws. The visit to Papa and Mama Wyatt's graves was a pleasant experience until Uncle Wyatt summoned a storage trunk full of ice, a beer keg along with a tap, pump and glasses, making the visit a lot more fun. Here, Wyatt, have a glass. After all that you have been through, you deserve a glass of beer. Dad, can I have one? After what you put me and your mother through, you do not deserve to call me father. Okay, Dad, I will not call you father. Now can I have a beer? Get it yourself. Uncle Ben offered me and Ronnie our first beers, at least that's what he thought. Corey, Pax and the twins also drank their first beer, for real. It was 7 in the morning, but the cemetery made it easier for us to not give a damn about it. Soon the visit turned into a full party as Jackie ordered some soft drinks for her and fried chicken for us to stay sober by feeding our stomachs. Fried chicken at 7 in the morning, Elliot's entourage took care of it. Even though our Viltronian physique made it hard for me, Elliot and Pax, we decided to double down and drink till we were drunk. Everything was going fine until Karen dragged Elliot to the side and whispered something. Sorry, everybody. It seems we will have to shorten our visit now. Something urgent just came up. With that, Elliot's bodyguards escorted Uncle and Auntie Wyatt, along with Ronnie and Jackie, to the JK group, housing their new temporary home. Until the bounty on Ronnie's head is taken care of, it is better for them to stay in hiding. Eliza and her siblings also left. They offered us transportation, but I refused as we had another place to be at. Wyatt, Karen was able to find your parents' party members, but I don't think they will be of any help as all 3 are heavily injured, hospitalized and comatose. Anyway, I will forward you the address and related information. Before leaving to tend to his problems, Elliot gave me all the information about my parents' party members and the address of the hospital they were hospitalized in. Therefore, I refused Eliza's offer, also because Susan and Corey decided to tag along with me. As I headed out of the cemetery with Corey and Susan, I saw old Ben again. It was quite dreading to see a card grandmaster single-mindedly sweep the cemetery. Looking at him, I suddenly had an idea and my impulse told me to act on it, but my sense of morality stopped me and helped me control my impulse. Not to mention, in front of Ben's strength, my current tricks were nothing. On my way here to the hospital, I had gone through the info I got on the remaining 3 party members of Papa and Mama Wyatt's party. The info was not detailed. It only contained information on their personal life. Not much was recorded about their professional life. But still, if not for Elliot, it would have taken me weeks or even months to find these people, let alone get this information. Chris Kane, Card Grandmaster, Silver Grimoire Holder. Amanda Kane, Card Grandmaster, Silver Grimoire Holder. Maya Kane, Card Grandmaster, Silver Grimoire Holder. Chris and Amanda are siblings, while Maya is Chris's beloved wife. All 3 of them were the genius among their peers and had achieved the Card Grandmaster level a decade ago. Since they could not upgrade their grimoire to Golden Grimoire, all 3 of them were stuck at the initial stage of Card Grandmaster for a decade without any progress. They were the only party members of Papa and Mama Wyatt for the past 2 decades. One could even say they were the trusted confidants of Papa and Mama Wyatt. Yet these people were never introduced to young Wyatt. What reason could warrant such secrecy? The most surprising thing was that this party barely received any missions from the Adventure Guild Association, just enough to maintain their status as an adventurer party. But from young Wyatt's memory, I know that Papa and Mama Wyatt left for missions twice or thrice a month. Considering that their party is not part of any adventure guild, their only source of mission should be the guild association, but the log at the association shows that Papa and Mama Wyatt's party just fulfilled the minimum number of missions every year to maintain their status as an adventurer party. So, where did their party get their other missions from? Just thinking of other possibilities, my body shuddered, as these other possibilities all involved illicit dealings. I had a hard time believing this, as Papa and Mama Wyatt were honest to the government as good tax-paying citizens. "Excuse me? How can I help you?" a lady in her early 20s asked as we entered the patient ward 16 where the Canes were admitted. This lady was the second child and the only daughter of Chris and Maya Kane, Connie Kane. She seemed to be looking after her comatose parents and aunt. Before answering Connie, I scanned the whole ward with my sole pupils for any possible covert eavesdropping or spying devices. Finding no such devices, I introduced myself to her. "Hello, I am Dalton Wyatt, and they are my colleagues Corey and Susan. My parents were the friends of your parents and Annie. Oh, you are Uncle and Annie Wyatt's son. Come inside." She welcomed us in and offered her condolence. "Sorry for your loss. My parents and aunt wanted to visit their funeral, but their wounds elevated suddenly, putting them into a coma. It seems she knows about my parents and me. Unlike me, she seems to know a lot." The patient ward was spacious, as only the three of Canes were occupying the ward meant for 4 patients. Looking at the arrangements, it seems Connie was occupying one of the beds and was spending 24/7 in the hospital taking care of all 3 of them. "Thank you. Does the hospital allow you to live here?" "Officially no, but unofficially yes. As long as enough money is." Connie was a talker, maybe because of spending most of her time in hospital alone taking care of comatose family members. I just had to lead her, and she would spill everything she knew. Turns out Connie had to sell her silver grimoire to afford all the medical expenditures of her parents and aunt. Even though her elder brother is trying hard to amass money by working 4 different jobs a week, it was nothing compared to the black hole hospital bills. If not for the money from her selling Get Grimoire, they would on streets right now. Connie also did not know much about our parents' professional life. She knew Papa and Mama Wyatt because before going into a coma, her parents and aunt showed strong interest in attending their funeral. Seeing that Connie was another dead end, I diverted my attention to the 3 Canes and examined their conditions with my sole pupils. What I saw in the bodies of Chris, Amanda, and Maya caught me off guard. Numerous black thread-like entities were festering on their soul pathway, slowly consuming their soul energy. No wonder they went into a coma, because all their soul energy was being fed to the parasitic entities, and just enough was being fed to their bodies to stay alive and produce a continuous supply of soul energy for these parasitic entities. "What did doctors say about Uncle and Auntie's condition?" I asked Connie. "They said that a type of parasitic energy is feeding on their soul energy and generating abnormal amounts of body heat. If not for the apparatus connected to them and regular visits from hospital healers, they would die from burning from inside out." Saying this, Connie started to weep. I could understand her source of sadness, but not her sadness, as only the one suffering knows the pain. Burning from inside out. F***CK, that is cruelty beyond my imagination. All 3 of them were constantly suffering from unimaginable pain as the parasitic entities burned them constantly from inside. This made it seem that entering a coma was a blessing in disguise for them. Seeing the condition of Chris, Amanda, and Maya, I knew how cruel their enemies were. And here I thought I was imaginative. Whoever these F***ers were, they freaking invented barbecue from inside out. I am not being inconsiderate of the suffering of the Kane family. Instead, I calmed down since I had a solution for their condition, but it involved them losing their free will. Right now the Kane trio were no better than being considered dead. Losing a little of their freedom meant nothing as long as they lived. This was the argument of my impulse, but my morality opposed for obvious reasons. "Connie, why don't you rest? We will stay and look after Uncle and Aunts." Connie looked pale and haggard. It looked like she did not sleep for days and may even be suffering from slight insomnia. If not for her high active soul control, she would have been bedridden by now. I wanted her to get some rest so I can get to my work here. But my words came off suspicious to Connie. who had just met me, alerted she asked, "Who are you guys?" My hastiness had ruined the only chance I had to treat the Kane trio peacefully. Though Connie looked like a damsel in distress, she was at the card soldier realm. So it was going to take me a little more force to knock her out, which was nothing thanks to my Viltronian physique. Before Connie could react any further, I got behind her at the fastest speed and rendered her unconscious, then slowly laid her on the empty bed. Corey and Susan gasped seeing my actions. I thought they would understand because this was not the first time I rendered a helpless girl unconscious to do what I want. Jackie was my first victim. "Wyatt, what are you doing?" asked Corey, and the look in Susan's eyes seemed to be asking the same thing. "I'm going to cure these three. Susan, you stand by the door as a lookout, and Corey, you look after Connie." I did not have much time since there are many variables in the hospital. Nurse, doctor, healer, cleaning staff, or Connie's elder brother, any one of them could walk in any second. So first I walked to Chris's bed and pulled the cubicle curtain to isolate us from the rest of the patient ward and give me some privacy, as what I was going to do could be considered taboo by some people. I created a Calamity Daughter core, but I had optimized this core in such a way that it could solve the parasite energy festering on Chris's soul pathway. Soul Pulse's soul energy manipulation, when used to its maximum extent, can convert any advanced form of energy into its basic form I.E soul energy. The black parasitic energy within Kane Trio's body was also an advanced form of soul energy able to sustain its form by leeching on others' soul energy. But the current problem was Chris was in comatose condition. He could neither equip the Calamity Daughter core card in his Grimoire Origin card slot nor directly swallow the core. So I could only use crude methods, forcing open Chris' mouth. I stuffed the Calamity Daughter core into his mouth and shoved it deep inside enough for the Calamity Daughter core to do its job. The Daughter core directly sewed itself into Chris's soul pathway arrangements following my instruction through Hive AI. After that, I did not let it absorb soul energy from Chris, but instead let it use the soul energy manipulation skill I bestowed to it to absorb the black energy festering in Chris's soul pathway. The fight between the black energy and Daughter core was time-consuming, but the more black energy was absorbed by the Daughter core, the stronger it got, and faster the process proceeded. There was a faster way. That was to let the Calamity Daughter core directly swallow Chris' soul, then destructure his current body and restructure a new body. This way the black parasitic energy would be discarded with the old body. But the problem with this method was that I did not have enough soul jades for the restructuring of Chris's body once it was destructured, not to mention Amanda and Maya that followed next. Though the current method of slowly swallowing black parasitic energy was time-consuming, it was the cheapest method. Assigning one of my slave consciousness to monitor the progress in Chris, I repeated the same process with Amanda and Maya and assigned my remaining 2 slave consciousness to remotely monitor each of them through Hive AI. Though the Daughter cores would save Chris, Amanda, and Maya, it would cost them their freedom. If Chris, Amanda, and Maya are not guilty of any crime against Papa and Mama Wyatt, I can give them the freedom level of a right/left arm. This level will not make them mindless dolls or soul-bound slaves, but their priority will be my interest and well-being. They will still have their previous priorities like family, career, greed, lust, etc., but all of it will be second to me, my interest and well-being. They will have desires and the freedom to pursue them, but if these desires come in the way of my interest and well-being, they will abandon them without a second thought. Yes, this was high-level brainwashing using Hive AI. This was the reason my morality was against using Calamity Daughter core to help them. I could come up with another way to treat the Kane trio, but it would take me months or years researching the black parasitic energy and ways to counter it. By then, either the trio would have succumbed to the black parasitic energy or my enemies hiding in shadow would have gotten to me. Time was the thing I was running short on, so I had to make a decision right now. Finally, I chose the path through which I stood to gain the most. By using the Calamity Daughter cores, not only was I able to cure the Kane trio and gain all the info I was missing about Papa and Mama Wyatt's past and find the enemies hidden in the shadow, I would also gain 3 powerful and absolutely loyal card Grandmaster Realm subordinates. Though their strength was diminished by Silver Grimoire, I think that Calamity Daughter core Origin card should be enough to fill the gap until I find 3 golden Grimoire or required ingredients for them to upgrade their Grimoire. It took 45 minutes, but Chris was the first one to awaken. Before he did anything stupid to arouse suspicion in Corey and Susan, I instructed him to continue and pretend to be unconscious using my Hive AI. While I was deciding on where to start my interrogation, Amanda and Maya also awakened one by one, and I instructed them the same as Chris. I also noticed that due to prolonged infestation of black parasitic energy in their body, the trio's bodies had accumulated a lot of damage, which even the Voltronian physical enhancement was unable to completely get rid of. It seems each of them will have to undergo body restructuring. Now that all three had woken up, I decided to begin my interrogation through the Hive AI network with the most obvious question: how did Papa and Mama Wyatt die? Susan, Corey, why don't you guys head to the warehouse? It's about time to open the shop. I will also return once Connie regains consciousness, I said, looking at bored Corey and Susan. What about them? Asked Susan, pointing to the Kane trio, referring to my claim earlier about curing them. They will be fine, I replied vaguely, answering the question but revealing nothing to them. Oh, okay, then we will head out first, Susan said as she and Corey prepared to head to the warehouse. After Susan and Corey left, I fetched some table salt and used it to awaken unconscious Connie from her slumber. It seemed she was really tired, and knocking her out gave her body the rest it seeked. I did not know when she would wake up, but matters were more urgent now than ever. I had to wake her up and proceed with the plan I just came up with after what I had learnt from listening to the Kane trio. You? Who exactly are you? What are you up to? Regaining consciousness, Connie jumped up in caution and shouted. Keep it down. Chris, wake up and get your daughter to speed. I ordered Chris to tell Connie her part in the plan. Hearing me confused, Connie looked towards her father's bed. To her surprise, her father, who had been comatose for 2 months, now suddenly woke up like a normal person. Not just him, her mother and aunt also awoke from their coma. Dad, Mom, you guys, what is happening in here? Is this some kind of twisted illusion of yours? Connie could not believe her eyes and thought I was playing tricks on her. Pudding, listen to Father. While Chris and the rest brought Connie to speed, I stood at the door as the lookout. The reunion of the Kane family was teary and messy after all they had been through a lot, but now was not the time for that, so Chris continued with the plan. Connie, call your brother and ask him to come here as soon as possible. Connie did as instructed, and Simon Kane rushed to the hospital as soon as he received the call from his sister. After another waterworks, Simon was brought up to speed and began to execute his part of the plan. Sir, you sure you want to discharge the 3 patients? Their condition is very critical, and without proper care, they may die, said the doctor in charge of the Kane trio. Doctor, you know me and my sister have spent millions for the apparatus and healer these past 2 months, and my parents and aunt have not shown any sign of progress or recovery. I can no longer see them suffering unimaginable levels of pain due to the black energy in their body. It's time we siblings steeled our hearts and let them go. Simon explained his reason to discharge his parents and aunt. You are right. The black energy has sunk deep inside your parents' and aunt's bodies. They are indeed in immeasurable pain. If you ask me, you guys are doing the right thing by letting them go. The doctor agreed with Simon as the Kane trio's situation was clear to him. 2 months ago, he had advised the same to the siblings, but the siblings did not agree to it then. After completing all the discharge procedures, Simon and Connie brought their comatose parents and aunt home. Chris, Amanda, and Maya's condition was such that none of the hospital staff doubted Simon and Connie's intentions, and everything went smoothly till the end. Date: March 25th, 2321. Time: 9:57. Location: Sky Blossom City, Kane residence. I have been trying to get hold of Elliot or Karen on my way to the Kane residence, but both their grimoires were out of reach. It seems whatever they were dealing with was serious, but I needed their assistance now more than ever. The abrupt discharge of the Kane trio from the Healing Ray Hospital should have already reached the ears of the Circle, the damned organization behind the death of Papa and Mama Wyatt and the misery of the Kane family. F***CK? I prepared for so many scenarios, but the Circle was not one of them. I thought Papa and Mama Wyatt's enemy was some strong individual or another strong adventurer party at best, but never in my dreams would I have guessed a secret organization ruling the Sky Blossom City from shadows for centuries was behind the deaths of Papa and Mama Wyatt. My miscalculation was due to my lack of information because I consider Mama and Papa Wyatt as a normal adventuring couple, but it turns out their identities were not as simple as I thought. This miscalculation on my part led to the current complication. There were hundreds of ways I could solve the current predicament, but they all put Simon and Connie at risk. I had already taken Chris, Amanda, and Maya as my subordinates, and it cost them some of their freedom. I did not want Connie and Simon's life to be added to that bill. With Connie and Simon's safety in mind, my options were limited to Elliot, who did not belong to this city's upper echelon, and I could be sure that he was not mixed in with the circle. The Kane trio are the only loose ends left of what had transpired with Papa and Mama Wyatt. The circle would want them to be taken care of permanently, so they will send someone to check on the trio after receiving the news about their discharge. I had until then to make arrangements for the Kane siblings. F***CK? I just wanted to live a normal life, but I guess this is what I pay for getting a second lease on life. Right now it was clear that it was me or the circle. There was no compromise or middle ground. No wonder Mama Wyatt did not want me looking into their deaths. She knew once I got closer to the truth, Sky Blossom City will no longer be safe for me. Dad, what is in that small box? Why did you bury it here? Connie exclaimed in astonishment, looking at the broken basement floor and the small box hidden in it. Connie, Dad will explain later. Be a good girl and help me patch this floor. After fusing with the daughter core, Chris did not feel any changes in his will except for an immeasurable amount of faith and belief for Wyatt. He was still his usual self, but now he cared more about Wyatt and what Wyatt would think or ask of him. Not to mention, he would sacrifice himself and the rest of his family to please Wyatt if required, just like a mortal worshipping his beloved deity. Chris knew that his body was permanently damaged as an effect of the cursed fire implanted within him by the clown mask. And after reading the abilities bestowed to them by the Calamity Daughter Core, he knew that he could gain a better body and get rid of old wounds to better serve his lord after undergoing a complete body restructuring. Amanda and Maya had the same thoughts, so they decided to bring out the stashed wealth that they had accumulated over the years, hidden from the circle's watchful eyes. They did not mention this wealth to Simon or Connie before entering a coma, because the sudden gain of wealth was definitely bound to attract Circle's attention, putting their life in jeopardy. Lord, please accept this. Chris, Amanda, and Maya offered their stashed wealth to their lord. What is this? A storage card. I took the small box offered by the trio, only to find an E-rank storage card within it. My lord, it's all of our savings, explained Chris. Why are you giving this to me? Give it to your kids. This will help them better settle and adjust to the new city they will be moving to. This was the prowess of the Daughter Core and its Hive AI brainwashing. Even though they had their own will and thoughts, it was not beyond me. But the ability of the Daughter Core also had its limitation. It can only sow into a card apprentice's soul pathway if that card apprentice had the equal or lower grade of a grimoire as me. That is, if I were a silver grimoire holder, then the Calamity Daughter Core can only work against the card apprentices within the Cardmaster realm with silver grade grimoire. If they happen to have golden or higher grade grimoire, the Daughter Core cannot sow into their soul pathway. Currently, I am a golden grade grimoire holder. Calamity Daughter Core can only work against the card apprentices within the Card Lord realm with golden grade grimoire. If they happen to have platinum or higher grade grimoire, the Daughter Core cannot sow into their soul pathway. But within Sly Blossom City, this was enough, as I had not heard of any card apprentice with platinum grade grimoire or realm above Lord realm. Chris, Amanda, and Maya were of Card Grandmaster realm with silver grimoire. It was not a challenge to fuse Daughter Core with them. Even though they were my subordinates, I did not want to mistreat them, not to mention their kids. I had already stolen their parents and aunt from them. I did not want to steal the wealth that rightfully belonged to them. And how much can their savings be? I knew Papa and Mama Wyatt's savings was nothing but a few million, and as their partners, the trio's savings should be the same amount. The current me is not lacking a few million. My lord, there are 72 soul jades in the storage card. We wanted to use the soul jades to restructure our bodies before we proceed further with the plan. Chris explained his intention for offering me their hidden wealth. Hearing 72 soul jades, I was surprised because I searched every nook and cranny of the Wyatt residence with my soul pupils, but I did not find any hidden wealth. After inquiring about this to the Kane trio, I understood why. Unlike the trio who hid their extra income from the circle, Papa and Mama Wyatt donated their extra income to the refugee camps, orphanages, and other worthy charities. The circle strongly monitored the strength and wealth of their party so that they could suppress any rebellion ideas the party would have. That is the reason, although all 5 of them had broken through the card grandmaster realm, none of them had a golden grimoire. Thinking about what Chris said, I thought what he said made sense and allowed them to restructure their bodies. I will compensate Simon and Connie later or in some other way. While Chris, Amanda, and Maya were restructuring their bodies, I finally received a call from Elliot. Wyatt, sorry I was in a meeting. I had to isolate my grimoire for the confidentiality of purpose. Elliot explained why I was not able to get hold of him and Karen. Hey, you don't have to explain it to me. I know you. Good thing that you called when you could. Are you free now? Elliot did not need to explain himself to me. I was his business partner, not his boss. Yes, I have about 30 minutes before I head home to deal with some stuff. It seemed something big had happened. I could tell by the amount of frustration in Elliot's voice. What happened? Some of the board members of JK Group along with Fine Gold screwed me over. I have to head back home to clean my backyard, and later I will deal with this Fine Gold itch. Elliot seemed to be pissed. Getting screwed by Fine Gold was one thing, but getting screwed by the JK Group, that must have hurt him a lot. Okay, I will forward you an address. Come meet me here, I said as I sent him the Kane family address. The Wood Sky Blossom City was under circle, and there was no way I could covertly execute my plan, so I decided instead of being covert, I should make haste before the circle responded. We'll be there in 5 minutes. With that, Elliot hung up. So, you want me to give them a ride to Blossom Cake City, stated Elliot, looking at Simon and Connie. Not just them, but also my uncle, aunt, Ronnie, and Jackie. Nobody related to me was safe in Sky Blossom City. As for Susan, I needed her here. What happened? You seem more spooked than usual, asked Elliot. The circle is behind my parents' death? That was enough, and Elliot's face also hardened, understanding the gravity behind this matter. Then you should also flee with them. No, I have lots of work here. Besides, I am pretty sure Circle won't openly act against me. I could say this because now I knew why the Circle went to such lengths to kill Papa and Mama Wyatt covertly under the guise of a mission. Okay, I hope you know what you were doing. Elliot did not try to argue because he knew no matter what he said it would not change my mind. As Elliot agreed, Karen looked towards the room where Chris, Amanda, and Maya were hiding and said, Master Wyatt, I thought we were friends? Master Wyatt, I thought we were friends? Karen asked, looking at the room in which Chris, Amanda, and Maya were hiding. Karen was the one to point out my breakthrough in Whitebin Manor, and now she was able to detect the hidden Kane trio. It seems she has a dependable detection card. I asked Chris, Amanda, and Maya to hide because I did not know how to explain their miraculous recovery from the cursed fire, which was supposed to be inextinguishable once it gets rooted in a person's soul pathway. Chris, Amanda, Maya come out and greet Mr. Elliot and Ms. Karen. Now that they were exposed, there was no point in hiding them, and might as well make use of this. Elliot, they are my parents' party members, and the ones that had brought me up to speed about my parents and the suspicious circumstances surrounding their death. If possible, I would like to buy 3 golden grimoires for them. Hearing my words, Elliot's face stiffened, and I could see his mouth twitching. Did I say something wrong? I thought as Karen spoke Elliot's mind. Master Wyatt golden grimoire are controlled items. You cannot buy them in normal ways. You will have to register with your resident city government, and then once the government does their due diligence and nothing suspicious pops up during your background check, you will be allowed to purchase 1 golden grimoire for yourself. This is the legal means, but if you are confident about your ability, you can also try and acquire the required ingredients yourself. Or you can also try your hand in the black market, but it will require a lot of patience as golden grimoires are a rare commodity, even in the black market, and it will cost you a fortune to just buy 1 golden grimoire, not to mention you want to acquire 3 golden grimoires. Hearing Karen, I understood Elliot's reaction. Since Elliot had gifted me a golden grimoire, I thought as long as I had enough money and connection, I could acquire 3 golden grimoires for the Kane trio. It seems I had underestimated the value of the golden grimoire. If it was that easy, I am sure the Kane family would already have bought 1 or 2. Now that I think of it, Kevin Zhang had to go through all that trouble of scheming against young Wyatt just to get his hands on his parents' silver grimoire. If silver grimoires are rare in the Sky Blossom City market, then the golden grimoire should be like unicorns. Elliot, it is delayed, but I sincerely thank you for the golden grimoire. I am sure none of the three means mentioned by Karen to obtain a golden grimoire would work for me, as I was not wealthy or had the time to buy a golden grimoire in the black market or search for its ingredients. As for registering with the city government, I would only be alerting the circle if I did that. No worries, Wyatt. I had procured 2 golden grimoires over a decade to recruit 2 capable card grandmasters for my security, but I could not find anyone trustworthy enough till to date. Thankfully, that worked in my favor. I used one for myself and gave you the last one. Elliot explained himself, not taking my ignorance to heart. It seems I owe Elliot one now. Well, let's just pile it together with the rest of the favors I owe him. All 3 ways mentioned by Karen do not work for me. Is there any other way to get a golden grimoire? After knowing the prowess and reach of the circle, I wanted to strengthen Chris, Amanda, and Maya as soon as possible and as much as possible. There is another way, said Karen playfully. Giving a pause, she continued. We can hunt those who already own golden grimoire. What? Honestly, I was not shocked by Karen's answer because I heard a lot of stories where card apprentices are hunted for their silver or higher grade grimoire. That's one of the reasons I did not consider raiding a dungeon yet. Similar to Kevin Zhang, I bet many adventurers and rogues are eyeing me for my grimoire. I think Karen has a point. If you are interested, I have a list of golden grimoire holders. How about this? Lend me these 3 here, their strength seems satisfactory. Saying that, Elliot began to explain what he meant. It seems Elliot, becoming the managing director of JK Group, Sky Blossom City branch, and curing his genetic disease, has alerted his siblings. So the JK Group board members supporting Elliot's siblings got together to overthrow Elliot as managing director of JK Group, Sky Blossom City branch. But that was not that simple, as the major shareholder and the current chairman of JK Group, Mr. JK, was favoring Elliot. So they tried the crooked way by contacting Fine Gold Jaya Keith and giving her enough leverage to stop Elliot from erecting a JK Group branch in Sky Blossom City. Jaya was not a fool. She knew what was happening, so today morning she set up a meeting with Elliot, where she proposed either Elliot partners up with Fine Gold to open a JK Group branch in the Sky Blossom City, or she will use the information provided by Elliot's siblings to sabotage Elliot's plans for opening a JK Group branch in the Sky Blossom City. Thankfully, Elliot's siblings were not dumb. With the information they provided to Jaya, it was only enough for Jaya to delay Elliot from opening a JK Group branch in the Sky Blossom City. Elliot's siblings just wanted to stop Elliot from gaining power, not ruin the JK Group's future. Partnering with Fine Gold was out of options, so Elliot rejected Jaya's proposition without hesitation. As a result, all his plans for opening a JK Group branch in the Sky Blossom City had to be put on hold for a month or so. Using this time, Elliot decided to solve the internal conflict in the JK Group. But the problem was that except for Karen and himself, he could not trust anyone. Even his new entourage had yet to gain his full trust. So when he saw Chris, Amanda, and Maya trusted by me, he decided to borrow them to clean up the mess back home. This way he gets the manpower he is lacking, and I get all the trophies collected during this hunt, which included golden grimoires and other hidden wealth of the prey. Elliot's plan was a win-win for both of us, and right now I need a lot of soul jades to unlock my 3rd transformation, which would unlock the 2nd transformation for Chris, Amanda, and Maya, but they would require 1,000 soul jades each to create their 2nd transformation bodies. So I needed soul jades and lots of them. Therefore I agreed with Elliot and lent him the Cane Trio. And thanks to Hive AI, I was not worried about their loyalty or other variables, as I could remotely order them from here. Since they were of no help to me here, as they could not make public appearances in the Sky Blossom City, otherwise the Circle's minions would hunt them relentlessly, it is better that they went with Elliot and upgraded their grimoire. Having reached a conclusion, Elliot left with the Kane and Wyatt family. Elliot had to make some additional arrangements as Chris, Amanda, and Maya continued to pretend to be in a coma. To those who were monitoring me, if any, this did not seem suspicious, as all of those that left with Elliot had no combat power, and as for the trio that was capable of combat, they were comatose. Sending off the Wyatt and Kane family with Elliot to Blossom Cake City, I headed back to the warehouse. Surprisingly, Ronnie did not go with his parents and Jackie. Instead, he decided to stay behind and work for me. In his words, "I will become worthy of you, Jackie." Elliot did offer him a job in the JK Group, but Ronnie was adamant that he would only work for me. I had no choice but to give Ronnie a job, seeing his enthusiasm. After all, he was family. Sending off Elliot and the rest, I and Ronnie head back to the warehouse. Upon our arrival, we saw Corey and Susan attending to an unexpected guest. The guest was a haggard, middle-aged man with an amputated arm. Astonishingly, I saw a black fire burning on the amputated end of his arm. Obviously, this raised alarms in my head as I was contemplating how to react. Seeing me and Ronnie walk in, Susan greeted us and introduced the guest, Lord Van. This is Dalton Wyatt you are looking for, and beside him is his cousin Ronnie. Wyatt, this is Lord Van George, the guild leader of the Tyrant Guild, and also Sarah's guardian. Lord William sent him here. Who is Sarah? I inquired, still looking at Van, knowing the purpose of his visit was me. The unconscious girl that fell on you. Remember, Susan answered. Oh, that girl. Corey's grandpa did say she was connected to the Tyrant Guild. I suppose Lord Van is here to take her back. I looked at Van intently for an answer. If he is here to collect the girl, then why wait for me? Yes, Master Wyatt, I am indeed here for Sarah. But I would like a moment with you. Van explained his purpose. Van addressed me as Master, cause that's how people here address a talented card creationist. Is it about the card Fated Encounter? William has already informed us about it. I said this because I was worried Van would be like that religious fanatic that tried to kidnap Pax, and be like, you were chosen by Fated Encounter, now you are our chosen one. All that *T. Okay, that makes things easier for me. You know how Sarah is still unconscious. She will continue to be unconscious until she receives a kiss from her charming prince, that is you, Master Wyatt. Hell no, I yelled. Seeing my exaggerated reaction, everyone in the room looked at me weirdly. Cousin, by any chance do you swing for a different team? Ronnie probed, while others looked at me intently for an answer. You shut the hell up. What do you know? This is how they trap you. I kiss her, and then she asks me to take responsibility for her. Been there, done that. I explained my exaggerated reaction earlier. That wasn't a no, mouthed Ronnie. Ronnie, go scrub the toilet. This is your first job, and watch what you say next. I warned Ronnie, to which he yelled, Sir, yes, sir, and headed towards the restroom. Even if you swing for a different team, you can still help me with this, right? A small peck on Sarah's lips will do. Hearing Van, my anger rose to its peak since I could not do anything to Van. Ronnie will have to face twice my wrath. Let me make things clear. I am straight as they come, and I cannot help you with this. I resolutely rejected Van, because if the Fated Encounter card is anything like a fairy tale, then there is a happy ever after to it, which can mean lots of things, like me being brainwashed into loving Sarah after kissing her. A happily ever after for Sarah indeed. This is just my speculation. There are many other possibilities. Not to forget that this condition of me kissing Sarah to wake her up was not mentioned in the card info narrated by William. Either William was lying, or there are many rules about the card Fated Encounter not mentioned in the card info. William had no reason to lie to me, so it was the latter. It seems Van understood my concern leading to his current actions. Van walked in front of me and knelt on his knees, saying, I, Van George, the last descendant of Irene George VI, and the loyal knight of Sarah Redfall, pledge on my name that there is no trickery involved in Master Wyatt kissing Lady Sarah. Corey and Susan looked at Van in astonishment. Van George was a card lord like William, therefore everyone under the card lord realm addressed him as Lord, but to think he would kneel in front of a card soldier and pledge his name. This is not something you get to see every day. Unlike Corey and Susan, I was not impressed, so I bluntly conveyed, Lord Van, I am sorry to say this, but you pledging your name is not the same as me risking my life. I cannot help you with this. Corey and Susan gasped dramatically. Annoyed, I yelled, will you guys cut it out? Don't you have other things to do? Hearing me, Corey and Susan embarrassedly fled to the bedroom where Sarah was laying. What will it take for you to trust me? Van requested, more like pleaded. I could tell this man was desperate. Considering that his guild and friends were massacred while he escaped like a coward, and with all that guilt he bore, this was not surprising. Before that, tell me, how many origin cards do you have, and what are their effects? Seeing Van's desperation, I thought of plans for him. Demigod Redfall, aka the romantic demigod, the nightmare of men and women alike, had a thing for beautiful and pure creatures. This is what his followers will say. But in reality, Demigod Redfall was a bisexual hedonist homewrecker. He would seduce and sleep with any man or woman he desired, no matter their marital or relationship status. Hence the title, The Nightmare of Men and Women Alike. Irene George VI is rumored to be one of his conquests, as she swore her and her family's loyalty to demigod Redfall even though she was married. Pleased by her devotion, demigod Redfall gifted her with his bestowal, Fated Encounter. Centuries later, when demigod Redfall had fallen, all his enemies, angry spouses, and lovers unleashed their wrath on his descendants and followers, during which Van George fled with baby Sarah to the Sky Blossom City for refuge, where he built a guild and gathered allies, but his past caught up to him and swallowed his guild and friends. Van George knew that the clown mask would not act without the orders of the Circle, and the only reason he could think of the disaster that had befallen him was because of his past. Thankfully, they do not know about Sarah, as even the Redfall family did not know about her, except for her father, the demigod Redfall himself. Yes, Sarah was the last bastard of demigod Redfall, but Van still did not understand why the clown mask let him escape. This was similar to back then when he escaped with baby Sarah to the Sky Blossom City. It was as if they wanted him to escape. Not worrying about what he could not see or discern, Van decided to worry about the matter in front of his eyes, i.e. awaken Sarah and get her together with her fated person Wyatt. Therefore he tolerated Wyatt no matter how rude he was. "Here, swallow this, and I will help you with Sarah," I said, offering a Calamity Daughter core to Van. "What is this, some kind of poison pill?" inquired Van, taking the Calamity Daughter core, as to an untrained eye false human core was nothing but small round pebbles. "That's the price for me to help you. Rest is up to you. Swallow it if you want. I am not forcing you, and I have nothing else left to say to you." Not getting an answer from me, Van frustratedly looked at the small round pebble in his hand and thought, completing the ritual is important, rest is secondary. "I have one origin card, and it is called Tyrant Body," answered Van obediently. If it was someone less, they would have already fallen for Van's docile and sincere act, but not me. I could tell he was working an angle that required my trust and willingness, otherwise with his prowess nobody here could stop him from doing what he willed. Card name, Tyrant Body. Card type, Origin card. Card rank, Unique grade. Card rate, //. Card durability, //. Card effect. The host can absorb soul energy from the surroundings at an unimaginable rate and mix it with her flesh and blood, reinforcing the physical body. This new body is called the Tyrant Body. Additional effects: superhuman level of stamina, strength, defense, regenerative power, reflexes, and agility. Restriction: soul energy absorbed and strength gained is directly proportional to the host's active soul control. But this absorbed soul energy does not help in cultivating active soul control of the host. So, Van's first origin card was somewhat similar to the Viltronian physique. Viltronian physique's power comes from the core, but the Tyrant Body's power comes from the amount of soul energy absorbed from the surroundings. And his soul energy absorption was a highly enhanced form of normal card apprentice soul absorption ability, but it did not have the advantages of the soul manipulation ability of Soul Pulse, as his soul energy absorption could not get rid of the cursed fire latched onto his soul pathway. I could tell that Van was being tolerant and polite because he had his own calculations involving me. But it did not matter, as I was going to make full use of Van's cooperation. This way I would checkmate Van without him knowing. Therefore I began designing a special daughter core that would be compatible and go hand in hand with Van's Tyrant Body origin card. This way Van's first origin card would act as a supplementary card for the Calamity Daughter card. After all, Tyrant Body was quite similar to the Viltronian physique. The world thinks Irene George VI had been awarded Fated Encounter after she declared her support to demigod Redfall, but in reality, Irene George had received the bestowal Fated Encounter long ago, even before she met her current husband. When Irene George ascended as the queen of the George royal family, she had gained the attention of the demigod Redfall and later became one of his secret conquests. But when the current government forced the George royal family to give up their power and assimilate with the government, distressed Irene sought the help of her lover. Since demigods cannot participate in mortal wars, Redfall helped her indirectly by bestowing Irene with Fated Encounter. Irene did not know how this helped her situation, but she had complete and blind faith in her lover. The current government, seeing that Irene was the last piece holding the George royal family together, planned to assassinate her instead of waging war with the George royal family, as this was the most efficient way for the government, whose power was stretched thin dealing with various enemies. The assassination was a success, and just when the government thought they had taken care of Irene, she made a comeback with her new powerful champion, who alone was equal to an army. Regaining her rightful place, Irene married her loyal champion and swore her and her family's loyalty to the demigod Redfall when he and his faction decided to enter the struggle for power with other rulers. It was not a surprise that Irene could retain the loyalty of a strong man with her beauty and charm, but it was surprising when that strong man would continue to be loyal even if his wife is enjoying a good time outside of their marital bedroom. This question plagued many scholars, minstrels, and bards. Many thought maybe Irene's husband was one of the demigod's lovers too, but he did not fit the demigod's type. What they did not know was this was all because of the ritual involved in the bestowal fated encounter. The ritual fated kiss where the charming willingly kisses the damsel, and they both live happily ever after. When the fated person kisses the unconscious host of the fated encounter, she is bound to fall under a SSS rank charm, and thereafter she is blindly in love with the host of the fated encounter and willing to be a slave if required by the host of the fated encounter. This was the reason Van was so polite, tolerating, and sincere towards Wyatt. Van had his doubts about Wyatt as the fated person of Sarah because he was too weak. So Van did his own background check on Wyatt. As a result, Wyatt's achievements and endeavor spanned over a week shocked him and his understanding of the world. Breaking into the card scholar realm within a week of contracting a grimoire was scary enough, but also achieving silver grade card creationist level in the same week was just horrifying. Understanding where Wyatt's value lied and having blind faith in fated encounter, Van decided that he had to get Wyatt to complete the ritual no matter the cost. "You promise to help me awaken Sarah with a kiss if I swallow this pebble, or whatever it is," said Van, looking deep into my eyes. Van did not care if the pebble-like thing was a poison or just a pebble, and never stopped to think why Wyatt asked him to swallow this small round person, because according to him, as long as Wyatt was enslaved by Sarah, everything could be solved later. "Yes, I do." I did not show the slightest speculation in my emotion as I said these words. "Good, hope you are a man of your word." Saying that, Van swallowed the Calamity Daughter core to get me to willingly kiss Sarah. Van finally steeled his resolve and swallowed the small round pebble. He tried to isolate the pebble from his body system by covering it with soul energy, but the pebble easily broke free of his restraint and vanished in the membrane of his food pipe, esophagus. Knowing this, Van felt a chill in his heart, and he roared, What did you feed me? Is it poison?" "I fed you nothing. You swallowed it out of your own will. And it is not a poison. It is the Calamity Daughter core. Cheer up. It is good for you now. You can heal your amputated hand and get rid of the cursed fire. Don't you feel the power and changes in your physique? Check your grimoire. I have bestowed you with false immortality." I slowly cleared Van's misunderstanding and explained to him the opportunity that I had bestowed upon him. Van felt the changes in his power and physique as I described, so he hurriedly summoned his grimoire to check for the reason behind changes, only to find his second origin card slot occupied by an origin card Calamity Daughter core. Reading the description of the card, Van understood what a miraculous abomination it was, but for some reason, he felt no resentment or anger towards the man who bestowed such misery upon him. Instead, he had a blind faith towards the man and wanted to devote his to him. He finally understood the meaning of the phrase, "Everything happens for a good reason." He felt as if every moment of his life, good or bad, was meant for this moment. I had set Van's Hive AI freedom level to subordinate level because I did not trust him enough yet for him to have the freedom level of left/right arm similar to Chris, Amond, and Maya. He still had a will, but his only desire and lust are me and my approval. Unlike the Cain trio who had their priorities and desires, but they were not as important as me and my well-being. "Lord, forgive me for I have sinned." Wonders of Hive AI brainwashing. Wait, me having to interrogate him, Van confused, feeling guilty. "Tell me how you have sinned." Hearing me, Van narrated how he planned to put me under an SSS rank love charm by having me, the fated person, tricked into willingly kissing Sarah, the host of the fated encounter. I called it, I thought, then looked intently at Van, who was kneeling in front of me begging for the punishment to atone for his sins. I did not know whether to be happy for getting a golden grade card lord subordinate but I decided to not think too much into it. and justify my ways, saying he tried to enslave me first. Get up, I will forgive you this time. Stop calling me Lord, instead continue calling me Master Wyatt. I don't want people knowing about our relationship and guessing my origin card ability. That will be disastrous for me. I did not prefer to be called Master Wyatt either, but this was how people here called a prestigious card creationist. Since the life/death match of packs, I have gained some reputation. And also, if asked Van to just call me by my name, he will think I am punishing him or forcing him to commit more sin. Since I have already decided to use Calamity Daughter Core, a proper hierarchy system has to be set to not cause complications in the future. Yes, Master Wyatt, and thank you for forgiving this lowly one, said Van gratefully. Could you stop with the formal speech? I finally saw the difference in the Hive AI freedom level. The Kane trio, though they worshipped me, they had enough will to act normally in the presence of the outside company. But Van's will was too devoted, and he felt guilty just to address me informally. Forgive my ignorance, Master Wyatt. Hearing Van, I sighed. It seemed as convenient as Hive AI was. It still had its complications and shortcomings which I will have to explore thoroughly before deploying it in public. Tell me about Sarah and her involvement. I had to take care of Sarah, as I couldn't just have an unconscious girl lying in the bedroom. I had Susan build for me. Sarah, in a way, is my niece and great-grandaunt. Hearing Van, a nuclear bomb explosion took place in my mind. It seems demigod Redfall, a bisexual whore, like to indulge in occasional incest. And Sarah is the product of his hedonist taboo pleasure conquest. Irene George VI never mated with her spouse. Instead, she had children with her lover demigod Redfall outside of her marital bed, but being bastards, her children could not claim Redfall name, making Van George and his siblings indirect descendants of demigod Redfall. And Sarah was the child of Van's sister born to demigod Redfall. But Sarah was able to take the name Redfall because she showed the highest blood purity among all of the demigod Redfall's descendants to date. Enough about the whoring demigod and his taboo tales. Tell me whether Sarah knew about the fated kiss, as she used the bestowal fated encounter, and make it short. If the demigod Redfall was still alive, I would not dare partake in name-calling the demigod, because their extraordinary senses catch on if any lower realm creatures call their name knowingly. But demigod Redfall had fallen. Who cares? No, Sarah did not know. If not for her rather special situation, I would not have introduced her to the bestowal fated encounter. Afraid of Sarah's identity being leaked, Van homeschooled Sarah since her childhood. When Sarah was in her preteen years, seeing her lack of awareness, Van introduced her to his friends, the guild leaders of Sunboar and Raven Guild. When Sarah became a teenager, the trio thought it would be better for Sarah to have friends of her age, seeing how she turned into a full-on tomboy under their influence. After that, Sarah's life tragedy started, as unlike her girlfriends, her teenage crush was not a boy or a man, but her best girlfriend. This was not evident to her in the protective shell of Van and his fellow guild leader buddies, but out here, she knew she was different. She was more of a boy than a girl, rather a boy trapped in a girl's body. Fighting her demons, Sarah finally gathered enough courage, and at a special moment kissed her crush. From there, everything went downhill. Being young and ignorant, Sarah's best friend did not understand Sarah's feelings. Instead, she felt violated and broke her friendship with Sarah socially, labeling her a deviant. Afterwards, when Van and his buddies knew this, they tried to console Sarah and tell her that there was nothing wrong with her. Instead, the society and its teachings were wrong. But that was not enough to console Sarah's young, broken heart, which thought she was destined to be alone. That is when Van introduced bestowal fated encounter to Sarah and his buddies, saying that everyone has a fated person and one has to be patient enough. Also, she should not give up trying, otherwise how will she find her fated person? Knowing Sarah was equipped with the bestowal fated encounter, the guild leaders of Sunboar Guild and Raven Guild were finally able to calm down enough to fight the clown mask. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, were the words that came to my mind hearing Sarah's life ventures. Now this made it harder for me to decide whether to use Calamity Daughter Core on Sarah or not. Master Wyatt, if possible, I would like to recommend Sarah as one of your followers, suggested Van as he narrated Sarah's innocence and her life experience. I was surprised that Van would suggest such a thing considering his emotional attachment with Sarah. So I decided to listen to Van's thoughts behind his suggestion. Master Wyatt, I do not know much regarding blood purity and its application, but there is a reason why demigod Redfall let Sarah, his last bastard, keep his family name out of all the bastards before her. Over the years, I had kept an eye out to see any sign of specialness in Sarah, but except for her transsexual interest, she is just a normal kid with normal talent as a card apprentice. Another thing worth mentioning is her fated ingredient charcoal fire beetle belonging to the same family of demigods rumored fated ingredient blood harvest beetle. But I believe the specialness of her blood can only be explored in the top 10 universities. I say so because of this medallion that the demigod himself had gifted to newborn Sarah. With this medallion, she can enter any one of the top 10 universities of her choice. I was planning on sending her there after the raid of the Blue Blossom Lakefield dungeon. So, I think Sarah can contribute a lot to Master Wyatt as your follower. Ben went on explaining why he thought Sarah would make a good addition as my follower. To sum it up, blood purity, demigod blood, fated ingredient charcoal fire beetle, medallion, top 10 universities. These were the key reasoning behind Van's reason for me to bestow Calamity Daughter Core to Sarah. Van, what do you think about the top 10 universities? Should I be attending one? I asked Van's input on this matter since he seems to have been in contact with the top 10 universities. Master Wyatt, top 10 universities is a good place to hone your skills as a card apprentice and creationist, but if they cannot see the specialness of Lord, then they are not worthy of your time. Asking Van's input in decisions that involve me was a mistake because he acts like an overly doting parent. The grapes are sweet if you can have them, otherwise, the grapes are sour. A classic way a proud parent will fool themselves and reason they're thinking that their child is the best. Hearing Van's biased opinion, I decide to not involve him in any of my decision-making in the future. Having heard his thoughts, I asked him another pressing issue. Van, what are your current savings? Master Wyatt, except for a few soul jades on me. Currently, I am under huge debt which I and the guild leaders of Sunboar Guild and Raven Guild together took to finance our raid of Blue Blossom Lakefield dungeon. But no worries, my lord, we three already had prepared contingency in case of the unknown. Saying that, Van began illustrating the contingency he spoke of. In case of the failure of the mission, the three guild masters planned to declare bankruptcy and discharge their debts by liquidating their extra assets according to the mandated law. Basically, except for the primary house and tools required by them to work and maintain a normal life. Everything secondary would be sold off to pay the credit owned by the trio. This would work because all the shares of three guilds that they had in their hands had been transferred all to a trusted person, Sarah. The creditors credited the three guild leaders huge personal loans because they thought the guild leaders owned their respective guilds. But by transferring the majority of shares belonging to them to Sarah, the guild leaders were no longer owners, but employees. Once a major share transfer is initiated, the major shareholders of the guilds are to be informed. They escaped this law because they themselves were each other's guild's major holders. As for the rest of the shares, it was scattered in small bits and pieces, not enough to be considered as major shareholders. This way, no one except for the three guild leaders knew about the share transfer. This way, they avoided liquidating the assets and dungeons owned by the three guilds when they declared bankruptcy in case they failed to raid the Blue Blossom Lakefield dungeon. Their plan was neat, and now that two of the guild leaders have died, it was much easier to put the plan in motion. Except for losing some secondary assets, Ben would not lose much as he did not own anything. Everything was owned by Sarah. F***CK. Hearing that Sarah will reap all the fruits, I could not help but curse, because I thought that I finally had a rich thigh to hang on to. Hiding my sadness, I asked, what do you plan to do next? First, I will restructure my body and get rid of the cursed fire. Later, with the help of the Lord, I will awaken Sarah. Then have her transfer all the shares of the three guilds to my lord. Answered Van. It seems there is another way to awaken the holder of bestowal fated encounter. That is to rub the blood of the fated person on their lips. It's just a precaution in case the demigod Redfall himself turned out to be the fated person, or worse, someone else in the demigod realm. Then the fated encounter will be more of a curse than happy ever after for the host of the fated encounter. No, don't transfer the shares to me. Let her keep the shares. You help her form a new guild, merging the remains of the three guilds, because the current share price of the three guilds is very low and individually they lack prospects. After the announcement of the massacre, people are dumping the shares belonging to three guilds. If possible, I recommend buying the remaining shares before you show up in public to declare bankruptcy and Sarah announces the formation of the new guild. Yes, I have decided on recruiting Sarah as my subordinate. I did not want the shares because such a big move was bound to attract a lot of attention, which I was planning on avoiding for now. After knowing the circle's interest in me and Mama Wyatt's origin card, it seems my claims of having the same origin card as Mama Wyatt has put me on the radar of the circle. Also, I cannot let go of a cash cow like the three guilds because my new origin card requires lots and lots of soul jades to unlock higher transformations for me and my subordinates. Considering my enemy, the circle, I can no longer continue with the slow-paced approach. Uncle Van, I will get stronger and avenge Uncle Boris and Uncle Mark, promised Sarah as she wept and leaned into Van's embrace. Sure you will, sweet pea, and I have just the way for you to get strong. Van supported Sarah's decision and began executing his own plan. Really? Sarah with her tear-filled eyes looked into Van's still eyes for confirmation. Yes, I do. The fated encounter found you your fated card creationist who can and is willing to create the type of origin card you want, assured Van without a slight fluctuation in his still eyes. I used my blood to awaken Sarah after Van restructured his body as having a healthy, familiar face for her to wake up to would save a lot of commotion and explanation. But still, I could not avoid the messy commotion after Sarah learnt of the Blue Blossom Lake massacre. She wept and mourned for the departed and promised vengeance. And during this, Van deployed his plan to recruit Sarah as his lord's follower by having her origin card created by his lord. Few potential customers visited during this time whom I had turned away by Susan saying I was completely booked for till 28th of this month. Interestingly, they were so impressed by my creations Pax's Iron Flesh card and Susan's Slime Armor card, they booked appointments for the 28th. Aren't you too young to be a card creationist? Asked Sarah to her fated card creationist introduced to her by her fated person as he was of the same age as her. No, I am not. Geniuses come in all shapes, sizes, ages, and gender. I replied nonchalantly. Do you want any info about my fated ingredients, and are you clear about my requirements? Though Sarah thought the young card creationist was narcissistic, still, she went along with him as her card creationist. She deemed him reliable because her uncle said so. After all, her uncle would not want to harm her, right? No need. Your uncle has already brought me up to speed regarding your fated ingredients and requirement for the origin card. I assured her, as I don't want my cash cow slipping from my palms. Sarah and the three guilds she currently owned were my tickets to opening third transformation of Calamity Soul Core and second transformation in my subordinate's Calamity Daughter cores. Getting Sarah's approval, I handed Susan the ingredients list required for the card creation. Origin Core X1, $125,000. Yes, it was going to be the cheapest origin card I will create to date, but considering the daughter core I would add during the creation process, I don't know if it could be considered the cheapest origin card I was going to create. D-rank Charcoal Fire Beetle, Sarah's fated ingredient. They are named as such because this particular beetle's exoskeleton and the shell is made up of variant charcoal. The charcoal exoskeleton and the shell of the charcoal fire beetle are always red hot and emitting red light like burning charcoal. As the beetle, using its pyrokinesis ability, it manipulates its body heat to ignite its charcoal exoskeleton and the shell to produce flames, then manipulates the flames for its defensive and offensive needs. Not to mention the Herculean strength and resilience of the beetle family it is endowed with. Many researchers are trying to explain, did the charcoal fire beetle develop its charcoal exoskeleton to make use of its pyrokinesis abilities to the fullest, or did it gain the pyrokinesis ability to make use of its charcoal exoskeleton to the fullest? This is the marvel of evolution. Nobody can explain it, but many still strive to. Some get close but can't see. Some get lost but believe they see. Sarah was not after the Herculean strength or resilience of the beetle family, nor the pyrokinesis ability or the charcoal exoskeleton of the charcoal fire beetle. She was after the lesser-known ability of the charcoal fire beetle, its ability to change gender when there is a lack of either of the two genders in their swarm during the mating season. Yes, Sarah desired the ability to change her gender so that she can get rid of the gender restrictions of her mortal body to suit her free sexuality. Sarah's demands for the card were the reason she had not created her origin card yet. The card creationists working for the three guilds were not qualified or confident enough to create such a card. And the capable card creationists for hire were not willing to create such a card because such a controversial card would label them for life. Sarah had finally found the hope to break free of the restrictions on her body, but once again society and its norms blocked her from achieving her desire. This was not new to her, so this time she got up pretty quickly. Sitting in the card room, I began to wonder why a monster with pyrokinesis was only ranked as D rank. After careful consideration, I came up with 3 reasons why. 1. The temperature of flame produced by charcoal, even in its variant form, is very less, 750 to 1,200 Celsius, 1,382 to 2,192 F, which is not enough to even burn the E-rank monster's physique. 2. The charcoal fire beetle lacks the soul energy control required to use advanced pyrokinesis to increase the temperature of the flame produced by its charcoal exoskeleton. 3. The charcoal fire beetle does not have high resistance to fire, therefore their charcoal exoskeleton not only helps produce flame, but also protects it from getting burned by the fire produced by itself. The variant charcoal cannot withstand temperatures above 1300 Celsius. Anything above this limit will turn the charcoal exterior to ashes. Looking at the limitations of the charcoal exoskeleton and pyrokinesis ability of the charcoal beetle, its soul not be ranked in D rank, but considering its Herculean strength and resilience of the beetle family, it is endowed with it barely passed as D rank. Now I had to come up with ways to get rid of these limitations to create a high-ranking origin card. While I was busy with Sarah's origin card creation, I asked Van to do 2 things for me. 1. Find a suitable E-rank or above dungeon belonging to 3 guilds for me to feed on. 2. Find 2 people who could represent and replace the guild leaders of Sunboar Guild and Raven Guild. I have been racking my brain trying to figure out the 3rd condition to unlock the 3rd transformation of the Calamity Soul Core. Taking the example of Dungeon Calamity Seed exclusively feeding on Dungeon Core, I thought maybe devouring a Dungeon Core would be the 3rd condition to unlock the 3rd transformation of Origin Card Calamity Soul Core. Therefore, I asked Van to find a waste E rank or above dungeon belonging to the 3 guilds so that I can feed on the Dungeon Core. Sarah currently owns the 3 guilds according to the majority share distribution and in papers. If she wanted to, she can merge the 3 guilds and form a new guild in name. But the same cannot be said for the members of the 3 guilds. Though they all are allies, still the merger will be a huge change for the members to get used to with their old comrades and leader dead. Not to mention Sarah is just a card scholar realm card apprentice. It will be hard for her to gain the respect and approval of the guild members, even with the full support of Van. Therefore, to gain the recognition and approval of the members of the 3 guilds, I needed 2 people who could represent and replace the guild leaders of Sunboar Guild and Raven Guild and provide support to Sarah. After careful consideration, I knew that I had to increase the strength of the variant charcoal exoskeleton of the charcoal fire beetle to increase the temperature of the flame generated by it. So we can conclude that the temperature of the flame generated by charcoal beetles is directly proportional to the durability and hardness of their variant charcoal exoskeleton. The charcoal of the charcoal fire beetle exoskeleton is dubbed as variant charcoal because it is biologically grown as the charcoal fire beetle exoskeleton, and in many ways, it is stronger and durable than natural charcoal as it is reinforced by soul energy. So the strength, durability, and hardness of the charcoal exoskeleton depend on the physique of the charcoal fire beetle. Then what will the strength, durability, and hardness of the charcoal exoskeleton be for a Voltronian physique? Definitely a few times better than the charcoal exoskeleton of the regular charcoal fire beetle. Not to mention Voltronian physique has a high level of elemental and physical damage tolerance, thanks to its soul energy reinforced physique. Now that strength, durability, and hardness of the charcoal exoskeleton were taken care of, next came the soul energy control and advanced pyrokinesis. Voltronians mostly relied on their brute strength, so when it comes to soul energy control they are weaker compared to the charcoal fire beetle, so the Voltronian physique is of no help in this situation. Thankfully, the Calamity Daughter core had the soul energy manipulation ability of Soul Pulse, which completely took care of the lacking soul energy control problem. As for the advanced pyrokinesis, as long as you meet a certain threshold of soul energy control, you can easily display advanced pyrokinesis without any difficulty. Advanced pyrokinesis was necessary to enhance the temperature of the flame produced by igniting the charcoal exoskeleton. As the charcoal exoskeleton based on the Voltronian physique is very strong and durable, It can easily withstand a few times more heat withstood by the charcoal exoskeleton of charcoal fire beetle. Due to the Viltronian physique, the Herculean strength and resilience of the beetle family were redundant. Therefore, I did not bother adding this ability to the origin card. Lastly, to meet the requirements of Sarah, using the gender transform skill of the charcoal beetle, I had given her two choices. One, she could permanently switch to her opposite sex. Two, she could temporarily switch to her opposite sex for a limited amount of time. What's the difference? In the first case, Sarah will permanently transform her gender. But in the second case, Sarah can only transform her gender for a limited period a day. After that, the ability would enter a cooldown period. Charcoal fire beetle can only transform their gender during mating season and would transform back after the mating season, which was similar to the second choice I mentioned to Sarah. But by identifying and isolating the soul pathway responsible for this phenomenon in charcoal beetle, I could give Sarah the ability to transform permanently or temporarily for a limited time. Finally, it was up to Sarah, and she chose the second option according to her wish. Having planned the complete card creation processes, I formed a party with Sarah, and opening the card creation page, I placed the charcoal fire beetle core, origin core, and calamity daughter core on the card creation page. First, I transferred the soul pathways of the charcoal fire beetle and calamity daughter core into the origin core. Then I used the soul pathways of the calamity daughter core to transform the origin core into a new calamity daughter core containing the soul pathway both of the charcoal fire beetle core and old calamity daughter core. Then I identified soul pathways responsible for the variant charcoal exoskeleton growth in charcoal fire beetle. Isolating that particular soul pathway, I add it to the Viltronian physique. And then I cut off the soul pathways related to the pyrokinesis ability of the charcoal fire beetle and added it to the soul pathways of calamity daughter core. Done transferring the soul pathways of the variant charcoal exoskeleton growth and pyrokinesis ability of charcoal fire beetle to the soul pathways of calamity daughter core, I needed to find the soul pathway responsible for gender transform in charcoal fire beetle and optimize it to Sarah's requirement before adding it to the soul pathways of calamity daughter core. After optimizing the gender transform soul pathway of the charcoal fire beetle, it was added to the soul pathways of the calamity daughter core. Just then, suddenly, brilliant white holy light shone in the card room. I was no stranger to this phenomenon. It was a demigod bestowal from fallen demigod Redfall. When a demigod dies, they are both not termed as deceased, but fallen because upon their death their divinity gets absorbed by the world, which will watch over the followers of that particular demigod. Therefore, even though the demigod Michael and demigod Redfall have fallen, they can still bless their descendants and followers. As the gentle white light filled the card lab, my mind slowly immersed in it, ready to receive the message it was going to transfer. Yin, Yang dual body, was the ability demigod Redfall's divinity was willing to bestow upon Sarah. A skill that allowed its user to switch between two bodies of different gender, Yin body, female, Yang body, male. A perfect skill fitting Sarah's requirement. Rendering the gender transform ability I had added useless. Thankfully, Yin, Yang dual body skill made use of gender transformation soul pathway, which I had added. Otherwise, all my efforts for identifying and optimizing the gender transformation soul pathways would be a waste of time. Following the instructions transferred by the white light, I added the Yin, Yang dual body ability to calamity daughter core. I also noted down the markers on the soul pathways left by the bestowal. Using my soul pupils this way, I will be able to recreate Yin, Yang dual body for anybody I want. Though I did not see much use for the Yin, Yang dual body ability, I still benefited a lot from this bestowal. I was able to clear some of the doubts I had while creating my own lesser version of the bestowal method. This card creation yielded a great harvest. I was able to further enhance my watered-down version of the bestowal method. Now that all the ability-related soul pathways from charcoal fire beetle had been transferred to calamity daughter core, and the bestowed skill was also successfully added, all that remained was morphing the origin core turned calamity daughter core to the card form. Morphing the core to card form, I checked the card info. Card name: charcoal fire calamity daughter core. Card type: origin card. Card rank: unique grade. Card rate: --. Card durability: --. Card effect: type: Named Calamity Daughter Core. 1. Pyrokinesis. The subject gains the ability to control and manipulate fire elements. 2. Voltronian physique. The subject has a similar physique to a Voltronian. 3. Immortal core. The daughter core has abilities similar to a Calamity parent core. It can nourish and protect the soul of the subject. As long as the core is not destroyed, the subject will not die. 4. Body restructure. The subject's flesh and blood have incorporated soul energy constructs to enhance the subject body's strength, agility, regeneration, etc. Using this ability, the host can switch between different transformations without the risk of losing the real form. 5. Named Calamity Daughter Core. Charcoal Fire. The subject is bestowed with transformation ability by the Calamity Parent Soul Core. Base form, Calamity Human Core Form. Form 1, Charcoal Fire Voltronian. Form 2, Locked, Conditions Not Met. Unlock Form 2 for further transformations. Additional skill, Hive AI. 6. Charcoal Exoskeleton Growth. The subject can grow charcoal exoskeleton on its epidermis, and its strength and durability are enhanced based on the subject's physique. 7. Soul Energy Manipulation. The subject gains abilities to absorb, store, and emit soul energy in large quantities in his/her flesh and blood. 8. Bestowal Yin-Yang Dual Body. The subject gains the ability to switch between two bodies of different gender, Yin body, female, Yang body, male. A gift from demigod Redfall to his daughter. Named Calamity Daughter Core. Mutant version of Calamity Daughter Core mutated based on the fated ingredient used to create it. If not for my mutated soul and refined soul energy skills, I would be envious of Sarah's charcoal fire Voltronian physique, which gave her a strong exoskeleton with flame defense and the ability to generate blazing flames and manipulate them with her thoughts. Chris, Amanda, Maya, and Van could not have a named Calamity Daughter Core because they did not have a fated ingredient to enhance their Calamity Daughter Core like Sarah. After going through the card info, I nodded in satisfaction and handed Sarah the card. Here's your origin card. Hope it's to your liking. Done already. I thought it was going to take at least half a day, said Sarah as she took the origin card and began to go through card info. Which was bad news for me because if she read the name Calamity Daughter Core and Hive AI info in detail, my plans will be exposed, so I advised her, skip to the last skill. That's what you asked for. Rest are the bonus skills. Okay, wow. Sarah took my advice and skipped to the last skill. Reading it, she gasped in astonishment. This skill was more than what she asked for. No, it is not a skill, but a bestowal gifted to her by her father. Sarah already knew that demigod Redfall was her father. Van had told her this to console her when she thought her free sexuality made her a freak and a deviant. This actually helped Sarah a lot to come to terms with her sexuality and desires. Seeing the bestowal skill gifted to her by her father, Sarah could no longer wait. She hurriedly equipped the Charcoal Fire Calamity Daughter Core without a second thought. As soon as Sarah equipped the origin card, her overjoyed expression became stiff and mechanical. Then she looked at me with eyes filled with worship, devotion, and faith. Her eyes conveyed that she would do or believe anything that comes out of the mouth of the man standing in front of her. By the time I was done with Sarah's origin card, Van had already completed the 2 tasks I had assigned him. Master Wyatt, this is Pablo, the only son of the late Raven Guild leader Boris, and this is Fred, half-brother of the late son Bor, Guild leader Mark. Fellows, this is Master Wyatt, the young and budding card creationist. Van introduced me to the 2 people who will be representing and replacing the guild leaders of Sun Bor and Raven Guild. Van, I am here to get my little brother's grimoire, not fraternize. Now give me my brother's grimoire, so I can leave already. Mouthed Fred, glaring at Van. I am getting there. Remember what I told you earlier. A way to increase the chances of inheriting your predecessor's origin card. Master Wyatt, if you may, explained Van as he requested me to take over. During the massacre of Blue Blossom Lake Field Dungeon, knowing that they cannot escape, the guild leaders of Sun Bor and Raven Guild entrusted their golden grimoires to Van so that he can pass the grimoires to their families, so that their families and loved ones will not end with their deaths. Creating 2 Calamity Daughter cores, I handed them each to Pablo and Fred, explained to them the core's usage. Add this while you upgrade your grimoire. This increases the chances of inheriting your predecessor's origin card. Don't ask how and why. I don't know either. I do not believe such a miraculous thing exists, but I trust Uncle Van. Pablo declared. Even though I was the eldest son, my father chose Mark to inherit grandfather's grimoire and the guild because he knew I had a lesser chance of inheriting the son-bore possession origin card. So I will try anything if I can inherit the origin card, expressed Fred. Van handed Pablo and Fred their respective golden grimoires. The duo then placed the Calamity Dungeon core and the golden grimoire on their grimoire card creation page and began upgrading their grimoires. Pablo, Peak Card Master, Silver Grimoire Holder, 0 Origin Cards. Boris, Initial Card Lord, Golden Grimoire, 1 Origin Card, Immovable Mountain. Fred, Peak Card Grandmaster, Silver Grimoire Holder, 1 Origin Card, Elder's Tranquility. Mark, Initial Card Lord, Golden Grimoire, 1 Origin Card, Sun-bore Possession. Pablo and Fred successfully upgraded their grimoire to golden grades and were also able to inherit the origin cards of their predecessors. Pablo's Immovable Mountain origin card combined with Calamity Daughter core to form Unshakable Calamity Daughter core. Card name, Unshakable Calamity Daughter core. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect, 1. Unshakable. The subject and ally units within 50 meters are immune to all damages and debuffs when the subject is immobile. 2. Voltronian physique. The subject has a similar physique to a Voltronian. 3. Immortal core. The daughter core has abilities similar to a Calamity parent core. It can nourish and protect the soul of the subject. As long as the core is not destroyed, the subject will not die. 4. Body restructure. The subject's flesh and blood have incorporated soul energy constructs to enhance the subject body's strength, agility, regeneration, etc. Using this ability, the host can switch between different transformations without the risk of losing the real form. 5. Named Calamity Daughter core, Unshakable. The subject is bestowed with transformation ability by the Calamity Parent Soul core. Base form, Calamity Human core form. Form 1, Unshakable Voltronian. Form 2, Locked, conditions not met. Unlock Form 2 for further transformations. Additional skill, Hive AI. 6. Soul Energy Manipulation. The subject gains abilities to absorb, store, and emit soul energy in large quantities in his/her flesh and blood. Fred's Sun-bore possession combined with Calamity Daughter core to form Sun-bore Calamity Daughter core. Card name, Sun-bore Calamity Daughter core. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect, 1. Sunbore Main. The subject gains the main of Sunbore's main, which is as hot as the surface temperature of the sun. 2. Voltronian physique. The subject has a similar physique to a Voltronian. 3. Immortal core. The daughter core has abilities similar to a Calamity parent core. It can nourish and protect the soul of the subject. As long as the core is not destroyed, the subject will not die. 4. Body restructure. The subject's flesh and blood have incorporated soul energy constructs to enhance the subject body's strength, agility, regeneration, etc. Using this ability, the host can switch between different transformations without the risk of losing the real form. 5. Named Calamity Daughter core, Unshakable. The subject is bestowed with transformation ability by the Calamity Parent Soul core. Base form, Calamity Human core form. Form 1, Sun-bore Voltronian. Form 2, Locked, conditions not met. Unlock Form 2 for further transformations. Additional skill, Hive AI. 6. Soul Energy Manipulation. The subject gains abilities to absorb, store, and emit soul energy in large quantities in his/her flesh and blood. 7. Sun-bore. The subjects can physically transform into a sun-bore and gain all the physical and elemental prowess of a sun-bore. Caution. Sun-bore is literally a star that has taken a boar form upon gaining sentient, hence the name sun-bore. Card name, Elder's Tranquility. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. When active, the host gains the inner peace and tranquility of a wise elder, and cultivating active soul control becomes easier for 3 hours per day. Additional effect. All cards equipped by the user gain -1 star card rating. F***CK. I could not help but curse seeing the card info of the Elder's Tranquility origin card of Fred. No wonder he was at peak of the card Grandmaster realm, even though he only had a silver grimoire. With the origin card, which helps in the cultivation of the active soul control, he could easily break the cultivation restriction due to a lover-grade grimoire. It seems Pablo and Fred were stuck in their previous realm for too long as they broke through after upgrading their grimoire to golden grade. Current, Pablo was an initial card grandmaster while Fred had stepped into the initial card lord realm. Now that all the pieces were prepared, I could begin with my plans. Yes, I did not want to repeat my past mistakes, but this was not my past to right my wrongs. When Chris, Amanda, and Maya narrated Mama and Papa Wyatt's life experiences, I knew I could not look at this world with Earth glasses on because this was not Earth to begin with. Heck, people here do not know what the world they live in is called because they could not explore the world beyond the numerous high-level dungeons that are surrounding them. People here are restricted to a limited land to live in, much like the monsters limited by their dungeon. Color me surprised when I knew that almost all of the low and middle-level bureaucrats and noble families of the Sky Blossom City were dogs of the Circle, while some of the top and high-level bureaucrats and nobles were the loyal members of the Circle. All in all, the whole Sky Blossom City was the Circle's backyard. With such a powerful and cruel enemy, how could I hope to live in peace with my loved ones? After learning the reason for Mama and Papa Wyatt's death, I knew without enough strength I did not have the choice to live a peaceful life. Not to mention, now that the Circle knew I had the same origin card as Mama Wyatt, it would not let me have my freedom, let alone live a peaceful life. Oracite is a very resourceful origin card that is key in the Circle reaching its goal. That is why I or the Kane Trio do not understand why the Circle killed Papa and Mama Wyatt despite their obvious usefulness. Disposing of the useful tool was not like the Circle. It is a mystery I had to solve. Anyway, they needed a new tool, and I was it. They are waiting for me to spread my wings before they shackle me and show me my place as their obedient tool. I have been too high profile recently, and the Circle should have already learned all about my growth, and it's only a matter of time before the Circle decides I have grown enough and comes looking for me. Knowing what the future had in store for me changed my mind about this world along with my ideals and morals within a few deep minutes. I was feeling guilty about using the Calamity Daughter core to cure Chris, Amanda, and Maya, as Russ turning them into my subordinates, but learning the cruel reality about this world where I, or anyone I hold dear, could die any time the guilt was no longer there. Instead, I no longer intended to hold back my power. I was going to make use of the parent/daughter core and build a loyal and strong army greater than the Circle and its circle of influence. Therefore, there wasn't a shred of guilt in me when I tricked Van, Sarah, Pablo, or Fred into ingesting Calamity Daughter core. Since they are my subordinates, I won't take them for granted or treat them badly. They all would have their free will as long as they stayed loyal to me. Date: March 25th, 2321. Time: 17:07. Location: Sky Blossom City, D-Rank Silver Beach Gate Dungeon. Having upgraded their grimoire, I ordered Pablo and Fred to help Sarah in the merger of the three guilds. For now, those three had their hands full with the creation of the new guild. There should not be any opposition since the trusted representative of their late guild themselves agrees to the merger, and also because with most of the elite adventurers of the guild dead, it would be very hard for the guilds to stand alone. Even though the adventurers of the three guilds knew that some powerful force out there had just massacred most of the guild members, and the guild leaders, they did not choose to leave the guilds because they knew it did not matter if they left the guild if the enemy wanted to wipe out the very last member of the guilds. Not to mention, no guilds will recruit them knowing they abandoned their old guild in time of need. While Sarah was busy announcing the merger of three guilds along with Ferd and Pablo, Van and I visited the D-Rank Silver Beach Gate Dungeon, where I made a huge discovery. I had asked Van to find a suitable E-rank or above dungeon belonging to three guilds for me to feed its dungeon core. My reason to feed on a dungeon core was the Dungeon Calamity Seed and its habit of exclusively feeding on a dungeon core in hopes of reaching a higher evolution. I thought maybe devouring a dungeon core would be the third condition to unlock the third transformation of my origin card Calamity Soul core. Van did as I asked him to, and he found two dungeons matching my requirements. One was D-rank and another one was C-rank. So I chose to visit the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon. The inhabitant monsters of the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon were giant poisonous crabs. If not for the poisonous part, these crabs would be sought after for their meat. The crabs are not to be blamed. They are not poisonous by birth. It's the ocean water they feed on that is poisonous. Yes, the topography of the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon had a small beach with a part of the ocean. The water of the ocean in the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon was silver in color due to an unknown poison in it. Therefore, the gate dungeon was named Silver Beach. After visiting the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon, I discovered that the poisoned ocean believed by the adventurers was not a sort of poison, but silver milk. I was able to tell because I had created this silver milk in my lab back on Earth. If I remember correctly, silver milk was just a byproduct produced during the production of the Viltronian superhuman serum I had created to fight the Viltronian bastard. "I am home," announced Corey as she locked the door behind her. "You are early today, sweet pea." William, who was cleaning the ceiling of the flat, inquired. "I feel like I am about to break through to the card soldier realm. So I asked Big Sis Susan for an early leave," answered Corey as she headed to her room to freshen up. "My granddaughter is the most talented. If only you were not be distracted with this new job of yours and single-mindedly concentrate on the cultivation, you would have ascended into the card soldier realm much earlier." William nagged. "Stop it, Grandpa. I am not quitting my job. If anything, it helped me grow a lot as a person." Corey's thoughts were different from her grandpa's. "I never asked you to quit. I just pointed out that you would have ascended to the card soldier realm a lot sooner without that job distracting you." William didn't seem to give up on his argument. "I will not be having dinner tonight, as I will be trying to break through to the realm, so don't disturb me." Saying that, Corey shut the door of her room. Date: March 25th, 2321. Time: 1735. Location: Sky Blossom City, D-rank Silver Beach Gate Dungeon. I conducted a series of quasi-experiments using the gathered data by observing the system of the D-rank Silver Beach Gate Dungeon. And I was right, this poisonous ocean water was indeed silver milk. Silver milk is indeed deadly for a human as it has an insanely high level of sodium concentration in it. These levels of sodium concentration can lead to organ failure and heart attack even in a card student or a card scholar. The reason for these high levels of sodium in the Silver Beach ocean water is the salts contained in the ocean water. These salts were not normal salt. They were highly concentrated and vigorous. In layman's terms, these salts are strengthened by the soul energy, which brings a change in their compound structure, leading to insanely high levels of sodium concentration in the salts. Sodium helps the body to maintain fluid levels. In the human body, the balance of fluids and sodium is necessary for the health of the heart, liver, and kidneys. It helps regulate blood fluids and prevents low blood pressure. I consider the discovery of silver milk as a huge discovery because of the miraculous effects of the salts extracted from it. There is a popular belief that salts are best for food preservation and are dubbed as microbe killers and food savers. But actually, not all salts are the same. Some sea salts help in the growth of various types of microbes. Similarly, the salts extracted from silver milk can help in the growth of a certain rare and special type of microbe, which is commonly found in the Earth's atmosphere. A little amount of this salt, when placed in an enclosed container void of light, can produce tons of these microbes in the enclosed container. Later, these microbes are extracted and processed to be stored in powdered form. These microbes are special because they help in the all-around development and growth of the human body, even breaking the normal limits of the human body, reaching the superhuman level upon prolonged regular consumption. I did not know how these microbes did this until I came into this world. Turns out these microbes help in increasing the active soul control percent of humans with prolonged regular consumption. In this world, there is no external way or shortcuts for achieving 10% active soul control. Nearly 86% of people in this world do not achieve 10% active soul control before 17 years old and are deemed as late bloomers for having a lesser talent for active soul control cultivation. These people will pay an arm or leg for their progeny to reach 10% soul control before they reach 17 years of age. Just take young Wyatt as an example. He was scammed into bankruptcy being promised a way to increase active soul control percent. If I were able to grow and mass-produce these microbes, then I would no longer have money troubles. Yes, if I played my cards right, I would no longer need to worry about money or soul jades, but that is easier said than done. I may solve my money problem, but I will be putting my life in jeopardy. If I had to monetize the microbes efficiently while ensuring my safety, then I would have to find a strong backer and partner, who better than the one who governs everyone, the central government. If I get in bed with the government in the production and sales of these dry powdered microbes, I will be making significantly less money, but my life will be out of danger. Revising the plans for my future course of action, I began extracting salts from silver milk to cultivate a batch of the special microbes and produce the silver milk powder. Since the microbes are produced by the salts extracted from silver milk and consumed in the dry powdered form, they are termed silver milk powder. Date: March 25, 2321. Time: 2112. Location: Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall Staff Housing. Building number 29, 4th floor, room number 401. Hey Gramps, what's for dinner? I am starving, said Corey as she walked out of her room in nothing but a tight tank top and extra short shorts. Sorry, sweet pea. I only prepared dinner for myself since you said you did not want any. William answered as he set up the dinner table for himself. Fine, then I will enjoy this meal as you prepare meals for both of us again. This amount of food will not satisfy my hunger. Without care, Corey did not wait for William's response and began devouring the meal William had prepared for himself. Sure, sweet pea. To celebrate you stepping into the card soldier realm, I will also bake a special dessert for you. William excitedly headed to the kitchen, satisfied seeing his beloved granddaughter enjoying his hand-cooked meal. And Gramps, I'm quitting my job at the Association Mall tomorrow, declared Corey with her face stuffed with food. Great. Hearing Corey finally willing to quit her job as a mere staff, William finally beamed with joy. Though he supported Corey's decision, it doesn't mean that he thought his precious granddaughter working as a maid for a bunch of ants was a good idea. William was so happy that he failed to notice the change in Corey. I raided the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon, planning to devour its core and see if it could satisfy the hidden condition of unlocking my third transformation, but due to the discovery of the silver milk, I had to put it on hold. Successfully concocting the first batch of silver milk powder, I ingested the powder. It tasted tasteless and bland like the whey protein powder back on Earth, but it contained way more nutrition and soul energy in it. If this powder were to be injected from childhood, people may be able to reach 10% active soul control even before reaching 16 years of age. So everyone will be a genius, or a 16-year-old card apprentice would no longer be considered a genius or a talent. This powder will bring in a revolution in this world, and I, who is at the center of this, am bound to gather a lot of attention. Without thinking too much about the implications of me introducing this product to the world, I began writing 2 different papers on my findings on how to destroy a calamity dungeon core and silver milk powder production and application. Having completed the paper coming out of the gate dungeon, I called Elliot because he promised me he could get my findings patented within a day. Hey Wyatt, if you have called, thank me, do not bother. Your people have been a lot of help. They just protected me from an ambush a few hours ago. Don't worry, I am fine. Elliot answered the call and joyously reported his status. What about my relatives and the Kane's siblings? I thought I was sending them away from harm's way, but it seems I had underestimated the dispute between Elliot and his siblings. They are fine, but it will take them some time to settle in their new life. And also, the ambush on me was rewarding. Maya has successfully upgraded her grimoire to golden grade. Right now we are out shopping for suitable B rank and A rank cards for Maya. I was happy to hear that the Kane Trio's visit to Blossom Cake City was already yielding results. Good to know that everyone is safe. Hey, I have written 2 papers on 2 different findings of mine. Help me apply for a patent for both. The second findings are a bit sensitive. Be more cautious than usual applying for the patents. I advised Elliot to be careful as the findings I am about to send to him were very sensitive. Was I worried that Elliot would betray me? Yes. Did I give Elliot all my findings regarding silver milk powder? Yes. In the paper that I forwarded to Elliot, I had explained in detail how to produce silver powder and what its application was, but did not mention where to find the key ingredient in the production of the silver milk powder, the silver milk. Yes, there was no mention of the Silver Beach dungeon or silver milk being ocean water in the paper. What's the use of the recipe if you do not have the ingredients? Without proving the existence of silver water, the whole paper I wrote on silver milk powder would be just treated as a work of fiction. But publishing the paper and patenting my findings wouldn't be a big deal. Sure, send it over. I will give you the good news tomorrow morning at the latest, Elliot assured me. 5 minutes later. Elliot calling. ANS, reject, ignore reply. Answer. Wyatt, is it true? You are not kidding, right? Elliot frantically asked. He could not believe the second paper his friend had written. He went through it 5 times before calling, just to be sure he was not hallucinating. I am serious. If you find it hard to believe it, then come over. I have a batch of freshly concocted silver milk powder on me. You can verify it. I could understand Elliot's disbelief. Silver milk powder was just that unbelievable. No, I believe you. That is why I am planning on doing something big. So if you are kidding me, just tell me now, otherwise it will cost my life. It seems Elliot was not boasting when he said he could get my findings patented in a day. Trust me, I am the last person to joke about this kind of thing. I assured Elliot because I was sure whatever he intended on doing would benefit me more than him. Good. I will get back to you within 3 hours. Keep the silver milk powder safe. If possible, make more of it. Elliot ended the call. Date, March 25th, 2321. Time, 21:47. Location, Sky Blossom City, C-Rank Mount Tribe Burial Caves Gate Dungeon. Since I could not verify my hypothesis about devouring the dungeon core to meet the hidden requirements to unlock the third transformation of my Calamity Soul core at the D-Rank Silver Dungeon Gate Dungeon, I came to the second dungeon of the 2 dungeons which Finn had listed for me, C-Rank Mount Tribe Burial Caves Gate Dungeon. Similar to the Silver Beach Gate Dungeon, the Mount Tribe Burial Cave Gate Dungeon was also one of the least profitable dungeons. Except for training purposes, this cave did not serve any other purpose or bring any form of income to the guild. So it was listed along with Silver Beach as useless dungeons for me to devour the dungeon core. The inhabitant monsters of the Mount Tribe Burial Caves Gate Dungeon were mutant zombies of the Mount Tribe. The Mount Tribe are a mountain settlement of dwarfed giant race whose height spans from 4 to 7 meters. A dozen of 4 to 7 meters tall mutant zombies rushed towards me and Van, who had just entered the dungeon through the gate. I signaled Van not to take action as I wanted to see how strong I have grown after forming the Calamity Dungeon core. A dozen of dwarfed giant mutant zombies rushed towards me. Seeing these 11 to 12 5 to 6 meters tall mutant zombies run at me, I did not feel an oppressive sense one would feel upon such a sight. Instead, I was excited, and I followed my desire as I made use of Voltronian flight and flew straight, punching a zombie on the temple of its skull. My punch was so vigorous that it shattered the zombie's skull and penetrated its brain, killing the zombie on the spot. I tried to do the same to the other zombies, but I was surrounded, and about 4 to 5 zombies clawed at me, sending me flying and crashing into the pavement. Even though I was just a card soldier, I was able to kill a C-rank monster, which is a level higher than me, because my Voltronian physique had been strengthened by my 4 times mutated refined soul energy. That is to say, my Voltronian physique was 4 times stronger than any normal Voltronian physique. So even though I was 1 level lower than the C-rank monster, I was still easily able to kill it with a punch. Similarly, even though I crashed into the pavement under the force of the combined claw attack of the zombies, I was still unscathed. There wasn't a single scratch on my body. Even though I was stronger than the mutant zombies, the mutated zombies had 2 advantages over me: their enormous build and numbers. If I continued to fight with zombies in the same style, I would take a beating, but eventually come out victorious. But I had another ace up my sleeve which I wanted to test for a while now. Getting out of the rubble, I looked at the mutant zombies who dashed at me, and a grin formed at the corner of my mouth as I activated the second transformation of my Calamity Soul core, Voltronian Titan. Boom! With a loud explosion, an enormous amount of heat and energy was generated as my 1.7 meters tall body transformed and grew into a 21 meters tall giant. Unfortunately, the caves were not tall enough to hold my tall physique, and I hit my head on the ceiling of the cave. The height of the cave was about 18 meters or so. I had to bend over to fit in the caves. This restricted my mobility. I wanted to go on a rampage with my new form, but the lack of height in the caves made me feel like being caged, and I even felt a bit claustrophobic. So, I hurriedly took care of the zombies by stomping them all into meat patties and transformed back to the first form of Calamity Soul core, Voltronian. Knowing that I cannot freely use my second form in this dungeon was a letdown. I asked Van to clean the zombies on our way as we headed to the boss room of the dungeon. Stepping into the boss room, I saw a bulky 9 meters tall mutant zombie holding a warhammer. Other than finding the requirements for the hidden conditions for the third transformation of my Calamity Soul core, I had another reason to visit the dungeon, that is to test the effect of my Calamity Daughter core on a monster, and the mutant boss zombie in front of me was a good subject to conduct my experiment on. Therefore, I handed a Calamity Daughter core to Van and asked him to use force or trickery to feed it to the mutated boss zombie. As the mutant boss zombie let out a war cry, Van with an unimaginable speed sprinted next to the mutant boss zombie and stuffed the Calamity Daughter core down its throat. Swallowing the core, the mutant boss zombie's furious facial expressions became mechanical and unnatural before it finally submitted to the Calamity Daughter core and acknowledged me as its master. As the boss monster was enslaved, the core of the dungeon revealed itself. It seems my experiment was a success, and it opened endless possibilities for my future combat style. Looking at the mutant boss zombie, which was respectfully bowing to me, I shook my head as it had to die, because I did not make prior arrangements to take it with me. And also with Calamity Daughter core, I could enslave a Lord-level A-rank monster, so why settle for a C-rank monster? Disposing of the C-rank boss monster also gave me a chance to test the ability which allowed me to sacrifice the Calamity Daughter core hosts to recover my soul energy. When I activated the sacrifice ability, I felt a surge of soul power in my body, and simultaneously, I noticed the mutant boss zombie wither as the surge of energy in me grew. Finally, the boss monster turned into dust and dissipated with the wind. After sacrificing the boss zombie, I turned my attention to the dungeon core. The core of different ranks of the dungeon is different, and the core of the C-rank dungeon is about the size of an adult human. Walking next to it, I could feel the incredible amount of soul energy stored in it. The core was brimming with soul energy, so much so that pure vapors of soul energy leaked out of it. I placed my hand on it and felt the soul energy in the core, and then summoning my grimoire, I began sacrificing the soul energy in the core to my origin card. It took me an hour to suck the whole dungeon core dry of the soul energy, and several notifications sounded in my grimoire. The first condition for unlocking third transformation of Calamity Soul core satisfied. 10,000/10,000 soul jade stored for the creation of third transformation body. You have sacrificed a C-rank dungeon core to your origin card Calamity Soul core and unlocked extra privileges for the Calamity Daughter cores. Reading the notifications, I shook my head in disappointment as my hypothesis turned out to be untrue. Instead of satisfying the hidden condition, it helped me achieve the first condition of sacrificing 10,000 soul jades to create my third transformation body. Not only did I not manage to find the hidden condition, but made a huge loss as a C-rank dungeon was worth more than 10,000 soul jades. But still, this experiment yielded some results. I did not know what privileges for Calamity Daughter core were opened, but I think it should be good as I had swallowed a C-rank dungeon core for it to give me these privileges. To check the privileges obtained by the Calamity Daughter core, I turned to Van. After confirming the truth to the papers forwarded by Wyatt, Elliot called one of his capable and trusted connections, Anna Heatsend. Anna Heatsend is a slutty but great friend of Elliot. He met her when he visited the Southern Region Central Government Administrative Building 3 years ago. Unlike others who would admire or praise his intellect and later scorn him for his disability behind his back, Anna was different. The first time they met, she said, "I will turn you into a man if you are game." Anna was more than a slutty good friend. She was very capable and had a wide reach and connections. Her origin and work were a mystery to Elliot. All he knew was that she worked at the Southern Region Central Government Administrative Building. As long as he had any work at the Central Government Administrative Building, a call to Anna would take care of it. Thinking about Anna, her devilish body, and their arrangement for tonight, an unconscious grin formed on Elliot's face. "Hello, Ellie. Can't hold it any longer and want to start over the call." Anna answered the call and teased Elliot for calling her even though they had agreed to meet later tonight. "Anna, as much as I would love to take you up on your offer, I will have to reject it as this call is regarding work." Elliot steeled his mind and talked about the matter at hand. "Ellie, you are no fun. It's past 9:30 and night is still young. Why are you ruining my mood with work stuff?" Anna was in no mood to discuss work with Elliot. I have a way to raise your mood with me here. I will send it to you. After reading it, you will want to do it with me for a week. Elliot was not a virgin anymore. He knew how to handle one or two sluts God occasionally sends his way. I will be the judge of it. Saying that, Anna hung up the call and opened the file Elliot had shared with her. Elliot was no fool. He only sent Anna the conclusion and results section of Wyatt's paper on silver milk powder and its uses. He knew that after reading the results section, no matter whether the info that he had sent was true or not, Anna would still call him, seeking verification and answers just like he did with Wyatt. And he was not wrong to think so. 5 minutes later, Anna heats and calling. ANS, reject, ignore reply. Elliot, I thought better than this, sending false reports to gain my attention. Is it because you are not confident about your manhood? Anna did not believe a single word in the file sent by Elliot. The file claimed what many academicians tried to find for over centuries. Anna quit it. I need an audience with Her Eminence. Only in her presence. I will reveal the complete findings and the final product. This was the reason Elliot contacted Anna instead of contacting the Patent and Trademark Association. The existence he spoke of here was none other than the commander of Southern Watch, Card Emperor, Maiden of Hell. Elliot, aren't you getting bolder? Just because I want to bed you doesn't mean I will go along with every demand of yours. Her Eminence is not something you can meet whenever you want. Though Anna's words said one thing, her playful tone, which delivered the words, said another. Elliot has been with her long enough to know what she meant, said, What will it cost me? What will it cost me? Send me a picture of the goods. Anna's playful tone suddenly got serious. Anna, you know I can't do that. Trust me, the silver milk powder and its results are real. Elliot had complete trust in Wyatt's words. Therefore, he wanted to do this one right. Once the patent for silver milk powder is granted, it will attract a lot of attention. Most of it will be bad. So before applying for the patent, Elliot wanted to make sure that they had a strong backer. The commander of Southern Watch was it. But if Elliot wanted to get close to the commander, he needed Anna's help, as she had an unclear relationship with the commander of the Southern Watch. The Southern Watch is the strongest force present in the southern region, governing and protecting all the cities in its area of action. As the commander of Southern Watch and the only Card Emperor in the southern region, Maiden of Hell had complete control and authority over the southern region. It would not be wrong to say that she was the Emperor of the South. If Elliot can get the Card Emperor back Wyatt and his silver milk powder, nobody would dare to have double thoughts about Wyatt or silver milk powder. But getting the Card Emperor's support and protection would not be easy or cheap, not to mention the bleak future that awaited Elliot and Wyatt if the silver milk powder cannot deliver the results it promised. Elliot had complete faith in Wyatt, so he did not hesitate to risk it all by playing it big. If all this pans out, then he is bound to have huge returns. Not that silly the other one in your pants. If it isn't big enough, I will be making a loss, corrected Anna. She was really worried that the goods in Elliot's pants would not be as big as he promised. To her, silver milk powder was not that important, as she did not believe that Elliot could achieve what the academicians of the top 10 universities could not achieve for centuries. She had seen many who claimed to have found a way to increase active soul control in mortals, which turns out nothing but them fooling themselves into believing that they were different and their product was different. Honestly, she was a little turned off by Elliot due to this, but remembering his handsome face, all her dissatisfaction vanished. One moment, Elliot's luck with girls has been at its peak ever since he got rid of the wheelchair and his sickly body. He had hot and sexy sluts coming and going, not to mention the retention rate was near 100%. They all returned for seconds. All thanks to his origin card. Because of it, his bro down in his pants could do what no man on the planet could do or offer. Elliot snapped a pic of his bro down in his pants at its peak and most favored shape and shared it with Anna. So what do you think? Elliot asked Anna proudly. Done. I will arrange a meeting between Her Eminence and you after I am done with you. Anna did not hide her eagerness. Can it wait for after I had an audience with Her Eminence? Elliot had promised Wyatt that he would call back in 3 hours with the results. As Elliot stated that his grimoire sounded with a notification, it was a semi-naked pic of Anna grabbing her large melons. What do you think? Anna's voice inquired from another end of the call. When will you be here? Asked Elliot, thinking that Wyatt would understand. I am right at the gate of your community, so 1 minute tops, answered Anna. 3 hours, 45 minutes later. That was the best I ever had, mouthed Elliot as he gasped for breath. Surprisingly, this time I can say that too. What you lacked in the technique section, your origin card ability made up for it. I strongly suggest you purchase some pleasuring technique skill cards for our second sleepover. I will take a shower now. Anna had her fair share of sausages, and recently, even the best ones have started to seem bland. For someone as experienced as Anna, Elliot and his abilities were like a bone from the heavens. Otherwise, she was considering playing for the other team for a change. As Anna left for a shower, Elliot, who was still in the bed, could not help but think, why does it feel like I am like damaged goods, and where is this shame I am feeling stemming from? Did I not do what all men dream about with the woman all men dream about wanting to do it with? Anna's experience and her active lead left Elliot doubting his masculinity. Having taken a shower, Anna returned in a new set of dress. This time it was not as revealing as the last, but rather it was more professional. Now when will you arrange the meeting? Having taken care of his needs, Elliot did not forget about the work assigned to him by Wyatt. Right away, here, saying that Anna summoned her grimoire and passed it to Elliot. As Elliot took Anna's grimoire, it turned from golden grade to platinum grade. Seeing this, Elliot was shocked and confused, not knowing what Anna was hinting at. You wanted an audience with me, right? Asked Anna, looking at the confused Elliot. You are the commander of the Southern Watch, Card Emperor, Maiden of Hell. Elliot was dumbstruck, finally figuring out Anna's real identity. No wonder whenever he called her with a problem, it would be solved within a moment's notice. You should see your face. Now let's talk business, said Anna. But Elliot was still in shock. He did not know how to react because he just betted a Card Emperor. Never in his dreams did he have the courage to imagine doing it with a Card Emperor. When Elliot was processing his shock, he realized something which almost twisted his reality. The Card Emperor at the minimum is over 100 years old. Even his grandmother, if alive, would still be in her 80s. Realizing this, Elliot had a revolting urge in his stomach, but he soon suppressed it down, remembering every nook and corner of Anna's tight and plumpy body. So what if she is older than his grandma? She was the best he ever had to date. Thankfully, Anna did not know what Elliot was thinking, otherwise she would have beaten him to death with her strongest and cruelest move. Since Ronnie had sullied my bed by sleeping naked on it, I had to change the sheets and blanket before I used it. But I could not sleep, remembering that Elliot had said that he would call me back in 3 hours. Instead of sleeping, I started practicing Abyssal Bear form. With my Card Soldier realm and mutated Voltronian physique, the effect of the E-rank martial arts card had become redundant for me. So I decided to make a card to pass some time while awaiting Elliot's call. I had just the card in mind, the hoverbike card. Due to recent events, I was rather busy and did not have the time to create the hoverbike card. I had already received all the parts for the hoverbike, and they are stored in my card holder. Since I finally had some free time at hand, I should create this card rather than having the ingredients eat dust in my grimoire card holder. Ever since I bought the hoverbike ingredients, I had lofty plans for it. Back on Earth, there was this anime in which the humans, using nanotechnology, created new age vehicles with the unique abilities to morph into sentient humanoid or beast-shaped robots, known as nanomorphers. This anime was very popular and later had an entire movie franchise devoted to it. So I was going to imagine the same technology and give the hoverbike the ability to morph into a sentient humanoid-shaped robot. I was going to use my robotics and golem creation knowledge to achieve this. Sadly, the height of the humanoid robot can only be 6 to 7 meters, not enough to be considered a mech because of the limited body of the hoverbike. I was also going to use a Calamity Daughter core in the creation of the hoverbike to give it sentience, making use of the Hive AI. I even planned on giving the hoverbike the alloy replication ability of the Iron Flesh card, as I thought it would be a great addition to the skill set of the hoverbike. I had asked Susan to purchase the ingredients required, and she had nearly arranged all the ingredients asked for in the warehouse. Black Steel X40, High Spit Firestones X10, E-rank Metal Tooth Slime Essence X40, E-rank Metal Tooth Slime Core X40, F-rank Black Iron Bug Essence X108, F-rank Black Iron Bug Core X108, E-rank Highwood Wisp Core X40. Having gathered all the ingredients without any further delay, I placed all the ingredients on the card creation page and proceeded with the card creation. First, I decided to turn the stock body into a liquid black steel armor body capable of taking any given form and withstanding heavy damage. The stock body provided by the Association Guild Mall was just for design and style to attract customers. It could not handle high damage, therefore I had to change it no matter what. The stock body of the hoverbike was already in card form, so I did not use a core. Instead, I morphed the stock body card into a core to proceed with card creation. By repeating the steps and soul pathway and arrangement transfer I used in Susan's Slime Armor Origin card, I was able to turn the stock body of the hoverbike into a liquid black steel armor body. After taking care of the stock body of the hoverbike, I transferred the soul pathways of the soul energy reactor and the soul engine along with the floater components of the hoverbike to the core, which contained the liquid black steel armor body. And following the card recipe and manual for the hoverbike given by the Association Guild Mall, I arranged and aligned all the soul pathways of the soul reactor, soul engine, and the floater components within the liquid black steel armor body. Inside the core, I could see a jet black hoverbike made up of liquid armor which would occasionally dissolve and again assemble to form the hoverbike. Now I created a Calamity Daughter core and combined it with the core containing the liquid armor hoverbike. This way I could program the liquid armor bile to morph into any form I desired. At this step of the card creation, I realized why I should limit the form of the liquid armor hoverbike to one humanoid form. Instead, I could leave it as it is. This way I could access several forms by instructing the sentience of the liquid armor hoverbike formed by using the Hive AI of the Calamity Daughter core. Just like Susan's Slime Armor, which could take the form of any armor card sacrificed to it. I did not do this to Pax's Iron Flesh because it was one-of-a-kind card. It would be hard for him to find a 21-meter golem or armor card to copy. Therefore, to compensate him, I add 3 transformations to his origin card. With this, the creation of the hoverbike card was complete. Card name: Nanomorpher Hoverbike. Card type: Item card. Card rank: C rank, uncommon grade. Card rating: 4 stars. Card durability: 97/100. Card effect: Nanomorpher is a sentient hoverbike with unique abilities to morph into a sentient humanoid or beast-shaped golem. Also replicate the shape, size, and ability of the golem cards it feeds on. Additional effect: Absolute replica, passive, memory, passive, alloy replication, Hive AI, float, active, accelerate, active, vacuum break, active. Except for Hive AI, none of the other abilities of the Calamity Daughter core were suitable for the Nanomorpher card. But still, I was satisfied with it and its abilities. It took me nearly 1.5 hours to complete the hoverbike card, and it was past the time pacified by Elliot, yet he had not contacted me. Thinking that he must be busy or something came up, I headed to sleep. Just as I got into the bed, I received a call from an unsaved contact. Unknown contact calling. ANS, reject, ignore reply. I did not know who was calling, but considering the timings, it must be urgent, otherwise they would have called at a much appropriate time. Hey, Wyatt, this is Elliot. Send your current location to this grimoire quickly. I will explain later. Elliot's came from the other of the unknown caller. I was surprised as Elliot could have just called with his grimoire, and why is he sharing my contact info with someone without my knowledge? But before I could answer or ask him, he hung up. Not knowing what was happening, trusting Elliot, I sent my location to the unknown caller's grimoire. Just as I was in deep thought regarding Elliot and the unknown caller, suddenly 2 figures appeared out of the blue in the bedroom, a meter away from me, catching me off guard. Holy Ghost! See, we landed a meter away from him, said the charming female who was dressed professionally to Elliot, who was next to her. Location teleportation. A high-level teleportation not limited by distance or predetermined location, but the coordinates of the destination. As long as you have coordinates to the location, you can teleport there. No wonder he asked for my location. Wait, this is more than normal location teleportation, which only allows the host to teleport. She was able to teleport with Elliot. This card is of mythic grade beyond the rare grade, meaning she has a platinum grimoire. Thankfully, I do not have the bad habit of sleeping naked like that Mutt Ronnie. Knowing that the female next to Elliot had a platinum-grade grimoire, I decided to look past their rudeness for invading my bedroom without permission. Now that I had an idea of what was going on, I regained my composure and calmly gazed at Elliot and his female companion. Seeing my questioning gaze, Elliot let out a simple, apologetic smile and explained, "Your Highness, this is Dalton Wyatt." "Ahem, Wyatt. This is Her Eminent Commander of the Southern Watch, Card Emperor, Maiden of Hell." "Card Emperor. Knowing the true identity of the female next to Elliot, I hurriedly got off the bed and with respect, I said, Dalton Wyatt pays respect to Her Eminence the Card Emperor. Interesting boy, what have you done to your body? It is stronger than a C-rank beast body, even though you are just in the initial card soldier realm. The purity of the soul energy in your body is off the charts. It's a lot denser than regular soul energy. Elliot said his physique is thanks to his origin card. Is your condition the same? Under the Card Emperor's gaze, my mutated soul energy and special physique both could not stay hidden. Thankfully, my false human core was architectured copying the design of Dungeon Calamity Seed, which was a mystery to demigods, let alone a Card Emperor. Elliot has a variant clear-scale earthworm core in him, which explains his mutant physique. But I do not sense any monster core in you. How did you get your mutant physique and soul energy? Card apprentices having a monster core in them was not a new concept. Many card apprentices had monster cores as their fated ingredient. Some extracted powerful skills from these cores to create cards. Some incorporated these cores in their bodies to gain a half-human, half-beast form known as Reform. So the Card Emperor was not surprised to find a false core in Elliot's body. Seeing my physique, she thought the same about me, but she was unable to find any core puzzling her. Just when I was sweating bullets considering how to explain to her my physique and soul energy mutation, the Card Emperor said, "Everyone has their secrets, right? Let's not dwell on it and talk about the business we are here for. Shall we?" "Yes, Your Highness," yelled Elliot enthusiastically. He seemed very proud and close to the Card Emperor for some reason, almost as if he was her manservant. I never felt so much disgust for Elliot. I guess the title Card Emperor and the power it comes with could charm and bind the best of us. "What business does Your Highness have with this humble high schooler?" I asked, seeing how she was keen about the variant monster core in Elliot and our mutant physique. I thought she wanted to get the recipe for the card I have created. "Wyatt, take out the sample of the silver milk powder, let Her Eminence see and verify your product. With the help of Her Highness, we could launch the product without any trouble in the market." Hearing Elliot, a bomb exploded in my head. F***CK. This idiot invited a gator inside the house. I do not know what Elliot sacrificed to get the Card Emperor to personally come and verify my product, but I was sure she was so casual and easygoing because she was 100% certain that our product was a hoax. After all, if she felt there was even a 1% truth to our product being able to turn mortals into card apprentices faster, then she would not hesitate to silence us after getting our product. Now consider my predicament. Who knew that the silver milk powder had 100% results in helping mortals become card apprentices by helping them cultivate their active soul control percent faster? I knew if I showed my product or denied having such product in the first place, either way I and Elliot both would be killed for wasting her time or silencing us. Worse, if my words raised suspicion, then only hellish torture awaited me. Knowing I would be murdered, either way, I decided to play along and improvise. "Your Highness, this is the silver milk powder I have created. Upon prolonged intake, a mortal can cultivate her active soul control percent faster and become a card apprentice." Introducing the silver milk powder, I handed the batch of silver milk powder I had on me to the Card Emperor. The Card Emperor scanned the silver milk powder with her keen eyes, then smelled it before licking a pinch of the silver milk powder. Upon a sudden realization, she consumed a handful of powder, and her eyes shone with brilliance. Ingesting the silver milk powder, Anna felt nothing at first, because she was a Card Emperor, and the advantages brought by silver milk powder was redundant to her current realm, but with the high-level realm came absolute control over her bodily functions and inner soul energy, which allowed her to notice the effect of the silver milk powder. It indeed excited her soul energy and active soul control, but this boost by silver milk powder was nothing to her high active soul control, if not for Anna. Meticulously observing and searching for any sign of change in her soul, she would have missed it. Upon discovering the small sign of anomaly, Anna ingested a handful of the silver milk powder to confirm what she felt earlier. With consumption of a large quantity, the anomaly became obvious. There was a sign of silver milk powder positively affecting her active soul control, but to her, the effect brought by the silver milk powder was superfluous. But still, her eyes shone brilliantly as if she had been enlightened or found a chance to change her destiny. Though the silver milk powder was useless to Anna, she realized the infinite wealth and power it would bring to anyone who could control its supply and production. With this powder, she could convert an army of mortals into an army of card apprentices within a year. Realizing what Elliot had claimed was true, Anna glanced at the person who made this possible, a high schooler. To think which the academicians of the top 10 universities could not achieve over centuries with all that resource and advanced knowledge at their disposal. This high schooler, who was not even 2 decades old, had achieved it with limited resources and knowledge in a rundown city deemed unfit and abandoned by the government and other powers. Feeling Card Emperor's hot gaze scan me from head to toe, I was uncomfortable, but I could not voice out my discomfort because I was weak. Noticing my discomfort, the Card Emperor coughed and finally returned to normal and said, "Congrats, Master Wyatt, you have successfully solved the problem which the government and the top 10 universities were trying to solve over centuries. Your achievement has no praise which I cannot applaud you with. If I may, Master Wyatt, could you show me the creation process of this silver milk powder?" This was the power of an inventor and scientist. So what if I am weak? No matter how strong the Card Emperor was, she could not reproduce or replicate something like silver milk powder. The silver milk powder has gained me the acknowledgement of the Card Emperor, and now even she had to erase the scorn and disgust she had in her eyes when she arrived with Elliot and call me master, even though I was several realms weaker than her and several decades younger than her. But I did not let her flattery get to my head and fool me. "Your Eminence, no need for honorifics, Master Wyatt. Your achievement has earned you the right to call me by my name. Please call me Anna." The Card Emperor interrupted me and asked me to drop the honorifics and call her by her name. I was more than happy to oblige with your request. "Anna, let's not be hasty. I believe you must have read the paper I have shared with Elliot. Then you must know silver milk is an absolute ingredient in the creation of silver milk powder. I have none on me right now, so I cannot demonstrate to you the production of the silver milk powder. I would be stupid to carry silver milk or the salts extracted from it on me, because with that in her possession, Anna can, with enough time, find the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon." I deliberately left out the part of extracting salts from silver milk and credited the growth of the microbes to the silver milk. This way they would not know that silver milk is actually ocean water. If they knew that silver milk is ocean water with enough time and trial and error method along with the process of elimination, Anna and her cronies could easily discern that the poisonous ocean water in the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon is the silver milk I have mentioned in the paper. I am sure that right now in her mind Anna is making dozens of plans to get all the information regarding the ingredients and production of the silver milk powder and then dispose of me and Elliot. Though Elliot wanted to find me a big backer to keep out the hyenas, this successfully solved the problem of the hyenas but brought a tiger inside. Instead of giving up and blaming Elliot or begging for our life, I decided to negotiate while I still had the upper hand. "So, why don't we go find the ingredients? With me here it should be easy, right?" said Anna as her eyes shone in brilliance. Hearing I did not have the key ingredient and could not perform a demonstration, Anna was not disappointed, instead overjoyed, and offered to help find the key ingredients. This way she can know where to find the ingredients and eliminate the need to keep me and Elliot alive. "Wyatt, I am sorry, it looks like I brought our doom upon us." Anna could not be more obvious. Even Elliot, who was charmed by her for some reason, finally snapped out of it and realized the grave mistake he had made. To kill the rats he poisoned his core, this was the stupidest thing he had ever done. Turning to me, Elliot knelt and sincerely apologized. Elliot realized that even though he got rid of his disease, he had contracted something much worse, which led to his downfall, douchery. The old Elliot, even though wheelchair-ridden, would never made such a rookie mistake. Seeing Elliot's action, Anna laughed, not caring about her plans having been seen through. With her power, she did not have to use any trickery, but it saved her some time, and honestly she enjoyed all the drama. "Good. Looks like you guys are not dumb. Elliot, honey, don't take this personally. I enjoyed our sleepover, especially that part where your thing starts spinning like a drill machine. I enjoyed it so much that I planned on adding you to my collection of toys. But fate has other plans. Do not blame me. Blame the circumstances for putting you in the wrong place at the wrong time." Hearing Anna, I looked at Elliot and shook my head. This dimwit screwed everything I have built just because he could not control his urges. Feeling my gaze, Elliot looked away in shame. Elliot knew he went overboard with his newfound freedom, which now costs him his life. Cough everything out, do not leave a single detail. And don't make me say the old cliché villain dialogues. It will just piss me off. Since her intentions were found out, Anna no longer cared to cover her motives and blatantly showed her true colors. Not just Anna, if it were someone else in Anna's place, they would do the same. The allure of silver milk powder and its importance was that significant enough to turn to the dark side. I get it, you are not a third-rate villain from a story, nor am I the third-rate tragic hero of the story. Let me make it clear, I have nothing to lose and I care about myself more than anybody. Go ahead, do your worst. As soon as these words came out of my mouth, a red arc of soul energy extended out of Anna, aiming at my knees. The next second, I fell on my back. Laying on the ground, I saw my cut-off feet still neatly erect on the ground. The scene was horrifying and not for weak-hearted people. I did not feel a little bit of pain as the energy blade was that sharp and fast. Surprisingly, no blood was spilled out as the arc cut off my legs. It also burned my wounds such that I would not bleed. I made it painless, but next time I will not be that generous, said Anna. Elliot looked at me with an ashen face. The guilt he felt showed on his face. I scoffed at Anna and her threat as, thanks to my origin card, I had already ascended the mortal body. With Hive AI, I can dampen my pain receptors and later restructure myself of a new body, so torture was useless on me. As for mind control, illusion, truth serum, etc. types of cards, I could just shut off my consciousness in Calamity Soul Core and have the Hive AI operate my body. But I did not plan to let it go to that point. Anna, let's negotiate. That's the only way you can make me talk. These third-rate theatrics do not work on me. My word angered Anna as another arc extended out of her body and claimed my left arm. Just like she said, this time it was painful, but I had already dampened my pain receptors just in case. Seeing me not scream and weep in pain, Anna was puzzled. Looks like normal means will not work. Good Wyatt, you have managed to piss me off. Saying this, bright red energy oozed out of Anna, which made her look devilish. Seeing that this woman would kill my mortal body, I decided to no longer agitate her and show my leverage. Because if my body is dead, I risk my Calamity Soul Core being discovered, which was worse than revealing the silver milk powder secrets. Anna, I have already saved drafts about my complete findings of silver milk powder addressed to various editorials, agencies, and government authorities, including the Grimoire Network. I have even added your name as the reason for my death. Either you calm down and negotiate with me, or I will hit send, and the mails will reach their destination. I revealed my leverage to Anna, who wanted silver milk powder for herself. I was in my current condition because Anna did not have equal competition. She had a solo monopoly over me and my product, but by threatening her that I would give all the information to everyone else for free, I created an invisible competition that she lacked. Who will believe you? I have hundreds of ways to erase you from society. Make it such that you never existed. Anna was unfazed by my leverage, but I knew she was only downplaying my hand to get better terms in the negotiation. At first, no one will believe my words, but when they notice the commander of the Southern Watch and her cronies active in Sky Blossom City, it will raise suspicion. Considering the importance of the silver milk powder, you know what will happen next. I explained just to emphasize that I am not falling for her tricks. You will kill me anyway, but this way I will make sure you won't have an easy time either. Anna's face was unsightly, but soon her expression eased as she offered. Okay, fine, as long as you give me the info I need for the creation of silver milk powder, I will let you live. Anna, if you are not being sincere, I might as well just send the drafts to not waste our time. I had to let Anna know I knew what I wanted, and she should stop screwing around and negotiate seriously. Fine. I will purchase the info in exchange for 10,000 soul jades and your life. Finally, Anna started to get serious and negotiate with me. But her offer was not sincere enough. Do you think I am a beggar? The research is mine, so the patent will be in my name. But I am willing to give you the exclusive rights to the production and supply of silver milk powder for 70% royalty. I put forward my demands. My demands were too high considering that my life was in Anna's hands. But in a negotiation, you always start high. You got some nerve, you take what I give you. You are in no place to make demands. I can allow you to register the patent in your name, but you will sell it to me for 12,000 soul jades later. Don't push your luck with me, ordered Anna. You must be delusional if you think you can just buy the patent for 12,000 soul jades. There is no way I will sell the patent for 12,000 soul jade. If I did, I would be the dumb baby of the millennium. Nope. Not happening. The patent stays in my name, and you get exclusive rights to the patent for 65% royalty. Wyatt, you must be tired of living if you think you can keep the patent. The only way you can live is if you sign a soul contract stating that you will sell me the patent of the silver milk powder otherwise. After 40 minutes of bickering and threatening, Anna stated her bottom line. Fine, you keep the patent, but I get the exclusive rights to the patent in exchange for 25% royalty. Wyatt, take what I am giving and know when to retreat. Here, sign the soul contract so we can head to the Patent and Trademark Association. Hearing Anna, I snickered inwardly. Nobody is giving me anything. What you offered is what I negotiated for myself. If anything, you are robbing me. Funny how things turn out. 25% royalty sounds good, as even the government will not be this generous if I offer them the exclusive right to my patent. The government may even try to screw me over by preaching patriotism and all that bull crap. But this was not enough, as this did not guarantee my life and the life of those close to me from an unknown danger. Not to mention I have yet to solve the problem, named the circle. Now you are talking, but we will have to add some terms and conditions to ensure that you will not screw me over after you get what you want. I was very weak compared to Anna and the forces under her, not to mention the people backing her. I cannot hold on to 25% of royalty with my current strength. Forget about others. After getting exclusive rights to my patent, Anna would be the first to claim my life to avoid paying me 25% royalty. So I had to add some terms and conditions to ensure I won't be betrayed by her. You are too weak, Wyatt. No terms and conditions can let you gobble 25% of the pie peacefully. If not me, someone else will take action. Is this what it means to bite off more than you can chew? Anna is a century-old monster who has more than 100 ways to get what she wants. Therefore, I had to make terms and conditions such that Anna will work for me, not against me. But Anna will never agree to such conditions. That's where the battle of wits laid. Anna, do not be smug. I will rewrite my will, making the government the sole beneficiary of my 25% royalty upon my death. Once the government gets in, you are smart enough to know what awaits next. Government is nothing but a group of people with the authority to govern. The people forming the government in this world have already reached the zenith of strength one could reach in this world. They do not lack anything but strong allies, so that they are not ganged upon, and strong forces to handle things that they are too busy or lazy to deal with. With silver milk powder, they could build a strong army to contend against any forces. So how could the people that form the government let go of the opportunity to have the silver milk powder for themselves when presented? You wouldn't, yelled Anna with puffed cheeks. She is 100 years old, yet acted cute in front of her junior generation. But in this vain world, it worked, as her appearance was that of a 20-year-old hot bimbo. I wouldn't. Why would I not? Did you think you're the only smart one in the room? Negotiating with Anna, it became clear that Anna's achievements were not hers. She was smart and strong-willed, but lacked experience. I cannot see someone with her mindset get to be the commander of the Southern Watch. She must belong to a strong faction for her to become the sole body governing the Southern region. Though the Southern region may be a backwater part of the country, it still made up 19% of the government tax income. How could a nobody card emperor sit on such a gold mine? Anna is just the puppet of the faction behind her. No wonder she dared to swallow the monopoly over silver milk powder production and supply. Don't you think you are forgetting something? Having said that, an arc of red soul energy extended out of Anna, leaving a shallow cut on my chest. This time I wasn't prepared and lived the complete pain of having the flesh covering my chest cut and burned. You asterisk itch. As this word came out of my mouth, I suddenly regretted it. A red light flashed, and I was missing my left ear. Thankfully this time, I had Hive AI dampen my pain receptors. An hour has passed, but I was still laying on my back as I did not heal my injuries to hide my abilities, and Anna was not generous enough to offer to heal my injuries. She liked negotiating with me on the ground, helpless. It helped calm her ego, which was being tested by me again and again. I also wanted it this way so that Anna underestimated me and felt that she was in control. But once she felt she was not in control, this happened. Just because I am negotiating with you does not mean we are equals. Don't forget your place, you mutt. Next time I have to remind you that. It will cost you more than an ear. Now the conditions have changed 20%, and I will not harm you or people close to you in any way. Stop wasting my time and sign the soul contract. It seems Anna was no longer in the mood to play games and directly offered her bottom line. She was being sincere considering how in this world people do not negotiate with the weak. I have a better offer, 15%, and you give me protection. I decided to exchange 5% for protection. Money could make me strong, but could not buy me enough time to become strong as my enemies. With Card Emperor as a backer, nobody would dare to mess with me, and I could continue to live the peaceful life I planned to live. You are smart, but you do know that you will be seen as a part of my faction by my enemies, and they will become your enemies. This was obvious. If you have friends, then you have enemies. But the southern region was Anna's domain. As long as I do not leave the southern region, Anna's enemies, or the enemies of the faction backing her, could not deal with me. But had to make one thing clear. Does the circle belong to your faction? Yes, this was the million-dollar question that could potentially break the deal I and Anna had established. As murders of my parents, the circle, and I could not live under the same sky. One of the two had to die. The circle? No, they are not a part of my faction, but they are backed by a neutral faction, and they are quite powerful. If you don't mind me asking, what is your interest in the circle? Anna seems to know about the circle, so why is she allowing an organization of different factions to grow in her territory? Well, if you wanna, you will find out about it anyway. They owe me a blood debt for killing my parents. And why the hell is an organization that is not part of your faction growing in your territory? Even if I did not tell Anna the reason behind my hatred for the circle with her power and influence, she can unearth the truth in no time. I don't know, because this organization existed in the Sky Blossom City even before I came to power. It seems the leader of the circle is the little brother of the Card King that attended the top 10 universities from the Sky Blossom City 200 years ago. He and my predecessor have some kind of understanding, so I had to let the circle grow in the Sky Blossom City. I can protect you from the circle, but once you go on the offensive against them for your revenge, I cannot do much for you, because higher-ups would not like to add the neutral faction into their enemies list to watch out for. Don't worry, we will still protect you from high-level card apprentices and other factions. But we will not help you seal with the circle. The fight between you and the circle will be yours to fight. If we get involved, then other factions will also help the circle. So basically what Anna was saying was that she and the faction behind her will give me protection, but not help me with my vengeance. Once I seek revenge, then I will have to see it through myself. To think the circle existed even before Anna's time, and its mysterious founder is the only Card King born from Sky Blossom City to date. Knowing my enemy's strength and history, I felt wise choosing to exchange 5% of the royalty to gain the protection of Anna and the faction behind her. This way I did not have to watch my back for circle. Now I can peacefully grow strong and collect the blood debt later. It doesn't matter, I do not plan on seeking vengeance until I am perfectly prepared. I have all the time in the world. Why rush it? Young Wyatt did not know that his parents were murdered, so he only asked me to take revenge against the people targeting him, that would be the Zhang mercenaries. And Mama Wyatt did not want me to walk on the path of vengeance, so honestly, I did not have a reason to seek revenge against the circle. But the circle had enough reasons to come for me, which is why I was guarded against them. That sucks, because I would have wiped out that organization for you in exchange for another 5% of the 15% remaining royalty in your hand. Anna was genuinely saddened seeing I had no thirst for vengeance. But it did not stop her from offering to massacre the circle, of course, for a price. Reaching an agreement, I and Anna signed a sole contract on the previously agreed terms and conditions. One, the silver milk powder will be patented in my name, but I will give the exclusive rights of my patent on silver milk powder to Anna in exchange for 20% royalty. 2. Anna and the faction behind her will have no ill intention towards me and my close ones, and neither of us will provoke each other. 3. Anna and the faction behind her will provide me with protection in exchange for 5% royalty. Signing the sole contract, I and Anna headed to the Patent and Trademark Organization. Thankfully, Anna used some weird card that reconnected my cut-off feet, ear, left arm, and also healed the cut on my chest, as if I had no wounds in the first place. As for Elliot, I forgave him and decided to give him a second chance, as this incident was unintentional and I still needed him to take care of Uncle Wyatt, Annie Wyatt, and the Kane siblings. And Ronnie, that snoring pig, never woke up from his deep slumber. At the Patent and Trademark Association, seeing the commander of the Southern Watch personally come to help me apply for a patent, I was granted a patent in half an hour. Though silver milk powder did attract some attention. They could only suck at seeing a card emperor next to me. Getting a grant for patent in half an hour was unbelievable for me, as back on Earth, no matter how important or powerful a person's status was, the grant of patent took years due to the involvement of a major process comprising its examination and origin. Getting the grant of the patent, I signed a contract giving Anna the exclusive right to production and supply of silver milk powder in exchange for 20% royalty, and signed another legal contract exchanging 5% royalty as a fee for Anna and her faction's protection. Having acquired the exclusive right to production and supply of silver milk powder, Anna was delighted. Now all that remained was for her to acquire the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon from the newly formed Tyrant Sun Raven Guild of the Sky Blossom City. The trap I left for Anna, which she never saw coming. Date: March 26, 2321. Time: 5:46. Location: Sky Blossom City, Tyrant Sun Raven Guild, meeting room. I tagged along with Anna to watch the show, and Anna was more than happy to take me with her now that we were partners in crime. Tyrant Sun Raven Guild, aka TSR Guild, was just 13 hours or so old since its establishment, and its guild leader was none other than ex-guild leader of Tyrant Guild Van George, and the vice-guild leader was the ex-vice guild leader of Sunboar Guild, Fred, a newly ascended card lord. Inside the meeting room of the TSR Guild, Anna was seated on a chair, while Fred and Van politely stood, showing their respect to the Card Emperor and the commander of the Southern Watch. "Name your price. I want the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon," said Anna, nonchalantly flaunting her status and wealth. Van and Fred did not dare to be shown slightest displeasure, as this involved a mission from their lord, and they had to fulfill it at all cost. "Your Highness, how dare we demand anything from you? Please give what you deem fit," Van answered. He was acting as I asked him to. "Good. A normal D-rank gate dungeon can fetch you somewhere near 15,000 to 20,000 soul jades in the market. I am in a generous mood today, so I will pay 20,000 soul jades for the gate dungeon. Are you satisfied and moved by my generosity?" Anna was indeed being generous by paying 20,000 soul jades. If the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon was the waste dungeon it used to be, but it is no longer a waste dungeon, it is an inexhaustible wealth mine. Its price can no longer be measured in common units. No matter how much ocean water is consumed from the D-rank gate dungeon, it will be restored with the refreshing of the gate dungeon. So unless the dungeon is destroyed, ocean water can be pumped out without limit, and the most attractive part about this all was free. "Your Highness, it's not that I do not want to sell the dungeon at that price, but we are offered a much better price for the dungeon by other interested buyers. Now that the patent of Master Wyatt has become public knowledge, many big people and forces are interested in buying the dungeon and have been contacting us to sell the dungeon to them. We almost sold the dungeon for a sky-high offer. Thankfully, we heard that Your Highness has the exclusive right to the production and supply of the silver milk powder. So we thought of making a transaction with you directly." Hearing Van, a bomb went off in Anna's mind. She was so focused on getting the exclusive rights, she forgot about acquiring the D-rank dungeon. Wait, she did not know that the dungeon in which silver milk was found until after the patent was granted. So it was not her fault that she did not acquire the dungeon before applying for the patent. It is his fault for not telling me, thinking that Anna glared at me. I shook my head and said, "Hey, don't blame me. If I told you earlier about the dungeon, my existence would have become redundant, and you would kill me right then and there. If anything, your subordinates at the Patent and Trademark Association are to be blamed. Someone has leaked the news in greed. Did you not make sure to keep the employees at the Patent and Trademark Association tight-lipped? There was no other buyer, and I don't know if anyone at the Patent and Trademark Association leaked the news. This was the trap I dug for Anna, or anybody who would coerce me into getting the exclusive rights of the silver milk powder. Now Anna thinks that other forces are eager to buy the dungeon to get the monopoly of silver milk powder, when in reality, there aren't any. A patent prevents the people from selling the product without my permission, which I have exclusively given to Anna, but it does not stop the people from using it for personal use. Once the other forces own the dungeon, they can create as much as silver milk powder to bolster their forces, which comes under personal use. Pretty soon Anna will be coerced by other factions and the government to sell the exclusive rights to the production and the supply of silver powder to that particular force owning the dungeon in exchange for petty shares, because they want the silver milk powder for their people. This was nerve-wracking if she cannot own the dungeon. Everything up till now will be a waste. Thinking this, Anna quickly made up her mind and said, I will give you 1% royalty in exchange for the dungeon. Your Highness, 1%. We will be making an unknown number of enemies for selling you the dungeon for pennies while they offer more. Your Highness, we are risking our necks for you. Basically what Van meant was 1% royalty was not enough. Please quote a higher price, or we will go to your competitors. 5%, and I will make your guild an honorary guild of the Southern Watch. Becoming an honorary guild of the Southern Watch meant that the TSR Guild is under the protection of the Southern Watch and its allies, solving the problem of any potential enemies that would be made by the TSR Guild for selling the dungeon to Anna. Your Highness, the offer we almost accepted promised that they would give us 35% of whatever they stand to make. Van's words struck a nerve with Anna as she lashed out. 35%? Aren't you greedy? Go ahead, sell the dungeon to them. See if you will live long enough to enjoy the wealth you will be making. It wasn't clear whether Anna was threatening Van for being greedy or predicting that his greed will be used against him, but either way, according to her, in the end, only death awaited him. If it was the original Van George, he would have caved under Anna's murderous aura, but he wasn't. He did not care if he died. All he cared about was achieving the mission his lord had assigned to him. He had to perform his best as his lord was watching. In moments like this, silence was the best option, as none of us present could bear Anna's wrath. The silence gave Anna a moment to think, and having made up her mind, she stated her last offer. 20%, and your guild will become the honorary guild of the Southern Watch. Take it, or I will kill you and seize the dungeon as property of the Southern Watch. Yep, this is the reason I did not let Sarah come to participate in negotiations. Once Anna felt that she was not the one in control of the situation, she would flip, and I honestly do not know how she would react. But on the bright side, 20% royalty was a very genuine and sincere offer, not to mention the TSR Guild would become the honorary guild of Southern Watch, making them royalty in the Southern region. Nobody in the Southern region would dare to make things troublesome for the new budding TSR Guild. So via Hive AI, I asked Van to agree to the offer. 20%, and your guild will become the honorary guild of the Southern Watch. Where do I sign? Your Highness is the most generous, fair, and just. It's my honor to be of use to your Highness. As the acting guild leader, Van was granted the authority to buy and sell guild property without consulting Sarah. Since the TSR Guild in a way belonged to me now, I had a total of 35% royalty in the profits made by Anna through the production and supply of silver milk powder. So what if you were stronger than me? I still ended up with the share of the pie I deserved. My 35% royalty may look small compared to 65% that Anna would be taking, but considering the efforts Anna and the faction backing her would be putting to ward off the predators, as in the world's eye, Anna and her faction would be occupying the monopoly over silver milk powder production and supply, leading to them bear all the pressure, while I will be enjoying the fruits of Anna's labor from the shadows. Not to mention the capital and favors they would be utilizing in the creation of an efficient production house and supply chain. Hey, Anna, how many soul jades do you have on you? I asked Anna, who sighed in relief, getting the D-rank gate dungeon in exchange for 20% royalty of silver milk powder total profits. WTF, aren't you getting too familiar with me? I am a card emperor and the guardian of the southern region, not your drinking buddy. Having achieved her goal, Anna once again retired to her party girl self. She no longer had the arrogant demeanor which conveyed "cross me, and you are dead." Fine. Your Highness, how many soul jades do you have on you? I corrected and repeated myself. Around 35k something. What? Anna answered nonchalantly. Lend me those soul jades. Hearing me wanting to borrow all the soul jades on her, Anna looked at me with deadpan eyes to see if I am being serious. Fuck. Now you are begging to be killed. Anna yelled, seeing that I was being serious. Don't worry, you can take both the principal and interest out of my royalty later. Yep, I was being serious now that the second transformation in the daughter cores created by me is unlocked. I need lots of soul jades so that all the calamity daughter cores of mine could form their second transformation body. Formation of the second transformation body for each of the Calamity Daughter core costs 1,000 soul jade. My 3 avatars alone need 3,000 soul jades to unlock their second transformation, not to mention the Kane trio and the remaining 4 in the TSR guild. In total, I need 10,000 soul jades for all my Calamity Daughter cores to form their second transformation body. Since I was going to shamelessly borrow anyway, I might as well borrow enough. Right now, I could be considered rich as the shadow leader of the TSR guild and with 35% royalty of silver milk powder profits. But in reality, the TSR guild is barely afloat due to the merger of the 3 guilds. They needed a lot of resources to maintain their current stability and recruit new members. As for 35% royalty, I would get royalty when Anna mass produces the silver milk powder and if there is a profit in its sales, which would take nearly half a year to a year at the maximum. Setting up a production house and supply chain takes time. Not to mention mortal people should become aware of silver milk powder and its wondrous uses to actively purchase the silver milk powder. The TSR guild and 35% royalty of silver milk powder profits, for now, are assets that will bring me profits in future. So for now I am still dirt poor. Hearing me boldly retort to her, Anna huffed and puffed as her chest went up and down with the rise of her anger. Right now, even if she wanted to kill me, she could not because of the soul contract. Cut me some slack. After all, I am an orphan high schooler. Right now, I am a little tight on cash. If you don't lend me the soul jades, then I will have to mortgage some percentage of my royalty with loan sharks for cash. I explained my economical situation to Anna, who was trying to kill me with her glare. Are you threatening me? Anna's glare intensified. No, I wouldn't dare to. In a way, now we both can be considered partners. If I do not ask you for help, who else can an orphan like me turn to? I sleep in a warehouse, for God's sake. I explained to Anna, so that she would not take my cry for financial help as me provoking her and her authority. In what universe does a high schooler dare to borrow 35k soul jades? It's enough to feed a small city for 1 whole week. Anna snapped. The soul contract stopped her from physically and mentally abusing me, but not from verbal abuse. And also I require an A-rank martial arts technique card and the A-rank monster or item card. Now I had a golden grimoire, and I could equip cards up to a rank. I needed a martial arts card as the E-rank abyssal bear card had become redundant for my current power. With my mutant Voltronian physique and second transformation Voltronian Titan, I would mostly be fighting in close combat rather than using ranged skill cards, so a strong A-rank martial arts card would come in handy. Anything else? Do you want me to get you a coffee, MF? I am not your nanny. Buy them yourself. Just because I signed a soul contract with you doesn't mean that I do not have other ways to kill you. Anna yelled in anger as she threw a B-rank storage card on my face. I would, but high-ranking cards are rare in Sky Blossom City. It will take months for me to find a suitable A-rank martial arts card. Not to mention the A-rank monster orb item card. I do not think such item cards are even available in the city. I said as I shamelessly collected the B-rank storage card. It contained 35k soul jades in it. Sky Blossom City was a low-tier city with 2 to 3 dozen golden-grade grimoire holders. So A-rank and B-rank cards are rare in the city market. Fine. Since you are under my protection, I will help you this once, but do not try to take a foot just because I gave you an inch. Saying that, Anna teleported and returned in a minute with 2 cards in her hand. Handing the cards to me, she said, "These 2 cards are from my collection. They are the best of their kind, and I am just lending them to you. Do not lose or pawn them." Lending me 35k soul jades and 2 A-rank cards, Anna hastily left to find Elliot to celebrate for becoming the exclusive rights holder of silver milk powder production and supply and the owner of D-rank Silver Beach Gate Dungeon. After Anna left, I handed 1,000 soul jades to Van, Fred, Pablo, and Sarah each, and also gave extra 10,000 soul jades to Van as an investment in the TSR guild. Later, I sacrificed 3,000 soul jades to form the second transformation body of my 3 avatars. Having taken care of that, I had Van apply for an A-rank dungeon raid. Thankfully, 1 A-rank dungeon was available right now. The reason for the sudden dungeon ride were the 2 A-rank cards gifted to be my Anna. The item card Monster Orb is a special type of item card that helps in the capturing of monsters. Last time I used a Calamity Daughter core on a monster, but I had to sacrifice it as I did not have a card to store it. But now I do, and I plan on taming A-rank monsters. The two A-rank cards Anna gifted me were not the best of their kind, as Anna vouched, rather, they were the most common cards of their kind. That became clear to me after reading the card info. Card name, Monster Orb. Card type, Item card. Card rank, A rank, Rare grade. Card rating, 22 stars. Card durability, 81/100. Card effect, the Monster Orb can capture 5 monsters of maximum A rank level. Caution, the card does not affect the loyalty or the hostility of the monsters captured in any way. A Monster Orb is supposed to slowly dissipate the hostility of the monster and help the card apprentice in taming the monster captured in the Monster Orb, but this card does neither except for capturing the immobile beast. This card is the worst of its kind, not to mention its high card ratings. If not for my Calamity Daughter core, this card would be useless for me. Card name, Southern Watch Combat Arts. Card type, Skill card. Card rank, A rank, Rare grade. Card rating, 9 stars. Card durability, 89/100. Card effect, Southern Watch Combat Arts is a mixed martial arts technique formed combining various close combat and weapon arts, tailor-made to meet the needs of Southern Watch. Best results obtained when used in a formation with other Southern Watch Combat Arts users. Addition effect, Cold Weapon Mastery, 100 Martial Arts Mastery, Double Damage, Critical Damage, Formation Stack, Critical Evasion. Formation Stack, the effects of the card multiplies when used in a formation with other Southern Watch Combat Arts card users. Southern Watch Combat Arts is another common A-rank card mass-produced for Southern Watch soldiers. Except for the Formation Stack ability, it does not have any other noteworthy skills. This card is best for the army who fight with their numbers against a greater number of opponents, but for me, a loner, it was subpar. But better than the E-rank Abyssal Bear form card rank-wise, and also card rating-wise. That which screwed me over. Anyway, I got 2 free A-rank cards, so I have nothing to complain about here. There are only 2 A-rank dungeons in Sky Blossom City, and both of them are gate dungeons. There are not many A-rank adventurer parties, as card lords in a small city like Sky Blossom City are rare, let alone 5 of them banding together to form an A-rank party. Therefore, the 2 A-rank dungeons are mostly free until they need to be cleared to avoid dungeon break. The one I am currently visiting with Van and Fred is the A-rank gate dungeon Stone Troll Nest. Stone trolls are stone elemental spirits that are in the shape of a troll, but they are completely made of stones. Like the trolls, they also have very high resilience. They cannot be stopped or killed until their core is destroyed. I was visiting the dungeon to capture 5 stone trolls. It would be best to capture the boss monster 5 times, but I can only raid this dungeon once, as unfortunately the next few raids were already booked. Usually, it would require 3 or 5 A-rank parties to clear the dungeon, but thanks to the second transformation of Calamity Daughter core, Fred and Van were more than enough to clear the A-rank gate dungeon in record time. On our way to the boss room with the help of Van and Fred, I captured the 4 strongest A-rank stone trolls in the Monster Orb after feeding them the Calamity Daughter core, turning them into my pet monsters. The boss stone troll, as always, was taller, stronger, and faster than the other stone troll I captured earlier, but still not strong enough to cause trouble for the duo of Van and Fred. After feeding it the Calamity Daughter core, I captured the Bose monster in the Monster Orb. Interesting thing was that after each stone troll swallowed Calamity Daughter core, their shape changed from that of a troll to a small humanoid, Stone Viltronian. So I checked the info of the Calamity Daughter cores. Stone Calamity Daughter core, Stone Viltronian. Type, named Calamity Daughter core. Authority, Monster Pet. Rank, A rank, Boss Monster. 1. Stone Element Body. The subject has a stone elemental body. 2. Duplicate Physique. The subject can duplicate the shape of any monster upon coming in contact with the monster's blood. Current base physique, Viltronian. 3. Immortal Core. The daughter core has abilities similar to a Calamity Parent core. It can nourish and protect the soul of the subject. As long as the core is not destroyed, the subject is not dead. 4. Body Restructure. The subject's stone elemental body is incorporated with soul energy constructs to enhance the subject body's strength, agility, regeneration, etc. Using this ability, the subject can switch between different transformations without the risk of losing the real form. 5. Calamity Daughter Core. The subject is bestowed with transformation ability by the Calamity Parent Soul Core. Base form, Calamity Daughter Core form. Form 1, Stone Voltronian. The stone elemental has a body shape in the form of a Voltronian. Form 2, Voltronian Stein Titan. The subject gains the second transformation body of a Voltronian Titan of Stone Elemental. Form 3, Locked. Unlock Form 3 of Parent Core for further transformations. Additional skill, Hive AI. 6. Stone Element Control. The subject gains the ability to manipulate and control stones, and also convert soul energy into stone element. 7. Soul Energy Manipulation. The subject gains abilities to absorb, store, and emit soul energy in large quantities in its stone body. 8. Minion Summon. The subject can summon 300 B-rank Stone Voltronians and 50 A-rank Stone Voltronians once per day. Reading through the info of the A-rank boss monster Stone Troll, currently Stone Voltronian, I was shocked. Another 4 of these boss Stone Voltronians, and I would potentially become a one-man army. Minion Summon of the boss Stone Voltronian allowed me to summon 350 Stone Voltronians, in total adding both A and B rank monsters. If I had 5 of these, then I could summon 1750 Stone Voltronians in total, adding both A and B rank monsters per day. Fuck. I could not help but curse imaging 5 boss Stone Voltronians summoning A-rank 250 Stone Voltronians followed by 1500 B-rank Stone Voltronians. Considering how all these Stone Voltronians have an undying body, they could threaten a small city into surrendering. Alas, I did not have 5 boss Stone Voltronian, but 1. For now, it should be enough. Asking Van to book 4 raids to the A-rank Stone Trollgate dungeon in the possible future, I headed back to the warehouse in my hover bike. The astonishing thing was that with Fred and Van in their second transformation, it only took them 27 minutes to complete the A-rank gate dungeon raid. As I entered the warehouse, I saw Susan serving Ronnie tea. Looking at this scene, I was enraged beyond words. Susan was the manager of my card boutique and associate manager of the Guild Association Mall, while Ronnie was here to work for me. If anything, Ronnie should be serving tea to Susan, not the other way around. The time when Ronnie implied whether I was gay was still fresh in my mind. I was waiting to teach him a lesson. Now the time seemed right. Good morning, Susan. You're earlier as always. Hearing my voice, Ronnie flinched, almost spilling the tea on himself. Good morning, Wyatt. I made some tea. Would you like a cup? Susan offered me tea, but I was not interested in a relaxing tea, but the mutt who was spilling his tea all over my couch. No, thank you. You know I have hired Ronnie to do all the miscellaneous work around here. If you keep doing all the work yourself, I will have to fire him and send his ass to Blossom Cake City. Hearing me, Susan wanted to explain herself, but she was interrupted as Ronnie started to cough violently, choking on his tea after hearing I would fire him. Asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk cough, asterisk. You cannot fire a free worker. Catching his breath, Ronnie raised his protest. Free worker? More like a freeloader. Don't you know what your work here is? Why did you not prepare tea for Sunan as soon as she entered? Be it free or paid, you are a worker. Do your work. This is what I expected from Ronnie, but he showed no initiative. I was still in bed when she came. Seeing me awake, she offered me tea. Ronnie blamed it on Susan for offering him tea. Susan dumbfoundedly looked at Ronnie, but I was not surprised by his response. I did not sign up for this. I wanted to learn a trade from you, not wash the toilet or wait on others' hands and feet, yelled Ronnie. To think someone mated with him and is willing to give birth to his baby. Buddy, interns in my past life did more than this. What kind of trade do you want to learn from me? I am a high schooler just like you. I was puzzled. Card creation. Of course, what else? Ronnie said frustratedly. How proficient are you in your mental strength control? If you still haven't achieved proficiency in mental strength control, I am sorry. Not just me, but nobody can teach you card creation. I kept it real with Ronnie. I appreciated that he wanted to learn card creation. At least he chose a good career. Whether he is fit for it was secondary. No, but you learned card creation even before contracting a grimoire? Ronnie made a valid point. I was only taught theory by Papa and Mama Wyatt. As for the rest, thank you soul pupils and remnant soul of young Wyatt. I was just taught the theory part. You can learn that from the books. You do not need me for that. Young Wyatt was 10 when his parents started teaching him the theory of card creation, so he needed guidance. Ronnie is 17 and already fathered a child, so it would be shameful if he wanted me to spoon feed him. Either way, I would not teach him the theory step by step. It would be hectic and time-consuming. He was my uncle's son, not my son. What? Susan said you create a card the very day you contracted your grimoire. Ronnie was shocked. He finally realized his thoughts were too small and narrow. You cannot measure me by average norms. After all, I am a genius. I was not being narcissistic, just stating the fact. Okay, I give up. Saying that, Ronnie got on his knees. Hugging my left thigh, he started begging me. Cousin, please show some empathy to my situation and help me. I am going to be a father soon. I do not know what to do, but I want to be a good father. This is so unexpected. I was not prepared for this. I do want to be a responsible father, but this is the golden period of my life. I wanted to go to college and laze around for 4 years. Come back and inherit my father's farm. And a few years later marry and start a family, but this is 10 years too early. Cousin, I beg you to help me. Ha ha. Susan burst out into laughter seeing Ronnie's antics and his shamelessness. WTF, release my leg, you bird brain. Getting out of Ronnie's clutches using my Voltronian strength, I sighed. I finally knew what my colleagues meant by their relatives being big moochers in my past life. I beg you, please help me, Wyatt. For old time's sake. Ronnie pleaded again. I could see tears in his eyes. Considering that he was young Wyatt's only true friend, I decided to help him one last time. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but somehow I ended up helping him. I am not at fault, he is just too pitiful. Stop it. I will help you, but just this one. Out of consideration for my unborn niece or nephew. I can see you do not want to do the hard work, but earn a large amount of money. Hearing me, Ronnie wiped his tears and nodded his head vigorously. I was already regretting it, as this was going to cost me millions. The only way you can make lots of money with the least amount of hard work is by owning occupational cards. So tell me what kind of job you are interested in. I will buy you the occupational card. But know this, I am only lending you the money to buy the card, so you will pay me every month until you cover the cost of the cards. I do not know whether this is going to pan out. It all depends on Ronnie. I like to cook. When my father and mother were busy working in the fields on weekends, I would cook them lunch and deliver the lunch to them at the field. Under the tree, all three of us would enjoy our lunch. That's the happiest moment of my life. In a way, my cooking skills also help me in my pursuit of Jackie. She likes fried noodles and other fried food. I would always make them for her when she came to tutor me. Ronnie answered and shared way too many details, almost tempting me to punch him. Cooking MHM. Susan, are there any cooking-related occupational skill cards in the Association Guild Mall? Susan, are there any cooking-related occupational cards in the Association Guild Mall? I did not know how to create an occupational skill card, but I had read that it is the easiest and most cheap card to create for a card creationist, not to mention, it would fetch 100 times the profit when sold. Once again, I had to attend the university to learn more about creating occupational cards. Occupational cards earn large profits despite their low creation cost because the occupational cards did not require many ingredients. Their key ingredient was the occupational skill itself. The card creationist should have that particular occupational skill to create that skill card by imbuing it with his knowledge and experience. As to how they achieved this, I was clueless. 1 minute. Susan soon checked her grimoire and answered, there are currently 0 cooking-related occupational skill cards in Sky Blossom City Mall, but there are 3 in the nearby city. If you want to, I can arrange for them to be sent over. Sure, why not? Occupational skill cards are mostly sought by card apprentices who do not dare to become an adventurer and are not talented enough to attend college, or the retiring adventurers. So these cards tend to disappear as soon as they appear in the market. E-rank cooking skill card, baking mastery, proficient level, $800,000. E-rank cooking skill card, roasting mastery, proficient level, $350,000. E-rank cooking skill card, grilling mastery, proficient level, $400,000. E-rank cooking skill card, pizza mastery, proficient level, $1,100,000. These 4 are the cards present in the Association Guild Malls of the nearby cities. Which one would you like? Susan stated the cards along with their price. What? They are so costly? If I had that much money, why would I choose to work in the first place? Spoken like a true bum. I started rethinking about buying this bum an occupational card. He may sell it, as it was easier to make money that way. You fool. Shut up and choose one. If I were you, I would choose between baking or pizza mastery. Baking has a wide range of recipes, meanwhile pizzas have a huge demand. A fool could tell that pizza mastery was best because the best costs the most. No way. $800,000 for a card. With that much money, I can live like a king in my village. Yep, I could not trust the card with this. Maybe gifting the card to Jackie would work. She seemed diligent about her work. Well, if you had a faded ingredient, I could create a similar card. Unfortunately, you do not have one. This I was enthusiastic about because I wanted to create a production-related origin card for a change. Something from a coffee maker to a chocolate factory. My imagination was the limit. Actually, I found my faded ingredient. It is not that grand. My fade ingredient is scrap metal. Ronnie revealed with great embarrassment. Susan was surprised to see the embarrassment on Ronnie's face after seeing shameless Ronnie earlier. You dumbass, you really are stupid. You hid the fact that you found your faded ingredient just because you are ashamed of it. I yelled at Ronnie, scrap metal, forget production cards, I can make a mecha for him, with which he can easily become an elite adventurer. With such a faded ingredient, forget occupational cards. I am making you the best combat card ever. No, I do not want a combat card. I do not want to become an adventurer. I can't go and die in a dungeon, leaving my 2 babies all alone. An occupational card is enough. Ronnie hurriedly refused my generous offer. Well, his loss. Though Ronnie is dumb, I can see he does care about Jackie and his unborn baby. Okay, then I will create something similar to an occupational card. Well, bring out the faded ingredient. I got to see what I have to work with. I had already decided on what to create. It was a little hasty of me to plan before seeing the faded ingredient, but I was just too excited. There were so many options to choose from. Not every day will I meet someone willing to waste their faded ingredient for the creation of an occupational-related card instead of a combat-related card. It is in my luggage. I will get it right away. Ronnie hurriedly headed to his luggage to fetch his faded ingredient. Susan, give me 40 kilograms of liquid spirit gold. I searched for liquid spirit gold last night in the warehouse inventory for the alloy replication ability of my hoverbike, but I could not find them. Since the liquid spirit gold is already in card form and expensive, I thought Susan should have placed them in her card holder for safekeeping. Here, Susan summoned her grimoire and handed me 40 kilograms of liquid spirit gold. Taking the liquid spirit gold cards, I sacrificed them to the nanomorpher card. Just as I wanted to summon the hoverbike and check out its new liquid gold body, Corey reported in the warehouse shaper at 8:30. Usually, the bosses come late, but in our card boutique, it's the opposite. But I cannot blame Corey for this because I live in the warehouse and Susan arrives an hour early to work. Poor thing never stood a chance. Good morning, Corey. Susan greeted Corey. Today, Corey seemed different. Usually, she used to dress in baggy casual clothes, but today she attended work in a black and pink sports bra and track pants. As if she was coming to attend a yoga class or gym, not her workplace. It's okay since we did not have a dress code anyway. Not just Corey's dress, the way she walked. Her steps were so arrogant and domineering. Just seeing her advance was awe-springing. Good morning, Mama. Greeting Susan. She turned to Ronnie, who was drooling as he gazed at her melons, small waist, and tightly wrapped thighs. She domineeringly threatened him, saying, "Control your eyes, you hormone-oozing mongrel." Cough. Being threatened by Corey, Ronnie quickly averted his eyes in embarrassment and fear. Yep, he felt fear from someone half his size. Susan was confused. Mama? Corey called her Mama, and Corey seemed to be serious. Susan could not make heads or tails of the current situation. It looked like Corey, but it walked, talked, and dressed like somebody else, puzzling. It was as if the person in front of us was not Corey, but someone entirely different. This Corey appeared the total opposite of the Corey I came to know in the past few days. The Corey I knew would try hard to hide the scorn and pride in her eyes and work on changing herself, but this Corey, her eyes were not scornful or prideful, but rather they were what people call fierce and domineering eyes. Corey, did you successfully break through to the card soldier realm? Susan tried to lighten the awkwardness in the air by forgetting the fact that Corey had called her Mama. Hearing Corey was about to break through to the card soldier realm, Ronnie knew why he felt afraid of someone half his size. Yes, Mama. Let's have breakfast, it's my treat. I booked a table at Prestige Cafe. Corey called Susan Mama again, and there wasn't the slightest change in her expression calling Susan that. Honest to God, I used my soul pupils on her to check if she was replaced by an imposter, but her soul pathway arrangements matched the Corey I knew. The soul pathway arrangements of two people cannot be the same. Susan was flabbergasted and did not know how to respond. Not waiting for Susan to respond, Corey grabbed Susan's wrist and dragged her out for breakfast. Let's go. They should be waiting for us. Prestige cafe where royalty has breakfast, more like a cafe where every customer is charged sky-high price to be treated like royalty. They charge you a buttload just because professional butlers and maids attend to all your breakfast needs. Every minute you are there, 2 maids and a butler will be waiting at your hand and foot. Food is the best, but it's a waste of money as I do not need 3 people waiting on me to help me with my breakfast. I can cut the crust of my bread myself. Fucking rich people. As Corey dragged Susan out for breakfast, Ronnie wanted to follow behind them, but I stopped him as Corey did not invite him. If anything, he is my cousin. His actions reflect on me. So I had to stop him from doing foolish stuff instead of watching him get burned. You moron, where are you going? We have work to do here. Pass me your fated ingredient. But I also want to have breakfast. Ronnie mouthed, rubbing his belly. I was done complaining about his foolishness. Sure, there's the kitchen. Go make some for both of us. I said, pointing towards the warehouse kitchen. Usually, all 3 of us, Susan, Corey, and I would have our breakfast together at the warehouse, but today, due to Corey's abnormality, I was left hanging. I did not brush my teeth yet, so I will skip breakfast. Ronnie tried to wiggle his way out of this one. Good, more for me. I am famished. MF, I am creating an origin card for you. At the least you could make breakfast for me. Passing me the scrap metal, Ronnie headed to the kitchen. Taking the scrap metal, I inspected it. Upon inspection of the scrap metal, I was shocked to the core as I rubbed my fingers across Russian words inscribed on it, which read flight data, recorder, do not open. This scrap metal was a part of the shell covering a Russian black box, FDR. This black box could be of a Russian helicopter, fighter jets, commercial or personal flights, but the question was, what is a Russian black box doing in this world? In this world, there is no Russian language, to begin with. Where or what is this world? Why does it have the wreckage of my past world? This scrap metal raised many questions in my mind. But I knew I could not get answers to all the questions, but one. Where did Ronnie find this scrap metal? Ronnie, where did you find this scrap metal? So I went to the kitchen to get the answer from Ronnie, who was making sunny-side omelets. In the airfield junkyard where I was working a few days ago. Why is something wrong? Ronnie asked, seeing my pale face which looked like I had just seen a ghost. No, nothing wrong. Just asking. I had seen a ghost from my past world. Sitting on the couch, I recited the Serenity Prayer. Though I was not a believer, this prayer reminded me to stop worrying about what I cannot change and move on to things that I can affect change. Calming myself, I sent Susan a list of ingredients for Ronnie's origin card. Though it was wrong of me to disturb Susan as she was enjoying a luxurious breakfast at Prestige, all she had to do was purchase the ingredients in Grimoire Network and ask some helper staff to deliver the ingredients to the warehouse through her grimoire, which would hardly take a minute of her time. I and Ronnie had our breakfast, and the helper staff had already delivered the ingredients. Stainless black steel alloy X 200 kilograms. A-rank soul reactor X1. A-rank artificial beast will X1. Origin core X1. Forming a party with Ronnie and placing all the ingredients on the Grimoire card creation page, I began creating the food production-based origin card I wanted to create for him. Back on Earth, there were many big franchises and industries which made their goal to mass-produce food at the least amount of time. One would think that this would compromise the quality of the food, but surprisingly their food was better than the food at some of the restaurants. It was all thanks to their years of research and huge capital investment. Now I was going to use their research and findings to build Ronnie a food processing card. There were a lot of options to choose from, but I had an idea and I ran with it. This card was more for my curiosity than Ronnie, so I did not hesitate to get the best ingredients. Just as I began with the card creation, I received a call from an unknown contact. Unknown contact calling. ANS, reject, ignore reply. I wanted to reject the call, but remembering that I had not saved Anna's Grimoire QR code, I grudgingly answered the call. So I decided to make use of the multitask and parallel thought processing abilities of my mutated soul. Hello, is this Dalton Wyatt of Lion Cub High? Inquired a feminine voice, maybe a woman in her late 20s. Yes, this is him, I answered impatiently. I am Kathy Duskborn, your new class teacher. You have not been to school for almost a week. The feminine voice introduced herself as my new class teacher, Principal Andre did mention a replacement for class teacher Wang. Yes, I was, and what is this call regarding? I did not give reasons or make lies for my 1 week of absence. Instead, I flatly agreed. Kathy, where did I hear this name? Hearing the female teacher's name, it felt familiar, but I could not remember where I had heard that name. Kathy was dumbfounded. If it was any other student, he would make up lies for his absence from the school, but this one flatly agreed with her, which she was not expecting. Being a new trainee teacher, Kathy wanted to leave a strong impression on her students so that they would not underestimate her for being young and inexperienced. Even though this gig was just a temp job for her to gain experience before she starts her full-time job as a lecturer at Morningstar University, Kathy was serious about this temp job as her love for teaching did not allow her to half-ass with the future of her students. At her first class as the class teacher, all the students attended her class while standing. Why are you guys standing? You can take your seat. It will be easier to take notes. When asked, they all said they had a rash on their bottom. Miss Kathy, the whole class is suffering from a particular rash which affects our behind, so we would like your permission to listen to the class while standing. Permission denied. It was hilarious, but not good for her rep as a class teacher. So she threatened the students with the average grades, the cowards of the class. They were not focused as the high achievers or courageous as the last benchers. You guys tell me what is happening, otherwise I will call your parents. Miss Kathy, it is not our fault, it was Jason and Wyatt. As expected, they spilled the beans in no time. It seems one of her students, Dalton Wyatt, had threatened them all into attending the class while standing because all of her students laughed at him as another one of her students, Jason, vandalized his desk. Okay, I will talk with the principal about this later. You guys can now sit down and listen to the class. Assuring her students to be seated, Kathy began her class. The high-achieving students trusted her words and sat down, while the last benchers knew involving a teacher would only piss off Wyatt, so they remained standing. As for the students with average grades, they were fickler than her girlfriends. They would sit but soon stand up. They couldn't make up their mind. Principal, I am here to report about student Wyatt and student Jason. Their behavior is affecting the class negatively. When she brought this to the principal's notice after her class, he went berserk. How dare he? Who does he think he is? He shall be dealt with according to the age-old zero-tolerance policy of our school. Bullying is a serious offense. I am suspending student Jason indefinitely until further notice, and Miss Kathy commends student Wyatt for the bravery he has shown by standing against his bully. The principal, in a fit of anger, suspended Jason indefinitely and asked her to commend Wyatt for his courage to stand up to his bully. Yes, we will follow your arrangements. Being raised by a single mother in a poor household, Kathy knew how the world worked and was not puzzled by the response of the principal, knowing Wyatt had contracted a silver grimoire on his first try. I beg your pardon. Currently, Kathy was dealing with student Wyatt, who had contracted a silver grimoire and gained the school principal's special interest. When she said he was absent for a week, intending to get a reason for his absence, he flatly agreed with her and asked her why she called him. Kathy was not prepared for such an answer. Miss Kathy, I am in the middle of something. If it's not something important, I will be hanging up the phone now. I was literally in the middle of Ronnie's card creation right now. I had assigned each of my slave consciousness with certain tasks. While they continued with card creation, I answered Miss Kathy's call. Multitasking, one of the advantages of having multi-consciousness. Wait, student Wyatt. The principal informed me that you are interested in participating in the school tournament. Will you be participating in the school tournament, student Wyatt? Kathy wanted to sweat this troublesome student of hers, but unlike the average student who let her lead the conversation, this student rendered her speechless and led the conversation, leaving her helpless. Yes, I will be participating. At first, I wanted to participate to get the rewards of the top 10 winners in the school tournament, but now what the school had to offer was redundant thanks to my newfound wealth. There is still another use of the school tournament that was publicity and recruitment. Lion Cubs High was among the top 3 private high schools of Sky Blossom City, and its school card fight tournaments were well received and awaited by the locals. Sometimes many of the city leaders attended the tournament to encourage and praise the young heroes of Sky Blossom City. Due to their presence, many talents of the school were bound to attend the tournament, making it a good place for recruitment. Also, the winner of the tournament was bound to get a small fan following in the Sky Blossom City. I was planning on winning the tournament and officially introducing the TSR Guild to the people of Sky Blossom City. While I am at it, I wanted to make use of the hype to recruit fresh talents for the TSR Guilds. Instead of recruiting middle-aged adventurers, it was best to cultivate new adventurers by recruiting young blood because it is easier for increasing their bond and sense of belonging with the guild compared to veterans who already have their own opinion about everything. Good. If you want to participate, you will have to come and sign the liability waiver. The rules of the tournament have been changed. This year, the school has decided to allow any resident of the Sky Blossom City under 18 to participate in the school tournament under the popular request of the city leaders and citizens. And also the rewards of the tournament have increased. Please come to the school to sign the liability waiver and for further explanation on the new rules and rewards of the school tournament. Kathy was totally against these new rules because these rules disregard the safety of the students and other children participating. Therefore, she wanted to personally explain the severity of the tournament and asked the students to not sign up for the tournament if they do not have sufficient strength. Sure, I will come to you first thing tomorrow morning. And thanks for informing me of the new changes in the school tournament. I had plans in place for today, so I could not get to school today to sign the liability waiver. No, Student Wyatt. You will have to come today to sign the waiver, as we need an exact number to prepare for the matching of participants for tomorrow's tournament. If you do not sign the waiver by afternoon, I will submit the list to the school without your name in it. Kathy was not threatening her student. She was stating the fact. Because of new rules, the tournament was gaining publicity and will be attended by many important people, so the tournament must be perfect, which meant that there is no room for mistakes or delay. It seems I will have to wrap Ronnie's origin card creation fast and head to Lion Cub's High to meet up with class teacher Kathy and sign the liability waiver. I don't know what changes there are in the rules of the tournament to make class teacher Katie so worried and serious that she wants to personally relay them to me. But to think that any resident of Sky Blossom City under 18 years of age can participate in the tournament. The tournament is no longer school level, but city level. Anyway, this way I get a bigger platform for publicity of the TSR Guild and to recruit new and young blood to the TSR Guild. By the time my conversation with the class teacher Kathy had come to an end, my slave consciousness had transferred all the soul pathways of 200 kilograms of the stainless black steel alloy into the origin core. Unlike normal consciousness, which has tons of distractions and a short span of focus, my slave consciousness did not have any distractions and would solely focus on executing my orders. Therefore, the three of them together transferred all the soul pathways of 200 kilograms of the stainless black steel alloy into the A-rank origin core within 15 minutes, which was humanly impossible, let alone me. Nobody in the card soldier realm could achieve such a feat. After the stainless black steel, the slave consciousness transferred the soul pathway of the fated ingredient scrap metal and A-rank soul reactor into the origin core. Now that the soul pathways of the fated ingredient, stainless black steel, and the A-rank soul reactor were transferred into the origin core. Now, using the soul pathways of the stainless black steel, I had to create a various range of modern electronic devices required for food processing and preparation. More accurately, a meat processing plant. In this world, there are various monsters, and each has a different level of strength. Some monster meat is edible, and some are too hard and chewy for human teeth. Due to the variety of monsters, there are a variety of meat supplies available for people of this world. Therefore, butchers and fishmongers became majors in many universities. And card apprentice adept in butchering or fishmongering make their living by either joining large guilds as the monster meat processors or freelance by buying monster meat from small mercenary groups or independent adventurer parties. Either way, expert butchers and fishmongers are well respected and sought after in this world for their skill and art. As well, processed rare monster meat can be auctioned for buttload. TSR Guild did not have a meat processing division in their guild. They outsourced it to the Association Guild Mall, which would claim 40% of the monster meat they processed for the guilds as payment. These rates for monster meat processing was daylight robbery, but guilds in a small city like Sky Blossom City could not do anything, as Association Guild Mall would recruit all the capable butchers and fishmongers even before they graduated from their universities as interns for a huge package. The interns could take 5% of the meat they processed as payment out of the 40% meat charged as few by the Association Guild. An experienced butcher or fishmonger would get 10%, while an elite would get 15%, and the veterans would be paid 20%. The condition was the meat earned by the butchers and fishmongers could only be used by them for personal use or sold to the Association Guild Mall. I was prepping Ronnie as the future chief monster meat processing division in the TSR Guild with his monster meat processing origin card. Now that I had the protection of a card emperor, I did not have to worry about the circle acting against people close to me. So Uncle and Annie Wyatt along with Jackie could return to Sky Blossom City and resume their normal life. With the protection of the TSR Guild, they would not have to worry about the small bounty on their heads placed by Jackie's father. Yes, seeing Uncle and Annie Wyatt missing Jackie's father and her fiancé went berserk and put bounties on the entire Wyatt family as the police did not take any legal action thanks to Elliot's influence. The bounty was about $100,000. But a bounty was still a bounty that restricted the freedom of all Uncle, Annie, Jackie, and Ronnie. I had asked Card Emperor Anna Heat-Sin to help with bounties on the Wyatt family head without harming Jackie's father, of course. But I have yet to get any response from her. Not just her. Even Elliot tried calling him to talk about what happened with Anna, but he was AWOL. Let's start with the meat processing plant. It is a must in any food franchise or industry success. The meat processing plant had various machines which are divided into 8 equipment such as cutters, blenders, tenderizing equipment, massagers, meat grinders, dicing machines, smoking machines, and filling machines. As meat processing equipment is going to be made of stainless steel black alloy, they can easily process monster meat from G-rank monsters to A-rank monsters. The meat processing plant can produce various processed meats using monster meat which are used in many franchise and food industries, for example ham, sausage, hot dogs, pepperoni, meat jerky, bacon, pastrami, salami, roasted meat, deli meat, corned meat, bratwurst, and packaged lunch meat. After the meat processing plant, I started with the creation of the fish species monster meat pressing plant. Unlike the terrain monster, these marine monsters have slime, scale, etc. on their skin, which has to be removed and processed separately. Fish meat processing produces a variety of different products such as chilled, frozen, smoked, dried, fish sausage, cakes, cutlets, patties, balls, pastes, and surimi. Typical operations inside of fish meat processing include stunning, grating, slime removal, deheading, washing, scaling, gutting, cutting of fins, filleting, deboning, meat bone separation. Both the terrain and marine monsters meat processing involved minced meat, which would later be turned into various products, so the creation of a second plant for aquatic life, meat processing, did not take much time. Now that meat processing plants for both land and water dwellers were built, they lacked the workers which were the most essential part of any factory. That's where the artificial beast will come into the picture. I was going to use the artificial beast to fully automate the monster meat processing plants. This way all Ronnie had to do was input the monster corpse into the meat processor plant and wait patiently. For the automation of the monster meat processing plants, I had to set up a central processing unit that would control all the mechanical robot hands which would replace the workers required to keep the plant running. In the meat processing plant, the workers played a huge role as they did all the dirty and complicated work, leaving the rest to the machines on the plant. Therefore, the artificial beast had to be more than just an average AI. It had to be able to work and process as a butcher and fishmonger for the mechanical robot hands to work efficiently and fill in the shoes of their human counterparts. Apart from the processing similar to a butcher, the AI had to be adept in having the robot hands clean the plant as well as self-repair. Next, I used my watered-down bestowal method to link the AI of the meat processing plant with Ronnie so that both could communicate, share, and learn from each other. This also allowed Ronnie to control the AI as per his will. I didn't just like the minds of the AI and Ronnie, but I linked the body of Ronnie and the plant, giving Ronnie a partial cyborg body for self-defense. Since I did not bestow the card with Calamity Daughter Core, I had to give Ronnie a way to defend himself in case of unknown. The AI processing unit and the robotic hands will be powered by the A-Rank Soul Reactor, which was more than enough to power 10,000 aerobatic hands. Apart from the AL processing system, mechanical robot hands, and the power system, the meat processing plant required a steady and abundant supply of water. Without enough water, forget cleaning monster meat before processing it. Now that would be just nasty. I wanted a water creation and supply system for the origin card, but it would completely disrupt what I have already arranged. Therefore, I created a water supply system such that the plant could input water from the external water source. Not just the water supply was external, but the storage of processed monster meat was external, as a small amount of storage space would be too useless at the scale the monster meat processing plant will be operating at. Lastly, a problem remained with the packaging of the processed meat. I was stuck with a question whether to add a packing system to the origin card. If yes, this opened a new can of worms. What material to use to package the processed monster meat? Was packaging of processed monster meat important? Considering the ability of the plant to process a large quantity of monster meat, the packing seemed necessary. All the monsters hunted by the TRS Guild were going to be processed Ronnie's meat processing origin card. Since the processed meat was going to be distributed among the adventurers who hunted them and the guild, which would be later sold to earn another source of income for the guild, the packing of processed meat was important, as hand-packing such an amount of meat would cut into the profits made by selling the meat. Now that I have decided to add a packaging system, the problem is what material to use as packaging. I could have materials for packaging sourced externally like the water, but I remembered a government project back on Earth which made use of bones of slaughtered animals to prepare partially biodegradable plastic instead of dumping the bones into landfills. The slaughter industry was the little-known backbone of many meat-loving countries back on Earth. Now that I was going to make use of the bones of the monster, I had to build another plant to process bones into practically biodegradable plastic and add another packing system to the other monster meat processing plants. Completing the packing system, next I decided to create an electric arc furnace that would turn all the waste products of the meat processing plants into ashes. Adding the electric arc furnace to the origin core, now the only thing that remained was to morph the origin core into the origin card. Morphing the origin core into the origin card, I had successfully completed the creation of Ronnie's origin card. Taking the morphed origin card, I checked the card info. Card name: 10,000 Armed Butcher. Card type: Origin card. Card rank: Unique grade. Card rating: //. Card durability: //. Card effect: a partial field card which when activated summons a fully automated monster meat processing plant. Additional effect: Butcher AI, robotic arms, packaging, waste disposal furnace, link, partial cyborg, partial summon, mech tool arms. Restriction: anything in the monster meat processing plant when desummoned will be lost forever. Partial cyborg: the host can replace body parts with mechanical replacements. Partial summon, mech tool arms: the host can partially summon the mech tool arms of the monster meat processing plant for offensive and defensive purposes or to do other chores. After reading the card info, I was astonished as the original card was categorized as a partial field card. I did not know how to make a field card, so I did not know what conditions I had met during card creation for the card to be categorized as a partial field card, but it was good to know that I was making progress. Another important thing that caught my eye was partial summon, mech tool arms. It seems the production card I created for Ronnie was not that defenseless. I was looking forward to this origin card's future as Ronnie was still a card student, and so the origin card could undergo many bestowals depending upon how far Ronnie can climb on the path of a card apprentice. Having read the card info, I handed the origin card to Ronnie, who was daydreaming next to me. Here. Done already. Taking the origin card, Ronnie hurriedly read its card info. Having read the card info of his new origin card, he gasped in astonishment. Holy **T. Such a card is even possible to create. I am not dreaming, right? The origin card that I had created for Ronnie was too good for him to believe, as he never expected anything good in the first place. Though Ronnie had heard I was a good card creationist, he thought they were being polite. Because how good can a rookie card creationist who became a card apprentice a week ago be? Since I was creating his origin card for free and he was ashamed of his fated ingredient, Ronnie did not care whether the origin card creation would be successful or not. Thank you, cuz. I never thought that my scrap metal fate ingredient could be created into such a great card. Ronnie thanked me again and again. Having read the card info, he equipped the 10,000 Armed Butcher origin card and activated partial summon, mech tool arm skill. He summoned a mechanical robot arm on his back, which functioned as a normal arm, but was stronger and sturdier than any normal card student arm could be. After desummoning it, He then summoned another mech arm. This time around, the mech arm was carrying a butcher knife. He could summon a mech tool arm anywhere within the 10m range surrounding him. Don't thank me so fast. I did not just pour millions of dollars worth of ingredients and create such a great card for you just to get your thanks. From now to death, you are going to work as my exclusive monster meat processing plant. Do not worry, you will also be compensated appropriately for your labor. I kept it straight with Ronnie so that he does not misunderstand me pouring millions of dollars in his card creation as an act of kindness or whatever his little mind could comprehend it as. What? I did not sign up to become your slave, exclaimed Ronnie. Then pay me 10 soul jades in total for the ingredients used in the creation of your origin card and the fee for my services as a card creationist, or return the origin card to me. I said so to make it clear to Ronnie that I was not kidding and was being dead serious. What 10 soul jades? How can it cost 10 soul jades? All you did was create an origin card, yelled Ronnie, as expected of a primitive mind which only heard the cost, did not comprehend what I was trying to convey. Looks like I will have to get down to his level to make him understand. Stainless black steel alloy x 200 kilograms, $2 million. A-rank soul reactor x1, $27 million. A-rank artificial beast wool x1, $39 million. Origin core x1 to 125,000. Total ingredients cost, $68,125,000. Creation fee, 10 soul jades. Total cost after friends and family discount, 10 soul jades. I slowly explained the bill for the creation of his card to Ronnie. I was generous enough to leave the extra $68,125,000 as a friend and family discount. This is highway robbery. Even an elite silver grade card creationist only costs 1 soul jade at maximum, Ronnie exclaimed, seeing the fee I charged for the creation of his origin card. Yeah, he still thinks I am a silver grimoire holder because I had disguised my golden grimoire as such. Golden grade grimoire attracts too much unwanted attention, as a golden grimoire can turn any adventurer's eyes red in greed. Who said I was a silver grade card creationist? Was it obvious when I used A-rank ingredients in the creation of your origin card? I summoned my grimoire, but this time I did not disguise its grade. Holy sh*t. WTF, when did you upgrade your grimoire to golden grade? Wait, doesn't that mean you are a golden grade card creationist? Fuck, my dearest cousin, forgive my ignorance. If you want me to be your slave, I will be your obedient slave. If you want me to be your watchdog, I will be your loyal watchdog. From now to eternity, I will be in your care, cousin. Upon sudden enlightenment, Ronnie once again grabbed my leg and started spouting nonsense. Let go, you moron. Pushing Ronnie aside, I continued. Good to know that you understand what is good for you, but your actions till now have made me reconsider your worth. I do not want to raise an ungrateful and unfaithful backstabber. No, cousin, I was just kidding earlier. I don't even know how to properly use the origin card you made for me. I know I am dumb and narrow-minded, but I know that family trumps everything, cousin. Trust me this once. My actions may look like I am ungrateful for all the help you have provided to me, my parents, my wife, and my unborn child, but I do not know how to repay you for your kindness towards me and my family. I am just trying to act normal because I do not want to make things awkward between us. Let the gods bear witness from today till my last breath. I, Ronnie Wyatt, pledge my life, my pride, my loyalty to my brother and best friend Dalton Wyatt. If I were ever to go against my pledge, let me spend eternity in the fire of hell, repenting my sin. Suddenly Ronnie got on his knees and pledged his loyalty to me to show his sincerity. I did not trust pledges and promises as they could be broken at any time. But this was enough for me to allow Ronnie to work as my tool as the chief of the new monster meat processing division of the TSR Guild. I created this card for Ronnie to cut ties with him and his family, because I have seen many of my colleagues who could have lived a good life with what they make, but they all struggled because of their relatives, money-boring relatives, moocher relatives, show-off relatives, greedy relatives. All in all, the people that you consider close to you end up jealous of your success, or using you or hurting you. I had already done a lot for Ronnie's family out of consideration for Mama, Papa, and young Wyatt. Uncle and Auntie Wyatt are good people, but everything had its limits, and my generosity had reached its limit by creating the origin card for Ronnie. Next, it was up to him. Depending upon his action, I would reciprocate. Good. I will trust you and give you an opportunity. You will be granted a scholarship by the TSR Guild to study butchering and fishmongering at the Prestige Institute of Culinary under the condition that once you get certified, you will join TSR Guild's Monster Meat Processing Division. Pack your bags, you are heading to the Southern Academic City tonight. Since Ronnie chose to work under me when given the choice, now I can commence with the plans I had for him. The Butcher AI only had basic butchering skills that I knew and used to prepare chicken or fish at home back when I was just a student. It had to learn all the butchering and fishmongering knowledge and skills of this world for which Ronnie would have to attend a college. Do not worry about Jackie and the baby. It's just 3 months crash course. With the ability of your origin card, you can easily learn and record what the Prestige Institute of Culinary has to offer. Ladies, this way. This is Andrew Carson. He will be your butler today. Andrew, lead the ladies to their table. Upon reaching the Prestige Cafe, Corey and Susan were received by the receptionist who introduced them to their personal butler for the breakfast. Leading Corey and Susan to their table, Andrew handed them the menu and waited patiently for their order. Corey, this is too fancy. You can treat me somewhere else. Are you sure this is okay? Susan knew that Corey was limited to a budget as Corey did not make use of her family money. Do not worry, Mama, it's okay as I have decided to use my family money again. It would be a waste to not use the resource at my disposal. Corey has been addressing Susan as Mama for a while now. This made Susan uncomfortable, but she did not know how to bring up this issue with Corey because she thought this was how teenagers these days address their friends. But still, Corey, why do you keep calling me Mama? Because I want to call you Mama, that's it. Is it making you uncomfortable? Do you prefer sisters instead? Corey wants to share the secret of her origin card with Susan and come clean about their past, but she could not do so, as knowing about her origin card would do no good to Susan. Yes, I would prefer you addressing me as your sister instead. Being offered an alternative, Susan jumped on that boat. Sure, big sis. Corey's current mother and aunts also asked her to call the sister in social gatherings and public places. Corey did not understand why, but she knew calling them auntie in social gatherings and public places made them uncomfortable, so she called them sister as they demanded. Therefore, upon Susan's inquiry, Corey also provides her with the same choice. Good. I have never been to such a fancy place before. Could you order things for me too? Setting things straight with Corey, Susan checked the menu to order, but she did not recognize the name of a single dish, so she moved to the price column, which almost gave her a heart attack. Therefore, Susan decided it would be better if Corey ordered for her. Okay, Andrew, we will have a special French breakfast with English tea. Corey did not have to look up the menu to order as she has been here so many times that she had basically memorized the menu. Yes, my lady. Taking the order, Andrew sent one of the 2 maids attending Corey's table to arrange for their order. Corey, I thought you wanted to stand on your own feet. So what gives? Susan was puzzled as the present Corey miles apart from the meek girl who came to her looking for a job to stand on her 2 feet without the support of her family. Yesterday night after I broke through to Card Soldier Realm, I had sudden enlightenment, and I realized it was foolish of me to run from the fortune and wealth I was given since birth out of guilt. My wealth did not make me do all those things I am not proud of. It was me who chose to do those things. Therefore, I decided to not run from my wealth, but make use of it to do something I can be proud of. Corey explained why she suddenly decided to make use of her family's wealth. Okay, it seems you know what you are doing and what you want. You have grown. Hope you achieve what you want. Susan genuinely hoped Corey finds what she is looking for in life. Thank you. On a further serious note, this may be sudden, but I am starting a startup. So, I would like to offer my letter of resignation and also invite you to join my startup as my partner. Done with the small talks, Corey finally came to the main point, the real reason why she invited Susan to Prestige Cafe for breakfast. Corey knew Susan did not care for such luxury, but she had to try. I knew you were meant for a bigger platform since the day we met, so I am not surprised with your decision, but I cannot join you on your endeavor as I already have my commitments. As expected by Corey, Susan was not swayed by the bright family name or the luxury of the Prestige Cafe. Susan did not hesitate to reject Corey's offer. Big sis, I am not trying to undermine you or what you do, but seriously, what commitment? Isn't it just a job? I will offer you better conditions and shares to my startup to help me as my partner. Corey took Susan's rejection positively as she already knew it would be hard to convince Susan to leave that bastard Wyatt and join her, so she was not surprised that Susan rejected her offer. Corey, it is not about the job, but people are depending on me. I cannot just go back on the commitment I have with them. Susan did not know how to explain to Corey why she would not leave her current job for a better one. What people? It's just that bastard Wyatt. All he does is order you around. You're the manager of his card boutique, but he treats you like his personal maid. You cook all 3 meals of the day for him, for God's sake. Give it some time, and soon he will ask you to do his laundry, said Corey, who washed the sheets of Wyatt's bed some time ago. Of course, using the occupational cards that she had. Right? Even she was bewitched by Wyatt. That is why she wanted to get Susan as far from that bastard as possible. I do not cook for him. I cook food for myself anyway, so cooking for one more extra person does not hurt. Susan's cheeks were red out of embarrassment. Because what Corey said was right. Previously she would have her breakfast and dinner at home, but ever since she built a kitchen in the warehouse, she comes 1 hour early just to have breakfast with Wyatt and stays behind after work just to have dinner with Wyatt. Her job at Wyatt's card boutique was not just a commitment, but she enjoyed it there so much that she spent her whole day at the warehouse. The success I have today is all because of Wyatt. And with him, I feel like I can explore and achieve more in life. It is just a feeling, but there is something about him that makes me bet on him no matter the odds. You won't understand, you are too young for this stuff. Susan explained, feeling she had to explain herself clearly to Corey so that she does not feel bad for rejecting her offer. Big sis, correct me if I am wrong. By any chance see you in love with Wyatt? Nonsense. He is too young for me, but if he were 10 years older I would consider it. Susan exclaimed, but she did not deny that thought did not cross her mind. I'm sorry, Corey, but there's no way I will quit as Wyatt's manager. I see. But what if he doesn't want you as his manager anymore? A dangerous glint flashed in Corey's eyes. If he doesn't want me as his manager, I guess I will have to quit. Susan's eyes didn't miss the dangerous glint that flashed in Corey's eyes, therefore she continued. Corey, I hope you don't do something stupid, because I won't forgive you this time around, even if your intentions are well meant. Big sis, don't worry, I won't. Corey said that, but there was a grim look hidden deep in her eyes. She was not angry at Susan for warning her, but she blamed Wyatt for coming between her and her mama. Excuse me. Excusing herself, Susan summoned her grimoire as she received a message for Wyatt containing the list of ingredients for Ronnie's origin card. Going through the list, Susan placed an order and asked the ingredients to be delivered to warehouse number 234. Who was it? Corey asked curiously for Susan to stop enjoying the luxurious breakfast and answer the grimoire. It must have been important. Wyatt. He sent a list of ingredients required for Ronnie's origin card, answered Susan, and returned to enjoying her breakfast. He did, didn't he? Said Corey grudgingly. Her anger towards Wyatt increased by another fold. Susan was enjoying her breakfast and failed to notice the wrath in Corey's as she talked about Wyatt. The food was so good, but it cost almost what I used to make for a year as an associate saleswoman, commented Susan as she and Corey walked back to the warehouse. It should be after all the milk used in the tea was extracted from the C-rank monster Ramble. Its milk is good for bones. Corey justified the cost of the breakfast they had earlier. No wonder the tea was so rich and creamy in taste. Susan was not surprised, because if the cafe used low-rank monster milk, then they would not have the current hype. Big sis, I have a favor to ask. Now that Corey had quit the job, she had no purpose in going to the warehouse, but she wanted to spend more time with Susan. She knew Susan was very diligent, so she would not agree to hang out with her during work hours. Therefore, she decided to trick Susan into hanging out with her. Yes, what is it? Corey never asked a thing of her, so Susan accepted without much thought when Corey suddenly asked for a favor. You know, I am going to start my startup for which I need an office space. I have contacted a realtor for that purpose, and I am supposed to meet her in a few minutes. I was thinking if you could help me pick a good office space because I am new to this and do not know what to look for. Corey explained. There was no realtor or appointment with one. Corey made that up, and she was regretting not coming up with a better lie. Is that it? Wyatt has already asked to close the online shop till 29th, so there will be no customer visiting anytime soon. I am basically free till then. Okay, then I will accompany you. Susan wanted to help her friend, but she did not know the schemes her friend was hatching to separate her from Wyatt. Big sis, you are the best. Corey secretly used her grimoire to send her Uncle Oliver's Clark John a message explaining her current predicament and to make appropriate arrangements for her sham to work. What kind of startup are you planning to start anyway? Susan was already preparing for their appointment with the realtor. Does it matter? Asked puzzled Corey. Of course it does. Well, I am opening a card studio, replied Corey, searching the back of her head. Are you a card creationist too, or is it because of Wyatt? Susan felt an abnormality in Corey's words, but she decided to trust her. It does not have anything to do with that bastard. I am adept in card creation. The day I became a card apprentice, my grandma sent many tutors to teach me card creation. For your information, I created my origin card, though I had a little help. Corey explained, trying to prove that her startup had nothing to do with her anger towards Wyatt. Date: March 26, 2321. Time: 11:01. Location: Sky Blossom City, Association Guild Mall. None of the office spaces were to my liking. Will I ever be able to find a good office space? Corey sighed exaggeratedly. Yes, you will. These things take time. Susan tried to comfort Corey, but she blamed Corey for being too picky. The realtor showed 6 different office spaces. All of them were high-end and luxurious, but Corey always managed to find a flaw in them. Sometimes Susan even felt as if Corey was looking for a fault on purpose. I wanted to set up my online shop today, but for registration, I need a local address. If only I had a temporary address to set up my online shop. Corey dragged her words, as if hinting at Susan towards something. Fine. Corey, do you want to use the warehouse until you find a suitable office space? Susan knew what Corey was trying to hint at, but she could not decide without asking Wyatt for permission. But finally caved because she also did not want to part with Corey. She can only beg for forgiveness from Wyatt later. You are a lifesaver, big sis. Come, let's head to the warehouse. Could you also help me set up an online shop? Seeing Susan cave, Corey became enthusiastic. It's only temporary. You have to find your office soon, okay? Said Susan. Susan and Corey walk into the warehouse as I and Ronnie were discussing his future as TSR Guild Chief of the Monster Meat Processing Division. Corey seemed more enthusiastic than in the morning, and she seems to have reverted to calling Susan as Big Sis. Was the origin card creation a success? Asked Susan, feeling my gaze. Yes, it was a success. When it comes to origin card creation, I am the undefeated champ. I boasted. Check out my new pair of arms. Saying that, Ronnie partially summoned a pair of mech tool arms on his back, which waved at Susan and Corey. What the fuck? Susan and Corey were caught off guard and cursed in surprise. Blasphemy. Relax, guys. They are just mechanical robot arms which I can summon. They are a part of my origin card's ability. Ronnie was obviously hurt by their response. That freak show was just a part of it? Can your card get more blasphemous? Corey criticized cruelly. My origin card is not blasphemy. It is one of the greatest cards ever created in the history of card creation. Ronnie defended. For a headstrong guy, he seems to care what people think about him, seeing his fated ingredient and origin card. Knowing it is one of Wyatt's creations, I think Ronnie's origin should be among the best of its kind out there. Corey, stop being rude. Susan backed Ronnie's claim blindly, knowing it is one of my creations. Enough about that, big sis. Help me create a shop on Grimoire Network. Corey criticized Ronnie's card only because she knew it was Wyatt's creation, other than that it was not worth her time and too proud to partake in criticism. Sure thing. Let me discuss with Wyatt about our temporary arrangement, but if he doesn't agree, I cannot help you much in regards to the local address to register your shop. Susan did promise to allow Corey to temporarily make use of the warehouse, but it all depended upon Wyatt, since he was her boss. But big sis, you promised earlier, Corey recalled cutely. I did, but this warehouse is Wyatt's as much as it is mine, so you need his permission to make use of the warehouse, even if it is temporary. Susan did not budge even after seeing Corey's cute face. Need my permission for what? I was standing right in front of them, and they talked as if I couldn't hear them. From the sound of it, Corey needed my permission to use the warehouse for something. Ah, sorry, Wyatt. Corey quit her job today to set up her card studio, and she temporarily wants to use our warehouse until she finds a suitable office space. I agreed to her request, but if you are not comfortable with it, she can make other arrangements. Explained Susan. Everyone wants to be a card creationist these days, Ronnie commented as retaliation for Corey's criticism earlier. Nope. Not happening. I barely have customers. With her here, they will choose a bride over me any day. Was I afraid Corey was a better card creationist than me? Hell no. But her family name had a lot of weight to it in Sky Blossom City, similar to an international brand back on Earth. Any citizen of Sky Blossom City would choose the brights over the nobody any day. What? How can you say that? Are you afraid of healthy competition? Taunted Corey. Yes, I am. Competitors are bad for businesses. Not to mention with the Guild Association mall right next door, I had enough of competition. If not for my luck maxing out to search and bringing me rich customers, I would be broke mass-producing low-rank armor cards for auction. Are you going to let him just decide everything like that? Corey turned to Susan for help. Corey, I am sorry my hands are tied in this matter, Susan replied. She felt that her boss made some valid points. Fine. Dalton Wyatt, I challenge you to a card fight. Winner gets to keep the warehouse. Now Corey was being unreasonable. Even Susan felt that way. Are you dumb? Why would I gamble with such unfair stakes? I already have the warehouse. Now that reminds me, what happened to the 100 storage cards that Swan tasked you to sell? I could defeat Corey without summoning a grimoire in a card fight, but I did not accept her challenge as a gentleman does not bully the weak, and also if William learns that I crushed his beloved granddaughter in a card fight, he will come searching for me. Thankfully, this reminded me that it's been a while since Susan handed those cards to Corey, but till now I haven't heard an update on the sales of those cards from Corey yet. You? Here, take this soul jade. It should be more than enough to cover the 100 storage cards, said Corey as she handed me a soul jade. I could feel a lot of anger in Corey directed towards me as I took the soul jade. Ronnie helped Susan shift all the ingredients of E-rank armor cards for the auction to the card lab. I am heading to the school to sign up for the school tournament tomorrow. I planned on creating all the E-rank armor cards for the auction today, but I had to postpone that since I have to go to the school to sign the liability waiver. Wyatt, by any chance are you talking about Lion Cubs High? Asked Corey curiously. Yes, I am. What? I couldn't help but feel that Corey's words had other intentions. I am also a student of Lion Cubs High, but I rarely attend the school since there is barely anything left I could learn there. I signed the liability waiver today morning as my class teacher came to get the signature when he heard I wanted to participate in the tournament. You must have met my cousins. They formed a school gang called the Bright Lions. Flaunted Corey. Yes, I did. Answering Corey, I summoned my nanomorpher hoverbike and left, leaving Corey dissatisfied. Sweet pea. How can this uncle help you? Oliver Bright answered his grimoire as soon as he saw Corey's name. Uncle, I want the warehouse next to warehouse number 234. I do not care who is using it. I want it emptied in an hour and transformed into a card studio for my use. Also, get me the latest hoverbike in the market. Corey skipped the small talks and directly relayed her demands to her uncle. The incident with Corey was still fresh in my mind. What's going on in her life? I thought she was trying to change. No matter how I tried to explain Corey's sudden change of behavior, I could not come up with a logical reason. But then again, this world itself is not logical if I try to reason with the eyes of an earthling. The school was in session, so the school gates were closed. Therefore, I had to stop in front of the main gate of the Lion Cubs High and honk, so that the security would open the main gate and let me in on my hoverbike. But a few minutes passed, and I got no response from inside. Next to the main gate, there was a small gate enough for a person to walk in. It was open. It seems from here I will have to continue on my feet. I was disappointed as I thought with a hoverbike I could fly anywhere, but it turns out strict air traffic laws are to be followed when I am using a hoverbike inside the city. Now it became obvious to me why I did not see many hover vehicles being used in the city. It cost me nearly $2.5 million to own a hoverbike. $10 million if I had used the Association Guild's card creationist. With that much money, one could buy a luxurious car card for a family of 5. In the end, for day-to-day life inside a city, hover vehicles just seemed like a waste of money due to high costs when compared to the alternative and the strict air traffic law imposed by the government. No one's responding, huh? A voice sounded behind me. I turned to see and saw a girl in a white sports bra underneath an unzipped black leather jacket. Interestingly, she was also on a brand new juicy red-colored hoverbike. Her jugs were so huge that even the sports bar had a hard time keeping them in check. Considering Corey and now this girl, my thoughts were, are sports bras in fashion these days? Without waiting for me to respond, she continued saying, they think their gates can stop my hoverbike. We have hoverbikes, I mean we could fly over the gate, that's what the hoverbikes are meant for, to fly. Before I could remind her about the air traffic laws, the girl started her hoverbike engine, adjusting her floater control to 3.6 meters above ground level, just enough to fly over the gate. Then she sped into the school front yard. Halting at the other side of the gate, she turned to look at me and said, "See." Right when the girl halted, the doors of the security room adjacent to the main gate opened, and a semi-bald middle-aged man in guard uniform walked out. Pointing at the girl, he yelled, "You, get down here." Following guard's instructions, the girl deactivated her hoverbike card and landed in front of him. Blood rushed to the guard's nose as he saw the girl's jug sway with her perfect landing. Deactivating my card, I used the small gate to walk into the school, where I heard the middle-aged guard fining the girl for her stunt earlier. "Don't you know the air traffic laws, which state all domestic floating vehicles are to float at 20 centimeters above the ground at max inside the city premises? State your name and your purpose of visit." The guard kept his eyes on the fine pad as he inquired the girl's info to write her a ticket. It seems he did not want to stare at the chest of someone his daughter's age. "I am Courtney, and I am here to apply for tomorrow's tournament," answered the girl. Passing the girl and guard, I head to the teacher's lounge. I was in a hurry because I had a lot of things planned for today, especially the creation of E-rank armor cards for the auction and a little shopping in preparation for tomorrow's tournament. "Hey, wait up." The girl named Courtney called out to me. Instead of slowing down, I hurried my pace. I knew why she was calling. She needed a guide, and I was it. Unfortunately, I was too soft-hearted for my good and did not use my Viltronian speed to the fullest, giving the girl a chance to change up to me. "Hey, are you deaf?" asked Courtney, stopping in front of me as her hands moved to perform the sign language, asking the same. "I am not. What do you need?" I said grumpily as it hurt my pride as Courtney overtook me in the foot chase. "Don't be grumpy. Can I ask you for directions? Where's the teacher's lounge?" Without waiting for an answer from me, she reported her destination, asking for directions. "I am also heading there. Just quietly follow me." Saying that, I went around Courtney and continued to the teacher's lounge. "Hey, which model is your hoverbike?" I did not see it in the Association Guild Mall bike catalog. After a breath of silence, Courtney spoke her mind. "It's not released in the market yet. I had a friend who has a friend who pulled some strings to get me the ingredients for the hoverbike." I could argue with Courtney or just answer and be done with it. I choose the latter, as I could see Courtney would not stop until I answered her. "Wow, awesome. You must be rich," Courtney exclaimed in awe. Hearing Courtney, I stopped in my steps and turned around. While grabbing Courtney by her shoulders, I said, "I am poor. Dirt power." Having said my piece, I continued towards the teacher's lounge. Courtney was confused by my words, but soon after scanning me head to toe, she nodded in realization and said, "Are you one of those sugar babies? Your sugar mama should be rich and powerful for her to buy you a hoverbike still not released in the market." Though I had the body of 17-year-old, thanks to my Viltronian physique, my body looked like the body of a hunk. "Your imagination is rich." That's all I had to say to this dumb girl. Sugar mama and babies, seriously, what are they teaching kids these days? Do not be ashamed. I am also not rich. I recently reunited with my mother who abandoned me when I was little. I forgave her because she is rich and buys me lots of stuff. But she doesn't like me calling her mama. Instead, she asks me to call her master. It's okay since she teaches me lots of things about cards and card fights. In a way, she is my master. She asked me to participate in this tournament to run errands for her. Courtney started to unload stuff about her past which one would not share with a stranger, but she did. Fortunately for her, I simply did not care. "Excuse me, madam. Would you happen to know where class teacher Kathy is at?" I asked a middle-aged teacher who was enjoying her free period with a coffee. Kathy, who said she would be in the teacher's lounge, was nowhere to be seen. "Oh, you mean the new intern Kathy Duskborn? She was called to the principal's office a few minutes ago," the middle-aged teacher answered. "Thank you, madam." I thanked her and was about to leave, but the teacher saw Courtney's dressing and said, "Young lady, who is your class teacher, and did he or she not warn about your dressing?" "Madam, I am not a student here. I am here to apply for tomorrow's tournament. Could you point me to where I can sign up for the tournament?" Courtney was not bothered by the middle-aged teacher's remarks. Instead, she politely asked for directions. "Teacher Kathy Duskborn is in charge of the external participant sign-up. Wait outside. She will be here any minute," advised the middle-aged female teacher. "Thank you." Courtney politely thanked her and followed me out of the teacher's lounge. Instead of waiting for Kathy, I decided to head to the principal office where I could gather more info. "Where are you going?" And of course, Courtney followed me like a chick following the hen. To the principal's office. I did not explain why, just stated where. Date, March 26th, 2321. Time, 11:55. Location, Sky Blossom City, Lion Cubs High, principal's office. Class teacher Kathy. They are Arnold Barnes and Nathan Buck. They will be participating in the tournament tomorrow as external participants. Add their names to the list of participants, and did you bring 2 liability waivers as I asked you to? Give them to me. Principal Andrea called Kathy to his office to have these 2 teenagers register for tomorrow's tournament. Yes, sir, here. Kathy passed the liability waivers to Principal Andrea. Taking the liability waivers, the principal himself filled the waiver for the 2 temperamental fellows next to him. Having filled the form, Andrea passed a liability waiver to Arnold and Nathan each. Here, sign your names and leave my school premises without causing trouble. Having said that, a notification sounded in his grimoire. It was his receptionist. Principal, student Wyatt is here to see you. Should I stall him or send him in? Do not call his name directly. Send him in. Andrea responded with his thoughts, but remained calm on the surface. Noted, the receptionist answered professionally. As I neared the principal's office, his receptionist noticed me from afar, and upon nearing her, she said, "Principal is waiting for you. Go right ahead." Following the receptionist's advice, I did not knock on the principal's office door and entered his office directly. Of course, Courtney followed in behind me. As soon as I entered the office, I felt 4 pairs of eyes on me. One of them belonged to Andrea, and the only female should be class teacher Kathy. As for the other 2, I had no idea of. Student, have a seat. I will be right with you once I am finished here. Andrea's polite speech while addressing me despite my rude entry to his office without a knock obviously intrigued the other 3 in the room. They started to widely guess my identity. I don't know why Andrea did this, but he must have his reasons, and they better be good. So, I sat on the couch patiently while Courtney sat next to me. Your registration is complete. Now roll out of my campus. For some reason, Andrea seemed to be very dissatisfied with them, but the 2 teenagers did not seem to mind his attitude towards them. Even though there was a busted chick sitting right next to me, the 2 teenagers' eyes lingered on me as they left the office. Andrea's attitude towards me has piqued their interest in me. Student Wyatt, sorry I could not receive you properly. Andrea's attitude towards me was different compared to the first time I met him. What is going on? You are Dalton Wyatt? Kathy interjected in surprise. And surprisingly, even Courtney asked the same thing with the same surprised expression. You are Dalton Wyatt? Before I could answer them, Andrea interjected. This young lady here. Who are you? I am Courtney. My master said you will receive me at the school gate. Why didn't you? Courtney glared at Andrea like a fierce beast, unlike the dumb girl that followed around me. Why the fuck would I wait for you at the school gate? And who the hell is your master? Yelled Andrea. Because of the new tournament rules, all kinds of Tom, Dick and Harry have been surfacing to his territory and have been challenging the respect he built in the school over the years. It has been a hectic day for Andrea. I am the candidate this year, said Courtney as her eyes glowed fiercer than before. Hearing Courtney's words, color drained from Andrea's face. He hurriedly stood up and bowed, saying, Please forgive your subordinate young lady. Seeing Andrea begging for forgiveness, Courtney returned to casual mode. Looking at me, she asked, So, are you Dalton Wyatt or not? I had no idea what was going on. It was my turn to be surprised and puzzled, which I did not like. I finally realized the greatest weakness I had in this world, and it was the lack of an information network. Something happened, and I did not know Jack *T about it. So I decided to play along with Courtney as Andrea was still bowing as punishment for not receiving her at the school gate. Yes, I am Dalton Wyatt. Courtney's eyes turned red and she started crying while repeating the same words again and again. I am sorry. I don't want to, but I have to kill you. I am sorry. I don't want to, but I have to kill you. I am sorry. I don't want to, but I have to kill you. I am sorry. I don't want to, but I have to kill you. Seeing Courtney's state, I was freaked out. As for Andrea, he was still bowing as a punishment. Forget-me class teacher Kathy was psyched the moment her boss stood bowing to a teenager as a form of punishment. But still, she managed to gather her senses and tried to comfort Courtney, only to be slapped hard by her instead. Shut up, *itch. I will kill you if you touch me. Kathy laid on the floor powerless, being slapped by Courtney. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and a fresh red handprint was visible on her face. I used my soul pupils to check on Kathy. It turns out she was a card master. She should not be so defenseless against Courtney's slap unless Courtney used a passive ability of a card. Kathy still appeared to be muddle-headed. As for Andrea, that be asterisk tch of a principal, he was still bowing as punishment. I was right here, but I did not have the slightest idea of what was going on. Even facing a card emperor, I was not this helpless. Wyatt, I hope you are strong enough to kill me tomorrow because I don't want to kill you. Courtney finally stopped crying, wiping her tears off. She looked at me with a gaze that raised goosebumps all over my body. Then turning to Andrea, she said, "Help me register for the tournament." "Yes, young lady," saying that Andrea stood straight only to be yelled at by Courtney again. "Did I give you permission to stand straight?" Begging for forgiveness again, Andrea in a bowing pose took Kathy's file to search for a liability waiver. Thankfully, Kathy carried extra waivers on her. Filling the info required by the liability waiver, he gave the waiver to Courtney for her signature. Having signed the waiver, Courtney left, taking one last glance at me. 5 minutes after Courtney left, Andrea finally stood straight and yelled profanities that even I had not heard of. Calming down, he then used a therapy card on Kathy to bring her back to senses. "Where's that asterisk itch?" Having awakened, Kathy searched for Courtney. She was no humanitarian. She wanted payback, but Courtney had already left. Kathy may look soft, but she was raised in slums by a single mother. Their every day was a fight for survival. And her cardmaster realm was not just for show. Class teacher Kathy. Enough. She is not someone you can offend. Forget this incident and be grateful she did not kill you. Please head to the school infirmary just to be sure. She did not hide something mortal in you. Andrea advised Kathy. I had already checked with my soul pupils. Courtney didn't leave any hidden danger in Kathy. Yes, sir. Hearing the principal's warning, Kathy hurriedly headed to the infirmary for a proper checkup. As Kathy left, Andrea finally sighed and slumped on his chair. In his career, this chair has never been as comfortable as today. Care to explain? I asked, seeing Andrea taking his sweet time relaxing and trying to avoid the topic. Who asked you to offend the Emperor of the South? Retorted Andrea. What? Be clearer. When did I offend Anna? Instead, I am under her protection. Today early morning, a piece of news started to circulate between upper echelons. A powder that can help mortals cultivate active soul control has been found. The discoverer is a high school student and a resident of our Sky Blossom City. Nobody believed, so they checked for the patent, and such a patent happened to be granted. Then another news circulated that the high school boy gave the exclusive rights to his patent to Card Emperor Anna Heatsend for her protection. Then another news circulated that the high school boy made use of the Card Emperor's trust to cheat her of 35% royalty. Then the higher-ups in the Sky Blossom passed a request to Lion Cubs High asking to change the rules of the tournament and allow any 18-year-old or below resident of the Sky Blossom City to participate in the tournament, and also the participants must sign liability waiver. Later, a rumor started to circulate stating that anybody who will kill Dalton Wyatt in the tournament will gain the favor of the Southern Watch and their commander. And that crazy girl Courtney is a disciple of the Circle's hunting dog, codenamed Clown Mask. In a way, the crazy girl is my superior. Since you are the shadow leader of the budding TSR guild, you should know about the Circle. That's the summary of what happened. So are you still participating in the tournament? Andrea summarized everything that happened in the Sky Blossom City after I tricked Anna into giving me 35% royalty. Hearing Andrea summarize what happened in such a small period, I was shocked. To think all this happened in a single morning. It seems Anna found out about my relationship with the TSR Guild. It was obvious, but how did she know that I was the shadow leader, the one controlling everything in the TSR Guild from shadows? Considering Anna was the ruler of the South, it was not surprising that she could find all my secrets, and I was not that keen on hiding my ties with the TSR Guild. Most important of all, how did that be asterisk TCH manage to bypass the soul contract? No, she did not completely manage to bypass the soul contract, otherwise Anna herself would come for my life. She made use of the loopholes in the soul contract. By revealing to everyone that I had a 35% royalty of silver milk powder, Anna gathered their jealousy onto me. By revealing that I tricked her, she told everyone that our relationship was sour and she wanted me dead more than alive, but had to protect me due to soul contract. So now everyone in the Sky Blossoming City thinks that by killing me in tomorrow's tournament, they can gain the favor of a card emperor. In a way, Anna did not break any rules of the soul contract, as she did not ask the people of Sky Blossom City to kill me. They came to that conclusion by themselves. That is it. That asterisk itch. But there are two loopholes to this. One, that I could just not participate in tomorrow's tournament. Two, that how do they plan on killing me under the protection of Anna, the Emperor of the South? Yes, I could just not participate in tomorrow's tournament. They cannot force me to participate because of the Card Emperor's protection over me, which also extended to people close to me. So they cannot threaten me into participating in the tournament. So, why are they so sure that I will participate? My source of any important info till now were Elliot and William. I cannot get in touch with Elliot since the last time I saw Anna drag him to celebrate. As for William, he did warn me about the circle indirectly, but I piss him off for obvious reasons. Maybe I should try contacting Eliza Whitebin. She must know what the F***ck is going on. After all, she owes me for helping her siblings when the whole city turned their back on them. As for the time being, I could only ask Andrea, but I could not trust him. He knew a lot about me, but I knew nothing about him. I guess this is why Andrea was being so respectful and polite towards me. Wait, Andrea said Courtney is related to a member of the circle and is also his superior, which means he is also related to the circle. Can I trust this guy? Not to mention his origin card. This guy was tricky to deal with. What makes them so sure that I will participate in tomorrow's tournament? I decided to take what I can get from Andrea for now, and check its authenticity later with Eliza or William. The city's prophet has proclaimed that you will participate in the tournament no matter what, said Andrea with a straight face. Are you being serious? If yes, then this would be the greatest joke I heard this year. And also because the first prize is a false relic. The circle is going to great lengths to make sure you participate. They want to eliminate any future troubles. I am sure you should have already learned about the murder of your parents by now from the Cane survivors. Did you think sending them to Blossom Cake City would not make the circle suspicious? It did work, but once the circle heard what you were capable of, they investigated deeper and found out that the Cane trio are out of coma and are currently working under J.K. Elliott as per your instruction. Explained Andrea. False relic, Cane trio, your instruction, except for my origin card Calamity Daughter core, these people know everything about me and what I have been up till now. I bet they have already started to suspect that my origin card is not Auricite as I claimed it to be, but something that helps me in card creation. Honestly, Andrea is not answering my question. He is testing how much they know about me is true using his origin card. The moment I asked him for an explanation, I walked into his trap. Even though I knew it was a trap, I walked in because I did not care as long as they did not know about my origin card Calamity Soul core. It was fine. False relic, Cane trio, your instruction, all of these are trap words laid by Andrea. Especially false relic. With the information provided to me by the Cane trio on Mama and Papa Wyatt's death, I knew where Mama Wyatt got the false relic soul pupils. And right now Andrea was trying to figure out if I had that false relic. If I feigned ignorance and acted as if I did not know what a false relic is, then Andrea's origin card would catch my lie, and if I did not talk about it and avoid asking what a false relic is, then it was an indication that I had the false relic that Mama Wyatt was supposed to deliver to the circle. The false relic was not something that a commoner like me would know, therefore it was an obvious tell sign. But Andrea's origin card was not without loopholes. By false relic, you mean as the one Lord William Bright has? William and his false relic are quite popular. Many of William's hardcore fans knew about the false relic behind the weirdness of William. Even though this did not put me in the clear, it did not let Andrea know that I had the false relic. But still, suspicion about me having the false relic must have gotten stronger. It seems I cannot find any answers here without answering some of theirs. Better I go to Eliza or William. Yes, like the one Lord William has. Agreed, Andrea. A false relic is indeed tempting. Sign me up. I did not want to waste any more time here, because I finally realized the horror of Andrea's card. I had lots of secrets on me compared to the last time I meet with Andrea. Rebirth, soul pupils, Calamity Soul core, etc. Not to mention, he was a lot cautious of me compared to our previous discussion. It was stupid of me to come to the principal's office in the first place, but thanks to this, I got a lot of info. Sure, here, sign the liability waiver, said Andrea as he handed me a liability waiver with my info, but missing my signature. Taking the liability waiver, I knew why these people were fearless to kill me, even though they knew I had the protection of the Card Emperor. The liability waiver that I was about to sign was their assurance and way out. If I signed this waiver, I would be declaring that if by chance I died during the tournament, then it would be my fault, but nobody else. These people had planned everything out. If it were a few days ago, I would not sign this liability waiver if the first prize was something like a real relic, but currently, I had 5 A-rank monsters protecting me. I had confidence that I could defeat a card lord, so an under 18 card fight tournament was not something I needed to be afraid about. I read the liability waiver thoroughly to check that there are no traps in it, and also asked my slave consciousness and Hive AI to verify the contents of the liability waiver just in case I had missed something. Seeing that there was no trap in the waiver, I signed it. Taking the waiver, Andrea's eyes shone brightly. I guess he achieved his mission. The waiver was pretty clear that if I did during a card fight with an under 18 Sky Blossom City participant, then I died of my fault, but nobody else. Handing in the signed liability waiver, I left the principal's office. Having received my waiver, Andrea did not care that I left hurriedly. As I left the administrative building and headed to the school main gate, nearing the gate, I was surrounded by a group of 8 to 12 students. I did not recognize them. I used my soul pupils to check their strengths. They all were in the card scholar realm. I recognized one figure in the crowd. It was Jason Saget, the bully, who got his nose broken by me during my previous visit to my class. I was surprised to see him on the school premises, and even more surprised to know that he ascended to the card scholar realm in a week. Jason, buddy, long time no see. I see in my absence your nose healed pretty nicely, and you have ascended to the card scholar realm. Congrats. It was obvious these guys were here to get revenge on behalf of Jason. Wyatt, cut the bullshit T. Because of you I got suspended from the school, but thanks to my elder's influence I was able to attend the school once again and ascend to the card scholar realm, explained Jason. He seemed proud when he mentioned his older brother. And for some reason, he blamed me for his suspension. And who are these schoolmates? Are you guys supposed to be a gang like the Bright Lions? I was curious if there were other gangs in the school besides the Bright Lions. What sh*T are you spewing? There is no other gang in the Lion Cubs High other than the Bright Lions. Can't you see the lion head badge on our uniform? We are all part of Bright Lion's 3rd Squadron, the Super Lions, yelled a tall dude. His appearance did not suit that of a high school student, instead a middle-aged uncle who fathered a dozen kids back home. He seemed to be leading this group of students. Super Lions, how are you guys all in the card scholar realm? I almost burst out laughing listening to them call themselves Super Lions. As part of Bright Lions, we were all given a free membership to the Bright Martial Gym and limited access to the gym's active soul control cultivation chamber. Why the fuck am I explaining this to you? Boys, fuck him up. No wonder there are no rival gangs to Bright Lions and Lion Cubs High. They give lots of freebies to their members which even an established adventurer guild would not provide to its members. The Bright Lions are literally throwing soul jades to wipe out any competition. Active soul control cultivation chambers are a bunch of rooms connected by an amplifier array that is powered by soul jades. The array amplifies and distributes the soul energy from the soul jade into the chambers connected to it evenly or as specified in its control panel. The card apprentice uses the soul energy in the chamber to cultivate their active soul control. Listening to their leaders command, the students summoned their grimoire and unleashed a total of 11 fireballs at me. Aren't these guys worried about these fireballs killing me? No. The way they cautiously laid an ambush for me and chose to fight a ranged battle rather than a close one, they seemed to have heard about my victory over their gang previously. Not surprising, but what surprised me was that the Bright Lions gang has also armed their members with some basic attack cards. This is the first time I have seen a gang blatantly spend money to recruit members. Aren't they worried about the loyalty of their members? Having heard the reason behind their high realms, I also did not want to waste time on them anymore. I did not even bother to summon my grimoire to dodge the fireballs or deal with these guys, utilizing the strength, defense, and speed of my mutated soul energy, Voltronian physique, and card soldier realm to the fullest. I faced nearly a dozen fireballs head-on. Thanks to the 4 times refined mutated soul energy covering my body, I and my clothes were scorch-free even after taking 11 firefalls head-on. Monster, run! Seeing me face their collective attacks head-on without summoning my grimoire, and the 11 fireballs barely do any damage to me or my clothes, the expression on my ambushers changed. They were frightened so much that they all fled in different directions. Yes, They fled. Activating the A-rank Southern Watch Combat Arts card, I chased every single one of them. My fingers dug into their leg muscles and tore them enough to render them unable to use their legs for a while. Those to be attacked by me first shouted in pain as they experienced their leg muscles being torn apart. Feeling their partially unresponsive legs, they started to yell, "My legs! My legs! I can't move them. They are not responding. You monster! What have you done to me? I am sorry. It was all Jason and Bert's plan. We had to follow Bert's command. I am sorry. Wyatt, I beg you, give me my legs back." The shouts of pain and crying increased as the number of my victims increased. Once all of my ambushers were down, I yelled, "Listen up, you pussies. Crawl and huddle up in front in a minute, or I will kill all of you claiming self-defense." The threat worked like a charm, and all of them crawled to huddled up in front of me in a minute. Interestingly, none of them tried to threaten or negotiate with me using their gang or gang leader's name this time around. Seeing their expressions, I realized they seemed to have given up on struggling because they thought that I had paralyzed their legs permanently. While crawling over to me, they must have experienced how no matter what they did, their legs did not seem to respond. Instead, they felt constant pain of their sore and torn muscles, which in fact was an indication that the paralysis was temporary, but they were too scared to realize that. Seeing their blank expression, I could not bring myself to punish them, so I decided to give them hope. "I have torn your leg muscles, hence the pain when you try to move your legs, leading to temporary paralysis. With a few days of proper rest, you guys will be back to normal again." Hearing my explanation, the blank expression on their face turned into a joyous one. They looked at me as if I was their savior, forgetting the fact that I was the one who tore their leg muscles in the first place. "Let me ask you guys, I defeated about 24 Bright Lion members and an undead scorpion a few days ago. What made you think I could not deal with you guys? Was it your new realms and cards? I was really curious about what made them think they could mess with me. Was I too lenient last time?" All gang members looked at each other as if coming to an understanding. They all looked at Bert and ratted on him. It was Bert's idea. They all shouted in unison, and then surprisingly Jason began explaining. "One of my friends saw you at the teacher's lounge and warned me into hiding. I was about to do that, but Bert, who was next to me at that time, thought to use you as a stepping stone to climb ranks and gain more resources in the Bright Lions gang. It seems the Bright Lion gang has a merit system in place for their members. The merits can be obtained by introducing new members or making some achievements. With enough merits, the gang members could buy anything from new cards to hours at the active soul control cultivation chamber. Bert thought that defeating me with an ambush would be quite an achievement. After all, I had defeated one of the founding members of the Bright Lion gang. These fuckers thought that defeating me could gain all of them enough merits to exchange an hour at the active soul control cultivation chamber. "Bert, dear, crawl next to me." Seeing Bert hesitate, I said, "I can turn the paralysis permanent, you know." Hearing me, all the 11 members looked at me with shocked expressions. As for Bert, he crawled next to me in haste. In this magical card and dungeon world, there are cures for many things which could be considered miracles back on Earth. But these miracles also cost a fortune. These fellows were from working-class families who could not afford these cures. As for the Bright Lion gang, they did not have a medical plan for their members. "Okay, listen up. I will give you guys a chance of redemption. As your leader, Bert has decided to solely bear all the punishment on your behalf. As for his punishment, all 10 of you will slap Bert with all your might one by one until I am satisfied. So who will go first?" Hearing me, Bert's face paled, and he hurriedly shouted, "I never agreed to that." As for the other gang members who were hesitating at first, after hearing Bert's word, no longer hesitated, and one of the quick-witted ones summoned his grimoire, and activating a physical reinforcement card, he crawled next to Bert hurriedly and slapped Bert before he could even react. Thankfully, Bert was of higher active soul control %, so he was able to bear the reinforced slap. Soon others followed that guy's lead, even Jason. It seems choking on his blood last time in the class had left a significant trauma on him. I was surprised by the cruelty of the gang members. I guess if this continues, even Bert's parents can't recognize him. Seeing that Bert would not last long under repeated reinforced slaps, I had to ask them to not use their physical enforcement card. I had other plans for these people for which Bert had to last longer. Just as the gang members continued to slap Bert, I received a call from a person I never expected from. Annihilation. Southern asterisk core calling. ANS, reject, ignore reply. At first, when I knew what had transpired after my transaction with Anna, I wanted to call her and give her a piece of my mind, but seeing her plan show results, she will only be delighted, and not to mention that she can teleport. I decided against calling her instead, took my anger out by changing her name in my contacts. I thought over the possible reasons for Anna calling me right now, and I could only come up with one reason. She was calling to gloat and ask me to return half or all of the royalty in my hand. I could just ignore or reject her call, but I was in her fucking territory. I could not avoid her forever. She might even give me a personal visit, which would be a lot painful than just answering her call. Finally, I decided to answer her call. You motherfucker, you dare to cross me. Are you not afraid of death? It seems she is not going to be civil, I guess. Wrong number. I did not respond to her curses because either way, I would be the one to pay dearly. So I decided to just hang up on her. But from her words, it became clear to me that she too found about me screwing her over just now. Considering Anna's intelligence and lacking experience, she would never be able to execute such an elaborate plan to kill me without triggering the soul contract. And with her personality, she would find me or call me the moment she finds out that I had screwed her over. Southern asterisk core calling. ANS, reject, ignore reply. Ignore. Southern asterisk core calling. ANS, reject, ignore reply. Ignore. Message from Southern asterisk core. Read/mark as read/delete. Read. Don't make me teleport to your warehouse. Southern asterisk core calling. ANS, reject, ignore reply. Answer. After reading Anna's message, I was left with no choice but to answer her call. "Hole, you dare to hang up and ignore my calls," yelled Anna. "Anna, I have decided to give the government my patent in exchange for sanctuary and protection." I was not helpless, but I did not want to use it and agitate whoever was behind Anna. But I am not the one to remain silent while being abused. "You dare," threatened Anna. "I dared to cheat the asterisk whore emperor. Now you tell me if I would dare or not." Asterisk whore emperor lost to Southern asterisk whore when I decided to change Anna's contact info in my grimoire. Haha, I'm starting to like you more and more, Wyatt. How about becoming one of my sugar babies? Anna laughed and started to hit on me. Upon receiving an unexpected answer from Anna, I was left speechless. Nobody dared to screw me as you did. I want to see if can screw me harder. Anna no longer made sense to me. But this made it clear to me that Anna was not the one who put a target on my back. Who was it that made me a walking target? I asked Anna. I was not sure if I would get an answer. My mother. She just visited to praise my idiocracy and congratulate me on my blandder, replied Anna in a self-mocking tone. Wait, your mother is also a card emperor. If you want to scold your card emperor daughter, you have to be card emperor. I was not surprised. After all, I guessed Anna had a big background, but a card emperor mother and daughter pair, I would have never guessed this. No, card demigod. Not just her, my uncle and grandpa are also card demigods. My grandmother will also achieve divinity soon. Anna detonated a bigger bomb. Fuck, a card demigod family. I was shocked. Are demigods as common as cabbages now? What did I get myself into? No, not me, it was Elliot. Right now I wanted to gut Elliot for his screw up. My offer still holds good, reminded Anna. What offer? I still had not processed the fact that Anna had about 3 demigods backing her. No wonder she was able to become the commander of the Southern Watch and dared to have a monopoly over the production and supply of silver milk powder. About you becoming one of my sugar babies? Repeated Anna. Hell no. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in my words. How about my husband? Not only am I willing to give you a monopoly of me, but this way my mother may no longer target you, explained Anna. Her offer sounded tempting, but it had obvious holes. What's the point of having a monopoly over a cave frequented by all snakes in the southern region? I did not try to hide the scorn in my words. I was not worried about Anna's wrath. Believe it not, I will teleport to your warehouse at night and force myself upon you, joked Anna. But her joke did not sound like a joke to me. I believe you, therefore I am no longer planning on sleeping there. I was seriously considering sleeping in a coffin like the Dracula. It was the best way to keep away any women, even the asterisk Lutz. If a coffin doesn't turn her off, then I could just lock myself in it. Enough jokes. Do not let my mother or any other organizations know that you're planning to exchange the patent for government's protection, then even I will not be able to protect you. If not for the soul contract between you and me, You and people close to you would have already been killed or kidnapped by various organizations for the patent in your hand. In a way, my family is protecting you and as well targeting you. Don't screw that up. I knew the silver milk powder would be a revolutionary product. After all, with regular consumption of silver milk powder, a genius who can contract a grimoire at 16 years of age to ascend as a card apprentice could contract a grimoire by 13 to 14 years of age. As for people with average talent, they would for sure be able to contract a grimoire by 16 to 17 years of age. There will no longer be late bloomer card apprentices in the world. I also knew that patenting such a product will bring a lot of troubles my way. But I still decided to patent the silver milk powder because I had plans in place. But the person who I handed the task of patenting my findings screwed up big time. When my patent would be made public, many big families, clans, organizations including the government would rush to me for the rights to patent. Of course, they would have alternative thoughts like Anna as well, but in the end, they would have to give up on those thoughts as there were too many of them and only one pie, aka me. Yes. They would be too busy fighting their competitors to care about a golden ant like me. Even protect me so that the government couldn't swallow the whole pie with my death. When they were tired from fighting each other, I would propose to divide the exclusive rights to my patent into 5 equal parts and auction it to the 5 highest bidders in exchange for a reasonable royalty. These 5 winning bidders would be too occupied dealing with those that lost and on alert towards their new allies for any potential backstabbing. Of course, I would have all 5 winning bidders sign a sole contract stating to give me protection. This way I could make sure that these 5 bidders will not kill me to avoid giving me royalty, and all 5 of them would have to protect me, as they had a bigger shark to watch out for. Upon my death, any patent and royalty I hold will belong to the estate, but I have no family, so it will go in the hands of the government, who without a doubt would involve itself in the struggle of the 5 winning bidders. If I had the strength to kill all the 5 winning bidders, I could claim back the exclusive rights to the production and supply of silver milk powder, but it was an impossible feat for me to achieve. But for the government, it was not an impossible feat, so the 5 winning bidders would have to increase the royalty so that the government doesn't kill them all. So the 5 winning bidders would have to give me sufficient protection to not fall prey to the government. Currently, I had the same kind of deal with Anna and her demigod family, but they did not seem to be worried about the government getting involved. Maybe because they form a part of the government themselves. To think Elliot brought me such big bait, which even the government would have a hard time swallowing. Thankfully, they seemed to care about Anna a lot, so they did not dare to totally abandon me for the fear of triggering the soul contract between me and Anna. They are protecting me from other organizations, but at the same time they are trying to get rid of me without triggering the soul contract. Forming an odd form of system where I get my share of royalty and protection I demanded, but also have to be on the lookout for assassination by my protectors. You want me to do nothing? This way I am bound to die sooner or later. I yelled at Anna, who explained to me my current situation and warned me from doing anything that would warrant her family into abandoning me. Who asked you to do nothing? I just asked you to not do stupid things which may get you killed faster. Think of a different way than involving outside forces like the government. For example, consider becoming my hubby. Not only will you get rid of the target on your back, but also become the son-in-law of a demigod family. This way you gain a lot and lose nothing. Anna patiently explained to me the benefits of marrying her in a soothing voice. Anna heat sand. Will you stop talking nonsense, or I will hang up the call. I have not fallen to the point of becoming a live-in son-in-law or the husband of the asterisk whore who conquered all the snakes of the South. My mother has been bugging me lately with all the marriage talk. What do you think would happen if I informed her that I had someone I like? Darling, you can resist all you want, but I will make you mine. Saying that, Anna hung up on me. Fuck you, old hag. You want to eat my young and hard meat. I'd rather die again than own the lock which opens to all the keys in existence. I was frustrated. If I knew this would happen, I would have just handed her the exclusive rights to the production and supply of silver milk powder. Yes, I was a transmigrator, but my soul age was nowhere near 100 years of age. Talking with Anna, I did not notice that the students had come out for their lunch break. These students did not dare form a crowd to watch the show happening right in their schoolyard because the people involved were the members of the Bright Lions gang. So they just watched from far away. Nobody bothered to report to a teacher. Instead, they reported to the leaders, or other members of the Bright Lion gang. The sounds of Bert getting shaped had gotten soft, so I looked at the 10 members I instructed to slap Bert and said, "If you guys dare to cut corners, I will paralyze your whole body." It seems slowly members of the Bright Lions gang were gathering. Seeing them demotivated these people from administering my punishment on Bert. My threat did motivate them, but they were not enthusiastic as before. The number of Bright Lion members gathering increased from a bunch to a dozen. Pretty soon they crossed half a century, and it did not take long for their numbers to increase into a complete century. They slowly surrounded me and the 11 crippled members of their gang. I did not know for what or whom they were waiting for. But for now, they did not seem to have any intention of interrupting my punishment. Such a commotion was bound to attract the attention of the staff in the school back on Earth, but here the school staff act like they did not exist. From my previous conversation with Andrea, I knew they monitored everything happening in the school, but chose to stay silent unless they were forced to act. As for the students, they were used to it. Until yesterday, it was the Bright Lions gang members bullying others. Today, it was the Bright Lions gang members being bullied. And as always, they would continue to play their part as watermelon-eating bystanders. The scene of more than 100 people surrounding and eyeballing a single person was very intimidating, and for a change, they were eager to watch what will happen next. Being eyeballed by 100-plus wannabe gangsters, I chuckled, which only aggravated them. But seeing the Bright Brothers trio, the 3 founders of their gang, arrive at the scene, they made way for them, and all bowed in unison, shouting, "Welcome, gang leaders." 1 bulky, 1 slender, and 1 with glasses, 3 blondes in lion-high uniform passed the 100 delinquents and stopped stepping into the encirclement of their cronies. The slender blondie looked at me and said, "It seems you could not wait till the tournament to find death. Hello to you too." Seeing the figures of the Bright Brother trio, the crippled gang members did not dare to slap Bert any longer and stopped. As for Bert, he slowly crawled towards the blonde brothers with a swollen face and wailed, mumbling, "Kill him! Kill him! Ah!" But before he could crawl far, I grabbed him by his leg as my figures dug into his leg muscle, tearing them apart. As a consequence, Bert experienced a hellish pain that accumulated with his previous injuries, rendered him unconscious. Seeing the fate of Bert, the rest of the crippled delinquents were happy and thankful that they were not as impatient as Bert. I was not interested in the expressions of these crippled delinquents, but the Bright Brothers trio. Surprisingly, they were unfazed by Bert's painful ending. Instead, they were looking at me with curious eyes, and the glasses blondie said, "How did you break through into the card soldier realm within a few days?" "Thanks to your patriarch, William. If not for him, I would not be able to cultivate this fast." "True. In a way, William tearing my soul helped me with mutating my soul, which in turn helped me increase my active soul control percent and break through to the card soldier realm this early." Hearing that I was a card soldier, the delinquents eyeballing me finally showed some hesitation. Except for their founding leaders, none of the members of their gang has ascended to the card soldier realm. They knew that the card soldier realm was no longer a gap that could be filled with numbers, but it would be a different story if the said card soldier did not have realm-appropriate cards. As for the crippled gang members next to me, they now knew that they were doomed to not have a good ending. "Do you want to die?" shouted the bulky blondie as he summoned his silver grimoire. His brothers followed his actions. I spoke the truth, but the Bright Brothers trio thought that I was mocking their patriarch and family. When you speak the truth, only bad things await. "Summon, skeleton fiend," shouted the slender blondie and ordered his summons. "Kill him." A 3.2-meter-tall humanoid-shaped skeleton with 3 skulls and 6 bone arms rushed at me in a fully equipped black steel armor set and 6 different swords. I used my soul pupils to locate the core of the skeleton, but there wasn't one. I saw a few strings of soul pathway originating from the skeleton fiend, extending and connecting to the slender blondie. No wonder the skeleton fiend did not have a core, as it was the origin card of the slender blondie. Now I knew why the slender blondie was so confident that he could kill me in the tournament previously when I defeated his undead scorpion. An origin card summons was hectic to deal with, so I decided to summon my summons. Activating the monster orb card, I shouted, "Stone Viltronian, I choose you." Clank clank asterisk clank asterisk. Soon a humanoid adult-sized stone elemental appeared in front of me, blocking the 6 connected sword strikes of the skeleton fiend. Hitting against the hard stone exterior of the stone Viltronian, the skeleton fiend was pushed back. Stone Voltronian, use Stone Maiden. Following my command, Stone Voltronian summoned a stone casket with spikes on the inside right behind the skeleton fiend, which was pushed backwards. A set of stone chains extended out of the casket, and grabbing the skeleton fiend, the chains dragged it into the casket. As soon as the skeleton fiend was inside the stone casket, it shut close, impaling and trapping the skeleton fiend inside. And soon the casket plowed itself into the ground below. "Skeleton fiend," yelled the slender blondie. He could feel the connection between him and his summon, but right now the skeleton fiend was immobilized and trapped. He was left with no choice but to discard that body of the skeleton fiend. His origin card was the core of the skeleton fiend, so discarding the skeleton body of the fiend did not kill his summons, as the core would form a new body in his grimoire. But he could not summon his summons till it had formed a new body. Seeing their brother lose so easily, the other two were dumbfounded. Though their brother's skeleton fiend was not strong as their golems, it was a difficult opponent since it was an origin card undead summons. Forget the blonde brothers, their cronies were freaked out. They had seen the prowess of the skeleton fiend firsthand during team training and practice of their gang. To think that the skeleton fiend, which they considered as a killing machine, would be taken care of by someone so easily. They knew the card fight had crossed the realm which they could participate in. I was strong and confident about my physical prowess, but still, it would be a hassle to kill an origin card undead summons. As for Stone Voltronians, I never planned on hiding them. But I did make sure to mask the A-rank monster aura and breath of the Stone Voltronian. If I suddenly summoned an A-rank monster in the middle of the schoolyard, the school staff would be left with no choice but to step in. "Is that it? I thought you wanted to kill me. If so, you will have to do a lot better than that," I taunted the three blonde brothers. The slender blondie's face was cramped with anger. He was not as chatty as the last time. Neither of his brothers came to this rescue, but he can't blame them as it all happened so fast. "It seems we underestimated you. Brother, show him the consequences for daring to mock our patriarch." The glasses blondie ordered the bulky blondie, who did not seem to mind being ordered around by his brother. I have never seen the bulky one talk. Even during our last encounter, he remained silent while his brothers did all the talking. Maybe he's just a mute or not good with words. Turns out he is the latter. C-rank field card, Hazard Mud Swamp. Summon Mud Golem. Card name, Hazard Mud Swamp. Card type, field card. Card rank, C rank, uncommon grade. Card rating, 31 stars. Card durability, 80/100. Card effect, 150 meters surrounding the host will turn into a radioactive mud swamp for 3 hours. Additional effect, radiation, pollution. Cooldown time, for 150 seconds. Note, host and friendly units are immune to radiation and pollutants. Radiation. The enemy units, when in contact with the radioactive mud of the swamp, will suffer from acute health effects such as skin burns and acute radiation sickness. Upon longer exposure, it can also result in long-term health effects such as cancer and cardiovascular disease. Pollution. The atmosphere surrounding the area under the effect of the card will be polluted, making it hard to breathe and see. Card name, Mud Golem. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rating, --. Card durability, --. Card effect, the host can summon a mud golem. The size of the golem depends on the available amount of mud. Addition effect, minion production, mud swamp creation. Restriction, the number of minion golems produced depends upon the realm of the host. The size of the golems produced depends on the mud provided. Card soldier realm, 100 units. Minion production. The summon mud golem can produce minion mud golems depending upon the amount of mud available. Mud swamp creation. The mud golem can turn the ground below it into a mud swamp at a rate of 1 meter per minute. Soon the schoolyard turned into a hazard mud swamp. The crippled delinquents and the unconscious Bert's body almost submerged into the swamp. Fortunately, the mud swamp was only 34 centimeters deep. Throwing the submerged Bert to the crippled delinquents, I said, "Carry him and head to the school infirmary." The mud swamp and deadweight Bert made it harder for the delinquents to crawl, but they had no other choice, as the other members of the Bright Lions delinquent gang did not come to their aid despite their pleas. After the field card was in effect, I saw a 4-meter-tall mud golem stand guard next to the bulky blondie. and soon 2.5 meters tall 100 mud golem raised from the mud swamp in front of him. As the 100 mid golem raised, I noticed that the mud swamp dried up considerably. Not just me, even the crippled delinquents did, but they hurriedly crawled to the school building. The hazard mud swamp is not a normal mud swamp. It has radiation additional effects. You have already lost. Apologies, and I will let you live. With 100 mud golems in front of him, the bulky blondie domineeringly preached. Radiation is harmful, but my body is reinforced by 4 times refined, mutated soul energy. This low-level radiation was not a threat to me. I was considering not to harm these 3 brothers out of consideration for Corey. She did say that they were her cousins. But now his cockiness changed my mind. I decided to send him packing with few broken bones. Stone Viltronian, use summon minions. Thankfully, I had summoned the boss Stone Viltronian, and now I could also flex some muscles. Though boss Viltronian alone can take care of the bulky blondie and his summons, I still made use of the boss skill summon minion because the whole point of this fight was to overthrow Bright Lion's gang influence from the Lion Cubs High, as I wanted to recruit all the capable card apprentices of the high school in the TSR guild. Soon 350 Stone Viltronians stood in front of me. 300 of them were B rank and the rest 50 were A rank. I knew this was overkill, but I had to set up prestige for myself and the forces I am representing, namely the TSR guild. Why don't you compensate for the emotional damage done to me by your gang members' ambush? And I will consider letting you and your brothers get home in one piece. I was not the one to waste time on stupid dialogues, but there was an eager audience watching, recording, and streaming the current fight. This kind of stuff, though cliché, would inspire and turn the audience in my favor, also helps in gaining some fans. Windows of the school building facing the schoolyard in which the card fight was going on were occupied by school students who eagerly wanted to record and stream the fight between the infamous Lion Cubs High's Bright Lion's delinquent gang and Dalton Wyatt, an orphan and victim of Bright Lion's delinquent gang members' bullying. There were many other catchy titles for the stream, like 3 grandsons defending their grandfather's honor, Ant who challenged Lion's pride, Bullied becomes the bully, High School Ant's revenge, Lion Cubs High Ant's rampage, Delinquents get their ass handed to them. The list goes on, so I asked Highval to stop the network search on our card fight. The popularity of my current card fight was more than I expected, maybe because of the target on my back pasted by Anna's mom. Many higher-ups and the participants of tomorrow's tournament wanted to check what they will be dealing with in the tournament. Seeing his brother outnumbered, the glasses blondie stepped forward and stopped next to his bulky brother and yelled, "We seem to have underestimated you. As an apology, I will kill you by myself." Summon Mountain Golem. Being one of the top 3 high schools of the Sky Blossom City, Lion Cubs High had a vast school campus. And the schoolyard by the entrance of the Lion Cubs High was huge enough to act as a battleground for card fights. But when the glasses blondie summoned his Mountain Golem, the area of the Lion Cubs High schoolyard was no longer enough, as the summons Mountain Golem was a 13-meter-high mountain that unraveled to take shape into a 20-meter-tall mountain golem. Summoning a giant which can topple the school building with a stomp was something that should force the school staff and principal to take action, but the glasses' bright brother did not seem to care. It was one thing that his incompetent slender brother was defeated, but when his bulky brother, who contracted his grimoire's twin, lost, he was angered beyond words and did not care about the consequences and summoned his summons Mountain Golem. Though its height and size made the Mountain Golem intimidating, the fact remains that it was ugly to watch. Upon its appearance, the students recording and streaming from the windows of the school building hurried towards the school rooftop to get a better view of the Mountain Golem. They weren't afraid that the Mountain Golem would destroy the school building by mistake, because the school walls, floors, and columns were all made of reinforced cement and black steel alloy beams. So the Mountain Golem had to watch out for the school building if it did not want to trip and fall, not the other way around. All the Bright Lion's delinquent gang members who had lost all hope, seeing me summon 350 Stone Viltronian minions, finally sighed in relief and regained their confidence, seeing the head founder of their delinquent gang finally reveal his mysterious origin card. And it was worth the wait. The summon of their head founder was nothing short of a marvel. Card name, Mountain Golem. Card type, Origin card. Card rank, Unique grade. Card rating, //. Card durability, //. Card effect, The host can summon a mountain golem of 20 meters height. Additional effect, mountain egg. Restriction, the mountain has sluggish reflexes due to its heavy weight. The sluggishness in the mountain golem's reflexes decreases with an increase in the host's realm. Egg form. The mountain golem can switch to and fro between egg golem form and humanoid golem form. Egg golem form makes up for mountain golem's lack of speed by its rolling ability. I did not want to reveal my summons until the tournament, but you successfully angered me. Now face my wrath, yelled the glasses blondie. Seeing the 20-meter-tall mountain golem, I chucked and gave the glasses blondie a scornful gaze and said, "Is this it?" My scornful words aggravated him, and he laughed maniacally and yelled, "Ha! Is this it?" he says. After a hearty laugh, the glasses blondie paused. Calming down, he looked at me and said, "I want to know what makes you so confident even after seeing my mountain golem. Do you think that the school staff will save? If yes, then you thought wrong, buddy. Nobody will interfere until I am done with you. Not even God can save you from my hands today." I did not plan on hurting either of the Bright brothers since they were Corey's cousins, but they were too cocky for their own good. If only they had kept their mouths shut. Stone Viltronian transform. Stone Viltronian Titan. Soon the Stone Viltronian transformed into a 21 meters tall Stone Viltronian Titan. Thankfully, the schoolyard was spacious enough for two giants to stand on, but it was not enough for them to fight on. The glasses blondie's C-rank 20 meters tall mountain golem was no match for my A-rank 21 meters tall Stone Viltronian Titan. No, all the 101 mud golems and the mountain golem combined together were not a match of my single A-rank Stone Viltronian, but this way was more exciting than a single A-rank Stone Viltronian single-handedly defeating them all, because this way I have bested all three of the Brighter brothers in their specialties, and showed that I was better than them in every way possible. I guess this should get me a fan base in the Lion Cubs High and other schools. All the Bright Loins delinquent gang members that had just regained confidence and were cheering for the glasses blondie ran for their life, trying to flee into the school building for cover to escape from becoming the casualties in the aftermath of the fight between the two giants. As for the students recording and streaming on the rooftop, they cheered and were chanting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The number of viewers for their stream had reached a record high. If the passive standoff between two giants could gain them this many viewers, then a fight between two would make them rich overnight. "Now, where's your arrogance, blondie?" I asked the glasses blondie, who was still dazed and staring at my Stone Viltronian Titan. Unlike his ugly-ass mountain golem, the Stone Viltronian Titan was like a 21 meters tall, beautifully carved humanoid stone sculpture. "How are you able to withstand the radiation of Hazard Mud Swamp for so long?" The bulky blondie butted, and seeing I did not show any sign of radiation sickness, and also because his brother was still processing the shock. "I guess I am just immune to radiation," I said playfully. Right now I was on the live stream, though I did not mind revealing the Stone Viltronian and its second form. I did not want to reveal too much about my physique and its abilities. Impossible, I am supposed to be the strongest and stand on top of all the youths of Sky Blossom City. How can this be? You. This is all your fault. If I defeat you, I will be the strongest. My capabilities were too much for Glasses Blondie to handle so much, so that he went cuckoo and ordered, "Mountain Golem Meteorite Jump." Hearing its master's command, the Mountain Golem jumped high into the sky, almost reaching 300 meters high above the ground. No matter how you reason it, it was physically impossible, but after reaching 300 meters high in the sky, the mountain Gant switched to its egg form and descends to Earth at the highest speed possible, just like a meteorite. If the mountain Gant were to impact the ground from such height, it would devastate most of the school buildings and all the students within it, may even end up killing some innocent bystanders. But the Glasses Blondie did not seem to care about the consequences. All he cared about now was to kill me and regain his self-proclaimed title as the strongest of the high school. Seeing the mountain golem descend from the sky at a physics-bending, accelerating speed, I thought it was about time school staff or the principal himself made an entry, but to no avail. They were a no-show, but the school building started to glow with a blue hue, forming a thin layer of protective cover covering over the buildings. Seeing this, the students on the rooftop recording and streaming who had run into the school building for cover cheered as they returned to the rooftop and boldly resumed their recording and streaming the descending ball-shaped mountain golem. The Bright Lions' delinquent gang members run into the school building for cover long ago, leaving behind their 3 leaders. For some reason, the Brighter Brother did not run for cover, showing that they were confident facing the 13 meters wide ball, which was about to hit the ground at a high speed. Soon I knew why as I saw all the 101 mud golem combined, forming a mud dome covering the 3 brothers. I could easily escape into the school building for cover by the time the mountain golem impacted the ground due to the obvious flaw in the Glasses Blondie's final move, attack speed. I don't know how the Glasses Blondie plans to cover this flaw during the tournament, but for now, it was a fatal flaw as during this period I had enough time and chances to disable or kill the 3 brothers, indirectly killing the mountain golem and the mud golems, making the whole point of this move mute. But I did not plan on running for cover, as this move of the mountain golem, though intimidating and deadly, was not enough for me to be worried about. Stone Viltronian Titan, though a stone elemental with the ability to take shape of an organism upon coming in contact with the blood of the said organism, also adapted the other physical abilities of the organism. In the case of the stone troll was troll's resilience and strength, and in the case of a stone Viltronian Titan, it had almost all of the abilities of the Calamity Daughter core along with its stone elemental abilities. The strength of an A-rank stone Viltronian Titan was equal to a 1 million years old Viltronian Titan or a card lord. So when the ball-shaped mountain golem finally neared the 21 meters tall stone Viltronian Titan, with an incredible descending force, the Titan raised its arms and caught the mountain golem, forcing the descending golem to a stop. As the Titan caught the ball-shaped golem in its descent, a shock wave spread out of the area of impact. The ground underneath its feet cracked and trembled to form an acute earthquake. In the process, the force of the descending ball-shaped golem transferred to the ground through the Titan, who halted its descent. The school building remained unaffected by the acute earthquake, though the same could not be said for the schoolyard, which was cracked and had huge footprints in it. As for the students, they couldn't be happier due to the sudden turn of events that were too shocking and thrilling. They all focused their grimoires on the explicitly sculpted broad stone shoulders of the stone Viltronian Titan, which carried a small mountain half of its size. This scene was just mind-blowing. To their surprise, what happened next was crazier. Stone Viltronian Titan used Stone Maiden, the Gant humanoid stone elemental, which just caught the ball-shaped mountain golem, summoned a giant stone maiden and threw the mountain golem in the casket. As soon as the mountain golem entered it, the stone maiden closed, automatically immobilizing and trapping the body of the mountain golem. Later, the stone maiden plowed into the ground. Since his summons, mountain golem's body was immobilized and trapped in the stone maiden, which plowed into the ground. The Glasses Blonde, like his youngest brother Slender Blondie, had no choice but to cut the connection between his origin card and the entrapped body of the mountain golem. Thankfully, he was inside the mud dome, and people could not see the tantrum he was throwing, having lost despite using his strongest move. I wanted to make use of other moves I had thought of earlier, using stone elemental manipulation of the stone Viltronian, but presently I did not have a move as capable as a stone maiden in terms of immobilizing and trapping enemies. Thanks to the Hive AI connecting the parent and daughter Calamity cores, I could effortlessly and perfectly relay my thoughts and instructions to the stone Viltronian, teaching it various ways to use the stone manipulation skills in a matter of seconds. After dealing with the mountain golem, I asked the stone Viltronian Titan to claw open the mud dome, sheltering the 3 bright brothers. It was time for their punishment. But to my surprise, after opening the mud dome, it turned out to be empty. Then I hurriedly used my soul pupils to locate the 3 brothers. If I let them escape this time, even though I had won, it would not be a satisfying win. Since the bright brothers vanished in the mud dome, which was in the middle of the schoolyard, the only place they could escape to was underground. It did not take me long to locate 10 humanoid-shaped soul pathway arrangements deep underneath the schoolyard. Out of the 10 humanoid-shaped soul pathway arrangements, I located 3 had souls, but the other 7 were soulless. The 3 with souls should be the 3 brothers, and the other 7 should be mud golems, helping them dig an underground tunnel for them to escape. The 3 brothers had no other choice but to escape. The strongest of them, their elder brother Glasses Blondie, and his mountain golem, were defeated by their opponent. The bright brothers, though arrogant, had enough intelligence to know when they had to flee. Considering the strength displayed by their opponent, the mud golems of their second brother were not a match of their enemy's stone elementals, so instead of stubbornly fighting a losing battle and be humiliated, they decided it was better to flee. The bright brother had only themselves to blame for underestimating their enemy and losing so comically. But they were not convinced of this loss, as they thought that if they had enough soul jades, or rather just a single soul jade, they would use it to reconstruct the body of the mountain giant and continue to fight. This time, instead of underestimating their opponent and fighting head-on, they would fight wisely. They were not heirs of their families to have the luxury to use soul jaded as they pleased. Soul jades could help them in their cultivation and breath through. Even a single soul jade was a luxury to them. People see them and envy them for having access to all the resources of the Bright family, but only the brothers knew that Bright family was a big family and had thousands of mouths to feed. Without enough contribution, they could just forget about receiving any resources. Therefore, they accepted to be puppets used by their families to expand the family business into the underworld, which is currently a monopoly of the Circle and the Whitebin family. This meant that if something went wrong, the family would use them as scapegoats. Seeing the last-ditch struggle of the three brothers, I chucked and ordered the stone Viltronian Titan to dig the ground and drag out the fleeing brothers. In the process of digging out the brothers safely, the schoolyard was ruined. Seeing a huge stone palm dig the mud ceiling of the tunnel, the brothers, who were angry and ashamed for fleeing after losing to someone whom they deemed as dead, suddenly turned pale in fright. They wanted to struggle and feel, but in front of absolute might, their measly strength was of no use. Upon discovering the three brothers, I ordered the stone Viltronian Titan to use stone manipulation to entrap them in a stone room and raise them to the ground. Reaching the ground, the stone room, trapping the brothers, opened. The three brothers were already defeated, ashamed, but now frightened by being greeted by a giant stone Viltronian Titan, 350 stone Viltronian minions, and finally me. I thought you guys wanted to kill me? So why are you guys fleeing? I asked the brothers playfully. We did not flee. It was just a strategic retreat. You are strong. We heard your origin card was an eye-related skill card, but it seems you hid too deep. An origin card capable of summoning so many strong stone elementals is surely a strong origin card, but not enough for you to survive tomorrow's tournament. If not for me underestimating you, maybe I would not be the one who lost, said the glasses blondie, trying to hide their embarrassment of feeling. Whatever the reason may be, you lost. I was thinking of various ways to punish these guys, but nothing seemed appropriate, as they had already been defeated, were defenseless, and showed no form of struggle. If I did not want to appear righteous to the people watching the stream recorded by the students, I would not have a hard time passing judgment on them. But this did not mean I could let them off easy. They wanted to kill me to defend their patriarch's honor, then let's use that. Yes, we lost, so what now? Said the glasses blondie shamelessly, as he was pretty confident about his family name and knew nobody would harm them knowing they belonged to the Bright family. Good, I like people who understand their circumstances. Now let's talk about the compensation for the emotional damage I received. Considering the members of your group ambushed me, and then you three attempted to murder me. All in all, you guys owe me 1,000 soul jades each and another 1,000 for the ambush. I am being considerate since you guys are the descendants of William. The last part was not necessary, but I said that to aggravate them into doing something stupid. I need a reason to break these fuckers. Watch your tongue, shouted the slender blondie. What was that? I asked with a glare. Before slender blondie could answer me again, bulky blondie slapped him hard and apologized. I am sorry, my young brother did not mean any disrespect. It's just that he is having a hard time believing that you know our patriarch. Are you calling me a liar? Do I seem like a liar to you? I asked exasperatedly. Yes, answered the slender blondie before his brother could react. I glared at him hard, and then I suddenly realized holding them ransom for 4,000 soul jades was better than punishing them. The more I thought, the more I started to like the thought of gaining 4,000 soul jades in exchange for these three brothers. After using about 15,000 soul jades to build the second transformation bodies for all my Calamity Daughter cores, and investing 10,000 soul jades in the TSR guild, I was left with 10,000 soul jades. Which was a lot, but considering my spending habits, that number would not last long. So I needed to find a source of income until Anna's family starts making profits off of silver milk powder. Fine, I will prove it. Saying that, turning on the speaker option in the grimoire, I called William. Seeing me call their patriarch, the trio jeered. They thought I was faking it. Trang. Boy, this better be serious. I am in the middle of something important right now. William picked my call before the third ring of the call could sound. Hearing his voice, the trio were shocked. But before I could answer, I heard Corey's voice in the background. Grandpa, I don't need you here, please leave. Brat, speak, what is it? Is it about the unspoken bounty on your head, or you betraying me? Said William impatiently. Unspoken bounty, betrayal. I knew about the unspoken bounty, but betrayal. When did I betray you? You sat on a gold goose called silver milk powder, and never even consider sending a golden egg my way. Apparently, William was unsatisfied about me not involving him in the silver milk powder project. I trusted Elliot, and look where it got me. If I'd trusted William instead, I would be dead already. William may seem like a granddaughter-loving, perverted old man, but his nature was that of an old snake. If I offered him an egg, he will reach to swallow the whole goose. I will talk to Anna and see if she can involve your family in the supply chain. I lied. The Bright family stood a better chance without my recommendation. Good. I will be waiting for good news. So why did you call me? William was overjoyed hearing my promise. I called to inform you that some of the juniors of your family tried to ambush and kill me. But sadly they failed. You know what this means, right? With the protection of the Southern Emperor and Southern Watch over my head, aiming for my life in the Southern region was a big crime or even a death sentence in itself, which the three brothers failed to take into consideration when they fought for the honor of their patriarch. One of the reasons why I was confident in extorting 4,000 soul jades from William. They did. Who are they? William's voice became cold. He knew the only reason Southern Watch did not step until now was that they did not deem it as their obligation to help Wyatt with his day-to-day problems. They only signed up for protection, not babysitting. But if Wyatt were to claim this incident as otherwise, then the whole Bright family is in peril. The slender blondie. Until now I did not realize that I did not know the names of the three Bright brothers. Looking at the three brothers, I ordered, "Your patriarch is on the call. Introduce yourselves." Nick Bright greets the patriarch. Yelled the glasses blondie. Tom Bright greets the patriarch. Yelled the bulky blondie. Ed Bright greets the patriarch. Yelled the slender blondie. The three Bright brothers one by one introduced themselves. The respect and admiration they held for William could be heard as they greeted William so formally over a simple call. This may be the first time they have ever talked to their patriarch, but thanks to their family grooming, which had brainwashed them with a high level of loyalty, respect, self-sacrifice, and admiration towards their family, and its elders, their attitude towards William was normal. If William were to ask them to sacrifice themselves for the family, they would follow through without batting an eye. In this world, family values and loyalty were like a cult following. Nothing made sense or seemed logical. This was necessary for a family to survive and become prosperous. You guys are from the third great elders branch family who inherited the War Golem twins grimoire, right? Didn't anyone in the family tell you I have retired as the patriarch? William's voice was found and audible since the gold grimoire speakers were top-notch. Yes, patriarch. We belong to the third great elders branch family and had the honor to contract the War Golem twin predecessors' grimoires. About the patriarch's retirement, the elders of the family do not agree to it. Even the matriarch has not agreed to patriarch's retirement. The decision is still pending till the matriarch returns. Explained Nick Bright, fixing his glasses proudly, knowing that their patriarch knows them. A big family like the Bright family has many younger generations. This generation alone had about 70 to 80 children. Therefore, it was an achievement if their name was worth being remembered by their patriarch. But sadly, this happiness didn't last too long, knowing that their actions have put their family in a complicated situation. What does that woman want? She fought for dominance with me the entire time I was patriarch. Now that I have decided to retire, shouldn't she be happy? Sigh. Did you kids not receive the memo this morning asking every family member not to mess with this particular boy whom you tried to kill? He clearly remembers that even he, the ex-patriarch, was briefed about staying away from Wyatt. Then he suddenly recalled, "Come to think of it, I forgot to brief Corey about this. We did, patriarch, but he insulted you. We had no choice but to act to protect your honor." Upon William's question, Nick and Tom did not know how to answer because they knew what grave mistake they had made. Instead, Ed answered ignorantly as he thought as long it was for the family, everything was justifiable. Asterisk, sigh asterisk, henceforth you three are disowned by the family. Beg for Wyatt's forgiveness. I do not know how you do it, but that's only for you three to redeem yourselves. Become his followers if you have to. I don't care, just don't drag the family with you. William was quick and decisive and did not hesitate to down the three brothers to protect the family. The three brothers' faces paled, especially arrogant Nick and ignorant Ed. While Nick and Ed heard the patriarch abandoning them to save the family, Tom heard a way out of this predicament and possibly earned some merits. I, Tom Bright, wish to follow and offer my loyalty to Master Wyatt. Tom stepped forward and pledged his loyalty to me. That sly old snake William couldn't be more obvious. Seeing Tom, Nick realized their patriarch's intention and dragged his ignorant brother Ed to pledge their loyalty to me. I, Nick Bright, wish to follow and offer my loyalty to Master Wyatt, yelled Nick as he kneeled on a single knee. I, Ed Bright, wish to follow and offer my loyalty to Master Wyatt. Ed knew he was not smart, but following his brother had always kept him out of trouble. This is why I hated contacting William. He always did something which any other family would not choose to do. People like him and Jack Whitebun, who did not play by the book, were hard to deal with. I knew William wanted to plant some of his people around me after the silver milk powder blunder. He must be regretting not having taken me seriously during our last encounter when he visited the warehouse to check on Corey. This move of William would be perfect if I did not have Calamity Daughter core. So I did hesitate to accept the three willing subjects. Good. What about the compensation for the emotional damage I suffered being ambushed and being attacked with the intention of killing? Brat, don't push for a foot just because I gave up an inch. William's voice grew colder. But his tricks won't work on me. I never demanded him to disown his branch family juniors or make them my followers. William did what he thought would bring him high returns while portraying that he is taking a loss. William, 7,000 soul jades as compensation, or else do not blame me for the mental and emotional trauma I suffered affecting our friendship. I wanted to ask for 4,000 soul jades as compensation earlier, but considering the 1,000 soul jades each of the brothers would require after they had fused with the Calamity Daughter cores to build their second transformation body, I added another 3,000 soul jades to the compensation. Wyatt, when did you switch your profession from card creationist to a calumniator? William was annoyed by my blatant slander and extortion. Even Nick, Tom, and Ed were angry, but they could not voice their dissatisfaction as they swore their loyalty to me. But the ignorant one still chose to voice out his discomfort. But Master Wyatt, earlier you demanded 4,000 soul jades as compensation. This time, neither Nick nor Tom came to defend EB's action because they knew this would only raise dissatisfaction of their new master towards all three of them. Earlier I did not adopt 3 dogs, but now I did. Do you know how much it costs to raise 3 dogs? The sudden change in the three brothers' status was hard for them to adapt to, especially since their new master just called them dogs. Still, they tried their best not to break down as their patriarch was still present through a call. Fine, Brat, you win. I will compensate the amount, just go easy on them. I am near your warehouse. When will you be arriving? William switched the topic. He was young once. He could not imagine what the three brothers must be going through being humiliated in front of the patriarch whom they respected and admired, who just abandoned them. But they had to endure it for themselves and their family. Turning off the speakers, I continued the call mentally as I headed to the school gate, and the three brothers followed me, their new master. I just signed the liability waiver. I will be returning soon. Say, William, what if I die in tomorrow's tournament? Won't all your plans be for nothing? This question was bugging me. What promoted William into thinking that I would survive tomorrow's tournament? Because he was almost bending over backwards for someone who the whole city wants to kill in tomorrow's tournament. Kid, others may underestimate you, but I see you in a different light to be able to trick a card emperor and subdue a religious nut like Ben George. You are not a normal high school student. You do not know how many times I have tried and failed to subdue Van. He is a devoted follower of demigod Redfall. You subdue him is more than enough for me to bet on despite the odds, explained William. Only he knew the trouble he went through trying to subdue Van. Despite the fall of the demigod Redfall, Van continued to be his devoted follower no matter the odds, saying he still had to fulfill his lord's final command. Don't give me too much credit, the fated encounter did the trick. By the way, How did the Southern Watch find out I was the shadow leader behind the TSR Guild? Though did not try to hide it, our hierarchy was not obvious. There were many questions to which I failed to get answers from my conversation with Andrea. Isn't it obvious? They have access to the higher level and mysterious cards. Compared to those cards, the false relics can be considered low-level cards. Don't worry too much about the forces behind Emperor Anna. They are just trying to groom you. Not just the many organizations currently want you not because of the silver milk powder, but the brain behind the discovery, which the best minds of the world could not discover despite a large number of resources and advanced knowledge exclusive to them. Right now you are too precious to be killed or enslaved. The top 10 colleges are literally fighting each other to get to join their college. If not for Emperor Anna's forces keeping them at bay, they would have already arrived to bribe you into joining their college. Also, thanks to you this year, the top 10 colleges will be recruiting more talents from the southern region. William patiently explained what he has gathered thus far, and his version was more positive than the version I heard from Andrea, who made it seem like the world is after me. But I also saw that William also did not seem to know a lot, especially the forces behind Anna. If he knew that behind her stood 3 demigods and a soon-to-be demigod. I do not know what his response will be. Now that you brought it up, are the top 10 colleges as good as advertised? And what is their relation with False Relic? I have long been wanting to ask him about this. Better. I think you already know about False Relics, so I will skip explaining them, as sadly I cannot provide you with more info about them because I do not have any. But if you want to learn more about false relics and other types of high-level cards, the Top 10 University is the only place you can find them. All the current humanities knowledge, discovery, and achievements are stored there. If I was given a chance, I would willingly enter any one of the top 10 universities as a student. William expressed his regret, making it clear that I had to attend the top 10 universities if I wanted to reach the top of this world, both in terms of academics and strength. We continue the take when I reach there. I am hanging up now. Reaching the school main gate, I hung up the call. Then I turned to face the 3 brothers following and said, "Come to the Association Guild Mall Warehouse, number 234. Without waiting for their answer, I exited the school gate. Summoning my hoverbike, I headed to the warehouse. I wanted to disband the Bright Lions delinquent gang after defeating the 3 founders of the delinquent gang, but now doing that would be pointless, as soon everything the 3 Bright brothers ever owned, including themselves, will belong to me, not to mention their high school delinquent gang. I can have them grow and continue the gang, and later the gang's graduated members can join the TSR Guild." Tom, why did you become his follower? Weren't we supposed to get his forgiveness to redeem ourselves? Why fall to this level? Ed still did not get why Toe and Nick choose to become Wyatt's followers. It was the Patriarch's wish. He wants us to follow and gain Wyatt's trust. If only we had taken the memo we got in the morning seriously, we could have avoided this situation. Answered Tom. Screw the Patriarch, he abandoned us. Slap. Before Ed could badmouth their Patriarch more, Nick slapped him hard and said, "Shut up. If you do not understand the gravity of the situation we are in, then you better don't speak." In a way, Patriarch saved us. I do not know what Wyatt did for the Patriarch to treat him like an equal, but this makes it clear. If we achieve the new task given to us by the Patriarch, we stand to gain more than we lose. Tom, contact the 3rd Great Elder and inform him about the new development and ask him how we should proceed. Ed, book a cab to Association Guild Mall Warehouse, number 234. Are you sure you were hit by a student, not an A-rank mammoth panda? Because your injuries dictate otherwise. The sluggishness you are experiencing right now is definitely due to the additional effect of the skill stun slap of an A-rank mammoth panda. Thankfully, whoever hit you didn't want to harm you and held back, otherwise a card master realm card apprentice, as you can never survive the direct impact of an A-rank monster skill. Explained the school doctor as she used her medic occupational card on the new intern teacher, Kathy Duskborn. I swear it was a female student who came to apply for tomorrow's tournament. She is obviously in the card soldier realm, but I never saw her slap coming. Not to mention, I was almost out of it for a few minutes, letting her escape. Kathy's eyes shone fiercely as she held a grudge against that weird girl. A participant of the tournament, you say? Then it must be one of those irregulars who are too talented for private schools and are homeschooled by their families. You are lucky. Poor class teacher Max. the one registering the external participant for the tournament before you had his skull bashed in for pronouncing one of the external participants' family name wrongly. If not for the principal intervening personally, class teacher Max would be late class teacher Max. You cannot measure their strength with common sense. These irregulars are groomed by their respective families to be the future leaders and pillars of the family. If not for this year's tournament rewards, these people would not bother to participate in the open for all under 18 Sky Blossom City Resident Lion Cubs High Tournament. The school doctor explained in detail as she was the one who had to rush class teacher Max to R, as his injuries were too severe to be treated by her occupational card. All the teachers in the school, including her, were in the card scholar realm or card soldier realm at best. The principal was considering registering the external participant himself. Thankfully, it did not come to that, as the new intern was of the card master realm. Wow, that happened. No wonder the principal's attitude towards those students was unfriendly. What about my condition? When will my body response, reflex, and coordination return to normal again? Though Kathy was out of the stun effect of whatever card Courtney used, she still faced the aftermath of taking a point-blank direct hit. A day's rest will fix that. Your card master physique is more resilient. If it was any other teacher, they would be in a coma. If you don't mind me asking why a card master like you applied to do an internship in this little school. Not just the school doctor, the whole school staff was thinking the same, but no one dared to ask Kathy this until now. I have a distant relative here. His parents asked me to take care of him in their absence. For years ago, Kathy, who was still dealing with the passing of her only family, her mother received a stranger at her home who claimed to be her half-sister. After a lot of drama and explaining, Kathy finally knew why someone as beautiful and intelligent as her mother was living in the slums. Though the person in front of her was her half-sister, both of them lived a different life. One lived in castles and chose to forsake all for love, and the other lived in a slum and chose to forsake love to someday live in a castle. Knowing that her new half-sister was one of the reasons for her mother's fall, Kathy had mixed feelings towards her half-sister. But the help and silver grimoire offered by her half-sister would allow her to build and live in her castle. Letting bygones be bygone, Kathy reluctantly accepted her new half-sister, but never forgave her for her part in her mother's fall. Over time, the gap between the two sisters grew narrow, and Kathy no longer felt like an orphan. Kathy was even appointed as the godmother of her nephew by her half-sister. It's as if the world did not want her to be happy. To surprise her sister and be close to her before Kathy went far away for her job at Morningstar University, Kathy chose to do her internship in her sister's city, but upon arriving here on March 17th, Kathy came to know that her half-sister and her husband were killed in their last mission. Drunk Kathy cried her eyes out and finally forgave her sister, but it was too late. Remembering her godson, Kathy hurried to her sister's residence at late night 23:32, but no one answered her. Disheartened, Kathy left, but when she sobered up, she did not dare to meet her godson despite his obvious cry for help he displayed by attacking his classmates and being absent from school for a week. Today she finally got a chance to meet her godson for the first time and was deciding to inform him of their relationship, but all her plans were disrupted by a weird girl, so uncool. And now she was hiding in the school infirmary out of shame. She wanted to leave an impression of a cool aunt/godmother on her first meeting with her nephew/godson. But being slapped to blitz by a teenager no less on their first meeting was not how she plans to meet her godson. I have class later. I have no time for rest today. Don't you have any cards to help my situation? Kathy's current condition did not allow her to teach a class. I do have a card, but it will take an hour and a half at the min for you to regain control of your reflexes and coordination. The school doctor explained the alternative. I have class at 2 in the afternoon. Let's begin right away. Kathy decided to begin right away as she had a class later at 2 in the afternoon. Here, take this pillow. Resting half an hour on his is equal to 8 hours of rest, with an hour and a half rest in this pillow will equal to a day's rest, said the school doctor as she took out a pillow from her grimoire. Is that your origin card? I have heard so much about. I finally get to try it. Thank you. Kathy took the pillow and headed to one of the empty beds. Why are you guys crawling? Oh my God. Who did this to you guys? If she had applied a little more pressure, you guys would be paralyzed permanently, exclaimed the school doctor. Hearing the school doctor exclaim, Kathy woke up from her rest and walked to see what the commotion was about. No, doc, this is our fault. We all tumbled down the stairs. said Jason. As a gangster in training, Jason knew never to snitch. And the rest nod supporting Jason's statement. You? Aren't you the kid with the broken nose just last week? The school doctor remembered Jason. Yes. Thank you, Doc. You did a great job healing my nose. There isn't a scar to show for it. Jason agreed and seamlessly tried to divert the topic, making use of his thick skin. Unfortunately, today was not his day. Jason, who did this to you guys? Hearing Kathy's voice, Jason stood erect. He still freshly remembers how this class teacher of his taught his card soldier realm brother a lesson for behaving inappropriately. Class teacher. Wyatt is fighting an unsurprised card fight with Nick, Tom, and EB in the schoolyard. Instead of stitching, Jason reported about the card fight. What? Exclaimed Kathy, throwing the pillow to the school doctor. She ran out of the infirmary towards the schoolyard. One of the reasons Kathy finally dared to contact her godson today was because she wanted to talk him out of participating in the tournament by explaining to him what the liability waiver meant and the seriousness of signing it. And after knowing how fatal the tournament could be from the school, Dr. Kathy wanted to meet her godson later and forbid him from participating in the tournament. But now knowing that her nephew was fighting the notorious Bright brothers, Kathy felt her heart jump up to her mouth. Having spent a week in the school, Kathy was not new to unauthorized and unsupervised card fights in the school. She had witnessed firsthand how cruel these Bright Lions delinquent gang members could be. Not surprising that the school chose to stay silent about this matter and even made some school policies for the offenders to wiggle free. To her surprise, when Kathy reached the schoolyard, the card fight was already over and the school janitor, along with other staff, was fixing the schoolyard. The students present near the yard were discussing her nephew's victory over the 3 founders of the Bright Lions delinquent gang. Kathy knew her godson was a talent who contracted a silver grimoire on his first try, but she never knew he was a skilled card apprentice. Some students had recorded the fight and posted it in the grimoire network. Surprisingly, these recordings were trending on the network. Curious, Kathy, after watching the complete video, muttered, "Fuck. History's strongest nephew." Date: March 26, 2321. Time: 14:02. Location: Sky Blossom City, F-Rank Field Dungeon Slime Swamp. As promised, these are the remains of your colleagues. Collect what you can. Try digging deeper, you might find their bones," said Paul as he pointed at the swamp where he killed the 2 middle-aged card masters with corrosive slime vapors yesterday. Hearing Paul's words, the demigod Michel Angelo Church's crusaders did not utter a word, but began digging at the point where Paul pointed to bring their colleagues' remains back home. A cleric prayed a little and turned to look at Paul and said, "There better be no trickery to your words, or else." Yesterday, after defeating the 2 crusaders of the demigod church, Paul, despite the risk, returned to the city to get the information he was missing. Why were the religious nuts after him? What did they mean by he tried to kill their lord? What happened after he fled the arena in the Whitebin Manor? Most important of all, how can he make use of this to his advantage? Living life on the run, Paul realized that he was not fit to be a vagabond. Having lived his entire life in the luxury of the Whitebin Manor, his sudden transition was not faring well with Paul. He needed a way out of his current predicament. Turning to the Whitebin family and begging forgiveness was out of option because the family members who talked him into challenging pacts will kill him before he can even get an audience with the patriarch. Paul no longer had allies. His faction in the family would kill him on sight to keep their dirty secret hidden, and the ruling faction of the family is hunting him down for numerous family law violations, such as fleeing the life and death match after a loss. All in all, he was screwed with no gains. He had only his dumb F** carry to blame. In this situation, Paul saw the involvement of the religious nuts as his way out. Therefore, instead of fleeing from the F-Rank Field Dungeon Slime Swamp, Paul returned to the dungeon and waited for the allies of the 2 middle-aged crusaders who would come to check on them upon not receiving any update from them. While waiting, Paul prepared many traps in the dungeon, just in case the plan of negotiating with the religious fanatics went sideways. After all, he was trying to negotiate a deal with a bunch of fanatics who knew what would tick them off. It was in his best interest to prepare contingency. As expected, the allies of the 2 middle-aged crusaders showed up, but this time 4 crusaders and a cleric were sent out for a search and rescue mission. All the crusaders were of the Card Master realm, and the cleric was of Card Grandmaster realm. "Do not worry, my life depends on this. I have nowhere to go. So why would I ruin the only way out? Yes, Paul was planning to seek refuge in the kingdom, where the reach of the government and people related to it was very limited. Not to mention a small family like the Whitebin family. You better know what's best for you. Even at the slightest hint of trickery, I will have them slay you. Here are the 5 minutes you exchange for our allies' remains. Make good use of it. You know what's waiting for you after these 5 minutes. The cleric never planned on letting Paul leave alive after killing his men. He just gave Paul 5 minutes extra lease on his life to save him the trouble of searching the whole dungeon for the remains of his men. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.